and we are here now. I think it was just my alarm. I don't know if I've just turned it off or something, but I don't know what's happened with the little video. I don't know where that has disappeared to, so that's, as I said, quite an interesting development. We're here a bit earlier because we obviously have got the kickoff show, the countdown thing. That's going to be on in about 5 minutes. Should be on YouTube. So I'm just going to see if I can find and fire that up. We've got that. I think that'll run for about an hour. And then it'll be the normal kind of start time for us. We normally start a few hours before, so we've started a little earlier because of that this week. And then, of course, we're going to go into SmackDown, the go-home SmackDown. And this show doesn't look too bad, to be honest. Just going to see if I can fire up YouTube. This show doesn't... This show doesn't look too bad. We do have a championship match for Giulia. She's going to be defending against Zelina. So we've got a championship match. We've also got, I think, Talatonga is in action. I believe taking on Jey Uso. We've got Cena and we've got Cody in the same room as well. So we can have a look, see if we can find a preview in a second. Let me just put that in. And go over here. Okay. Kickoff is starting very, very soon. So, if you want to watch the SummerSlam kickoff show, it's on the WWE YouTube channel. It is live now. It hasn't yet started, but we'll be underway with that very, very soon. I don't think I can get the little video to return in the corner, so I wonder if I can make the chat a little bigger just to kind of cover that space. Let me see if I can do that. Let's try. Okay, there we go. A little bigger. We need to go again. Oh my god. One more time. Little more. Yes, there we go. God. There we go. I don't know where the video is. We'll have to try and fix that at a later date. Right, I did just see there was a super chat thing that came through. Mackenzie, shout out to you, buds. Do I follow you, Mackenzie? Oh, I am subscribed to you, Mackenzie. Mackenzie said, could Netflix do their own Total Divas? Could Netflix do their own Total Divas? They could do. I don't know, obviously, what the ratings were like. I mean, it went away, didn't it? I mean, they did Total Divas, they did Total Bellas, and obviously the show ended up going away. I think it clearly must be because of declining ratings. So I don't know where we were in regards to like how many people were tuning in. I mean, could be fresh for a relaunch. So yeah, I mean, look, you've got a company there that do nothing but just pump out content. If they feel that there's the market for it or a desire for it, and they can relaunch it, absolutely they could. I've not heard any word that they're going to, though. I've not heard any word that's on the cards. Okay, we are just seeing the stadium, so we are live now with this kickoff. We're obviously at MetLife. We've got Michael Cole just saying a few words. We've got Cardi B as well, who it's her music that's playing. Okay, so we've got a stage. They did say that they were going to have some big names joining them. So obviously, just like the other kickoff shows, we should be seeing quite a lot of the big names. I don't think they've actually announced who's joining them yet, though. Okay, so we've got the stage, and there's it's probably about 1,000 or so people that are around. brought to us by Wingstop. They've just signed a new sponsorship. They've just signed like a new deal. Michael Cole is making his way out. God, he's got the worst music. If ever you actually go to Raw or like SmackDown or one of the shows that Michael is on, he comes out to this music that's playing. Just before like the show begins, they bring the commentators out and the commentators get their own little entrances. Okay, he says we're going to whet your appetite tonight with Smackdown. Historic first ever 2-night Summerslam this weekend. Yeah, 3-hour countdown show. There's a 3-hour countdown show on Saturday and Sunday. It's pretty epic. There is CM Punk. There is Gunther. Just seeing both of them on screen at the moment. Obviously, everyone's there. The superstars have been there for a while. Triple A said, Daze, what match do we think will be the highlight of SummerSlam? Cena, Cody, ? Do you think that Triple H will make that match really good after WrestleMania? And how do we think that match plays out? So there's AJ Styles. Yeah, I do think they're going to make that match really good. I think they'll make it really good by having lots of shenanigans. So I think there'll be lots of shenanigans. I think they'll do it so that it's Jey that's going to start us off. Here we go. Jey is coming up onto the stage. Everyone yeeting away. Even Michael Cole is yeeting away. There's a kid in the crowd going crazy, screaming his head off as Jey comes onto the stage. 4 letters, 1 word. Look at Michael Cole go. Look at him go. That is a man that was born to yeet. Okay, so Jey. Okay, I don't think we've got any Roman Reigns, though. I did wonder if Roman was about to come out, but... Yeet. A couple of years ago, you went head-to-head with the man that you're teaming with. So it's only Jey at the moment, Michael. Michael's just asking Jey why, after everything that's gone down, are you guys, teaming together? There is a theory out there that Jey could turn on Roman. There is just a fan theory that's doing the rounds. I don't think it's going to happen, but it's an interesting thought. And just to go back to what Triple A was saying, I think there's going to be a lot of shenanigans in Cody Cena. I mean, they've made it a street fight. Got to think there's going to be outside interference. I think as a result, the pace can be a little bit quicker. There's going to be more weapons involved as well. And I wouldn't be shocked if Randy got involved or, I know a lot of people are hoping that The Rock gets involved. Some people are hoping that there's going to be the double turn, or there's loads of thoughts as to what can actually go down. But I think whatever they decide on is going to be better than just Travis Scott getting involved. They will have seen the backlash to the WrestleMania match. So yes, they will be focused on making it a much more entertaining match than the WrestleMania one. So he calls Bron Breakker Steiner. Jey says that he really thinks something is wrong with his right side. He's like, it's all good, I'm going to keep fighting, but I really feel like something's wrong with my right sides. Oh, here's Heyman. I think he's trying to put over the fact that he has kind of took some big spears from Bron Breakker, and I think he's just trying to put over that he might not be coming into this match 100%. Heyman's here. Bron's here. And Bronson Reed has still got Roman Reigns' shoes. He's got them around his neck. They've also got Seth's briefcase as well. Okay, he says, leader of our group, Bron Breakker. That's interesting. That's interesting. He just said leader of our group, Bron Breakker. So Bron seems to have stepped up in Seth's absence. Crowd are chanting Paul Heyman sucks, but why are they not chanting OTC? I don't understand. You've got both of you got both Bron and Bronson. Jey is on his own. Oh, there we go. Jey has decided to leave the stage. If I was in the crowd and Jey was outnumbered on stage right now, isn't it just natural to, like, be chanting for his partner? Instead, I'd be chanting, like, OTC, OTC. But instead, the crowd were just chanting Paul Heyman sucks. And you gotta respect that. Oh, now they're chanting OTC. Now they're chanting OTC. Here's a question. Yeah. Everyone was chanting OTC. Everyone was yeeting on Monday. So he's just really putting over the beatdown that went on Monday. Bronson Reed holds up those shoes, those sneakers. What makes you think that they've got a prayer in surviving? So Heyman just really putting over the beatdown from Monday. He was like, you lot were chanting OTC and you was yeeting on Monday. Shut up. Heyman is the champ right now. Okay, Michael Cole is saying to Paul Heyman, do you want to publicly apologize? Bron Breakker and Bronson Reed have gone over to Michael Cole. There's a Michael Cole chant as we've got Bron Breakker and Bronson Reed just confronting him. I don't think they appreciated the question that Michael just asked. Now Bron Breakker wants to have a few words. It's pretty simple stuff, this. Very paint by numbers, straightforwards. Let's see what Bron Breakker has got to say. He's just asked for the microphone. Waiting. They say all man is created equal. That's pretty good. They say all men is created equal, but that can't be true because when I look out here in New Jersey, I just see all the fat, obese people. So there's a lot of, do you really think that Roman and Jey have got a chance? There's a lot of that. That was Heyman's point, and now it's Bron Breakker's point. So it's just talk about how Bronson's going to destroy Jey. And Bron Breakker said, I'm going to spear Roman Reigns. Okay, so Bron Breakker said, we're not coming just to win the match. We're coming to end Jey Uso and Roman Reigns. And there we go, the microphone being chucked up back to Michael Cole. To be honest with you, you're kind of waiting, or I was waiting for something interesting and big. It's pretty standard stuff, you know. What makes you think they're going to win? We destroyed them on Monday, blah, 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 blah. And you're kind of waiting for something. I mean, I do think it's interesting that Michael said that Bron Breakker was the leader of the group. I think that was interesting. They're just showing us the Superstore right now, which opened up earlier today. And they're just showing us, like, some dude there with a flipping armful of stuff that he's managed to get. Okay. Oh, wow. So are we bringing out AJ? Okay, AJ Styles coming out next. Right. Connor said, Daze, you know, if Seth doesn't cash in tomorrow during Gunther CM Punk, do we have a feeling that Seth could cash in on Cena Cody? Well, he could do. He absolutely could do. I think that it's obviously an opportunity for him to cash in during that match, and it's an opportunity to shock us all. Because I think a lot of us would be expecting him to cash in during Gunther and CM Punk, mainly because of the line that he said, which is, you know, whilst I'm around, there's no way he'll be world champion, like, over my dead body. So he could cash in on a different match. It would be a little weird for him to allow CM Punk a fair opportunity at a championship, if that makes sense, because if he's not really injured, I think his hatred for CM Punk means that it is more likely he would cash in on that match. So, but not impossible. I mean, it could be that WWE have seen everyone speculating about it, and it could be that WWE decide to swerve us by having him cash in on the other championship match, so that once again, we don't see it coming so much. Because you know now that as at the end of Gunther CM Punk, once that match is reaching its conclusion, everyone's going to be waiting to see if Seth Rollins is going to be coming down. If this is a work, that is. And, you know, that's obviously not a situation they were hoping for. They were hoping that they were going to get away with doing that and people not seeing it coming. So they could try and swerve us again by changing the match he cashes in on. But to be honest with you, if he doesn't cash in during Gunther CM Punk, probably unlikely he's going to cash in during Cody and Cena. Probably unlikely. I think the story is that they tried to catch us off guard. They did this injury angle, which wasn't real. and, you know, he hates CM Punk, doesn't want him to ever be champion, blah, 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 blah. So it's probably, you know, the chances of him cashing in during the Cena Cody one are obviously a lot smaller, but there's still a chance. And as I said, WWE could switch it so that the fans once again don't quite see it coming as much. AJ Styles is out there. Okay, so Dominik is about to come down. AJ was just getting into making his points. Dirty Dominik is on stage with the Intercontinental Championship. What's the t-shirt that he's wearing? I don't know what that shirt is. The woman on it looks a little bit like, don't know, Taylor Swift doing like some sort of timeless Tony Storm type pose. Does anyone know who that is that's on his shirt? Sammy, hello. Dom is a star, said for Beach Kevin. James, hello. Hope you're doing well, buds. Brony said, I'm seeing a lot of people predict that Seth cashes in on Cody after he beats Cena, says Brony. Dom has had the worst IC title run in the past 5 years, says Brony. Dirty Dom is a great champ, said David. Daze, it's my birthday today. I'm going to play some disc golf. Oh. Here's to a good stream. Leapin' Luchalari, shout out to you, buds. Happy birthday. You're facing Dirty Dom. The greatest Mysterio of all time. I think it says Scarface on the shirt. Yeah, nice. So he says, I know you don't have time for your dad anymore. And Rhea's not your mommy anymore. So how about this? Unk is going to straighten you out. Let me get that dude was into it, wasn't he? There was a guy in the crowds who was like, yeah, that's right. That's right. I think he was firmly riding with AJ Styles on this one. Okay, so just a shot of MetLife Stadium. So far, we've had Jey, we've had Braun, we've had Bronson. Pretty standard stuff. And then, really, we didn't get much out of AJ and Dominik. And that is done. Okay, this could be good. Talking about the triple threat match. Mommy chants. Ask and you shall receive, says Michael Cole. Rhea Ripley is out first. Rhea Ripley, Naomi, and Io are going to be on the stage now. Well, at least I think they will. Rhea Ripley's on the stage. She's loving it, isn't she? So, Rhea Ripley on stage. Mommy chants. How important is this triple threat? So Rhea said she's not had much luck at SummerSlam. This match is really important. Naomi, a massive favourite in this match. One of the biggest favourites on the card. Those are some serious boots that she's wearing as well, aren't they? Mohammed said, Daze, hope you're doing fine. I wanted your analysis on Cody filming a movie after SummerSlam. So will we get face Cena retain? Is Cena Styles Gunther loading? I heard Cena losing and chasing IC title. Not heard that, buds. Not heard that. So, in regards to Cody going away, I mean, I don't know how long he's going to be filming for, because Liv went and did a movie earlier this year and she was gone for like 2-3 weeks. I think WWE are working with a lot of these companies to try and make sure the disruption is kept to a minimum. So, without knowing how big his part is, how many scenes he's in, how much stuff he's got to do, you know, it's hard to know like the level of disruption. He really might be gone not that long. So in regards to John, I mean, no one knows which way it's going to go. There's no one that I know that's like, you know, a good reporter, a credible reporter that has said that Cena's gonna lose and then go after the IC title. That is just fan theory, I believe. I think the reason for that is because I think there's some fans looking at the fact Cena needs to add that to his list of accomplishments. But that's not come from a Wrestle Votes or a Fightful or anyone like that. So yeah, there's a lot of conversation out there, isn't there? That's like swirling around. So yeah, the honest answer is we don't know. It makes it a very interesting matchup. I believe, according to the bookies, according to people that are placing money on the match, I believe Cody is the slight favourite to win. But again, there's nothing in it. Nothing in it. It's a very close match, that one, by the looks of it. Not like this one that we've got on stage where, as we said, Naomi is a big, big favourite. A lot of people seem to be very confident that Naomi is going to leave as champion. Speaking of Naomi, here she is. Io was just on stage. Oh, hello. Ah, she's got a sit-on case. There we go. Naomi gets on stage with her sit-on case. Drives her way to the edge of the stage. So we've been seeing quite a bit about this case. She lost one. Does it reverse? It does reverse! Beep, 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 beep. So Naomi got on stage. It looks like a mobility scooter, doesn't it? It's got that kind of mobility scooter vibe. She just got on stage, got on her case, drove to the edge of the stage. I'm liking her glasses. Her glasses look really fun. Drove to the edge of the stage, and then she just knocked it in reverse. I tell you what, there's no walking for the champ. I might be unhinged, but I'm not insane. Nice. She's going to do whatever it takes. And I wonder if she'll have some help. I think the crowd are chanting, "No, you're not." Yeah, and Naomi chanted, "Yes, I am." Mate, Mattel have got to make that version of Naomi with that little case. Okay. She's endlessly entertaining, man. She is easily the best thing we've had on this show so far. She said, it's took me 8 years to get this championship, and I've decided I'm going to keep it for 8 more years. Proceed with caution. Yeah, it's not even close, mate. It's not even close. And off she drives. Yes! I wonder if she's going to start driving down to the ring with that little thing. It took me 8 years to get to this championship. I've decided I'm going to keep it now for 8 more. Very good. Connor said, Daze, you know, if Jade Cargill wins against Tiffany tomorrow, do you think we could see Bianca return him? Do you know if Jade wins against Tiffany tomorrow, could we see Bianca return? If Jade wins, could we see Bianca? Well, Bianca's very close, yes. I don't know that she... I mean, apparently she's very close to a return. But I think she's obviously a face. I think she's good... Well, she's not good friends with Jade, but I don't think there's any hatred there. So, I don't know that she would come out and steal that moment. So, don't know. Bianca might just let Jade have that moment and then approach her on SmackDown. She's the best thing I've seen in WWE, said Dean. She's really entertaining, isn't she? And to be honest, you know, this show is going the way that you kind of would expect this show to go. You know, it's not like this mind-blowing experience. It's kind of like recent shows that we've seen. Countdown shows. It's really just a way of, like, casual fans, if you don't know what's going on, bringing them up to speeds. But for those of us that know what's going on, we tune in for, you know, fun moments like that. So I'm very grateful to Naomi that she provided some much needed entertainment here. Jose said, Daze, what's your top 5 pure wrestlers in WWF or WWE? What do you mean, people that could actually just go, you know, like Kurt Angle type situation? I mean, to be honest, you know, you'd probably be looking at... I mean, I'm guessing it's that, just people that are just can go in the ring. I mean, Bret Hart's obviously regarded as one of the best technicians we've ever had. Kurt Angle has got to be on that list as well. I mean, like, he might not have been... I mean, he was great, but, like, I don't know, Brock Lesnar, for me, has to be on that list. His size is incredible, and, of course, we know he's got a very impressive amateur wrestling background. So, and, you know, this is kind of when they were feuding around WrestleMania 19. We had, like, the whole Kurt Angle, Brock Lesnar... trying to outdo each other and trying to prove they were the better wrestler. But legitimately, both of them had very good wrestling backgrounds. So, got to go with... got to go Kurt. Got to go Brock. Got to go... Kurt, Brock... Who else did I mention? Tyra May Steele has got to be mentioned because she's in wrestling now. She's in NXT and Evolve, and she won a gold medal for wrestling. So Bret Hart is kind of held up as the poster boy when it comes to technical wrestlers. So she's got to be up there, or he's got to be up there. And maybe I would go someone like a Ken Shamrock, because Ken Shamrock obviously was someone that was an Ultimate Fighter. You could go Chad Gable as well, of course, an Olympian. So, you know, you could go in with him. I think, you know, Benoit, obviously a name that you don't really want to put too much praise on. But one thing that you would say about Benoit is, obviously, if you take the tragedy away, one of the greatest in-ring performers, wrestlers that we've ever seen. I mean, it's very, very impressive. Very, very impressive. So, yeah, you go with him. I think Jericho was obviously really good. Shawn Michaels was really good. So, but yeah, I'd probably look at those that have got some sort of Olympic or really strong amateur experience. So, probably Tyra May Steele, gold medal. Chad Gable went to the Olympics. Kurt Angle won a gold medal. Brock Lesnar, really impressive amateur career. You could probably put Gable Steveson in there. He was in wrestling. We did give him a little look. He won a gold medal as well. So there's quite a few that have come through that pathway. Here's CM Punk. CM Punk making his way on stage. And you wanna be. Daze, we agree that Cena retains at SummerSlam. Cena has got a lot of dates in August, which suggests Clash in Paris will be big. Who do we think he'll face there? He'll be very active in August, says AAA. Well, I don't think he's going to face Cody again. I don't think we'll do that. I think Cody, if it goes the way that I predicted, I think Cody will have another person kind of keeping his attention. So I don't think go that way. So we need to get another babyface. I don't think Cena will have turned, and it's not only guesswork, but I don't think Cena will have turned face at SummerSlam. I think that we're starting that process and we're teasing that process, but I don't think we will pull the trigger at SummerSlam. So I'm thinking it's going to have to be against another babyface. So we need to have a look and see who we can find. You know, can we position Jey Uso? Because Jey's a pretty big, pretty popular babyface that's not had a go. You could go Roman Reigns, but I think Roman Reigns is leaving after SummerSlam, so I don't think he's going to be able to do it, because I'm pretty sure he goes away to do a movie as well. Is it the Street Fighter movie that I think they're going off to do? So I think he goes away. So, yeah, a difficult one, honestly. I mean, you could look at someone like AJ Styles, of course. I mean, AJ is a babyface, and he is going to be able to put on an absolute banger. I mean, some of Cena's best matches were against AJ Styles. The match they have at like 2017, I think they faced in 2016, and it was so good they faced again 2017 Royal Rumble. Some of these matches were just absolutely incredible. Some of Cena's absolute best. So, you know, I think there's certainly names still for him to face with him being a heel. But yeah, eventually he will turn. Because when he goes into that final match, I can't see him going into that last match being a heel, of course, because he's going to get cheered. Of course he is in that final match. But the point I made was you can turn him back face at Clash in Paris. You can turn him back face at Survivor Series. Like, there's plenty of opportunity to still turn him back face. Doesn't have to be at SummerSlam. But it's still an option on the table, isn't it, at SummerSlam? They absolutely could still do that. So right now, we've got CM Punk just talking about Gunther. Gunther's old-fashioned. CM Punk is old-fashioned. I'm highly complimentary of Gunther because he's that good. Daze, do we think Cena AJ at Clash in Paris won last time? Well, I think it's an option, yes. I think it's an option. For the first time, I'm staring across the ring, and it's not personal. Yeah, that's really interesting point, isn't it, that CM Punk has made? In a lot of the feuds that he's been involved in, it's been stuff that has been very personal, you know, him against Seth, him against Drew. Whereas here, he's going to be standing across the ring from someone that's just got a belt that he wants. Oh, here's Gunther. Michael Cole was just saying, you've put a lot of pressure on yourself. And before he could finish that statement, Gunther's music hits. And here is the World Heavyweight Champion, Gunther, on stage. Don't think he's leaving with that belt. Do you know, we don't really talk about that. We don't really talk about the fact that Gunther might be, like, losing this title one way or the other. Some people are looking at this thinking, okay, who wins? Is it going to be Punk or is Seth going to cash in? But I do find myself feeling sorry for Gunther because Gunther is such an amazing talent, so credible. Oh, if you want to know what it means, what it takes to be champion, Michael, I don't know why you're talking to the guy that's not touched a championship in 12 years. And the fans are chanting, you tapped out. Gunther just looks at the fans. There's a few yeets. I think Gunther... Everything they say, everything they do, it doesn't matter. He's pointing at the crowds. So 80% of his time in the company has been holding championship golds. What does it mean to your legacy if you can't beat CM Punk? Well, I don't think it means anything, does it? I mean, if he loses a match, everyone can lose a match. If he loses at SummerSlam, it doesn't mean he can't beat CM Punk. It just means that he didn't beat CM Punk. Gunther just struggling with... struggling a little bit there. I think he actually failed to say the word failure. At some point, Punk, you're going to run out of opportunities. Okay, what if CM Punk can't get it done? Punk's very captivating. That's a good answer. Failure isn't an option to me, there is no Sunday. I've not even put thought into Sunday. CM Punk said he's got stocks, he's got bonds, he's got generational wealth. Yeah, good. Do you know what? I sort of feel like when it comes to these kickoff shows, they put the talent out there, they give them a few pointers, and they just sort of say to them, look, can you sort of say something along these lines? Do something like, you know, just to hype up the match. And they give him a few pointers. Oh, who's Gunther? They started to play CM Punk's music. Gunther was like, I'm the world champion, so play my damn music. And he got them to change the music as he left the stage. Okay, and as soon as Gunther goes, they go back to playing CM Punk's music. We've got the little credits popping up on screen. There we go. Thank you for joining us. Okay, so honestly, once again, a bit of a nothing broadcast. Those kickoff shows, we've spoke about this in the past. Those kickoff shows, the reason why we watch them is because you never know what you're going to get. Most of the time, it's nothing, to be honest, right? Most of the time, it's nothing. Most of the time, what you actually end up getting is just paint by numbers, very basic. I'm going to win the title. You don't know what I'm going to bring, blah, blah, blah type stuff. But just occasionally, you'll get something in there. Like, I remember when they brought a girl up on stage. There was a young fan that was freaking out and I think wanted to meet Rhea. And Triple H got her up on stage. She went over, she gave Rhea a hug. And then she went up to Triple H and she was like, can I give Michael a hug? You know, and then she went over and gave Michael Cole a hug. Like, those little moments are just like fun little moments that it's like, you know, oh, did you see earlier with that kid that was on stage? And, you know, it's one of those where if you miss it, you haven't really missed anything. But that's the reason why you'd bother tuning in, because you never quite know what's going to be announced, what's going to go down. And as a result, obviously, it's worth tuning in. Not much on this one, honestly, not much. I think what I took out of it was Bron Breakker being called the leader of this new group. So obviously he's kind of stepped up into the leader role while Seth is absent. Naomi was very entertaining. I did enjoy her on her suitcase kind of driving around, so I thought that was good. And I think the promo that CM Punk just cut at the end, I was trying to make the point. It's hard to kind of talk and listen at the same time. But the point I was trying to make was that CM Punk, I think, was told, go out there, say a little something just to, you know, hype up the match. And, you know, give him a microphone and just let him go. He's so good. You could give him a microphone and tell him to cut a promo. He's just so comfortable. It's just nothing to him to grab a microphone and just talk. And so for him to just start going then, it was way longer than I heard anyone else kind of doing a promo. You know, Jey kind of bumbled his way through some words earlier in this kickoff show. The girls kept it all quite short. Gunther kept his quite short. But actually, CM Punk just went off and was talking about, you know, what he's going to do if he doesn't win. how this won't be the last time they're going to lock up, you know, how he's got generational wealth. And he was like, you know, so I don't want or have to come after this championship. I need to come after this championship. I'm addicted to this championship. And so it was just all this kind of stuff coming out of CM Punk. Not the best promo in the world, not loads of stuff in there that you can like take out, but compared to I think what we got from the others on this show, I would say it was by far the best of the promos. And you can just tell he's just so comfortable when it comes to talking. I thought Naomi did really well. I thought she was very, very entertaining. But honestly, I don't think they script too much for these things, because they're just little. It's basically go out there and let the fans see you. Go out there, let the fans see you. Let's just put something up on YouTube. Let's kind of talk about what's going to go down at SummerSlam for those that don't know. And those are the boxes that get ticked. This isn't really a show that's meant to be, or I think designed to be, giving us extra wild content, you know? It's just a tick box exercise, really, of go out there, let the live crowd see you. Let's promote the matches to the casual fans, blah, blah, blah. And that's it, really. That's what the kickoff show achieves. And, you know, in one sense, it achieves it, so. Right, Carlin, 1985, Gareth. Let's go over to the channel. I'm not subscribed to you, but I am now. Carlin, 1985, Gareth, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the support. Carlin, 1985, Gareth says, have an amazing SummerSlam weekend. Yes, and you, my friends, and you. I really appreciate the support. I did see that there was quite a few people that responded. Dormouse and It's Kaz and Mohammed and Connor, Christopher, all replying back to Carlin, Gareth. So very good, very cool, and really appreciate the support, my friends. So, right, let's get stuck into some of these comments. I apologize for not having an opportunity to kind of talk to you guys as much as I've wanted so far. Obviously, we were late. I was late. I overslept. Went straight into this show. Then, you know, it's one of those, these kickoff shows, I find them so difficult to stream because you have to listen, don't you? I mean, you really do have to listen. There's not much action to like be talking about. The great thing about wrestling is you can talk whilst they're wrestling. You know what I mean? Like, you can go talk about the match, you can talk about other bits and bobs, but with this, you're having to just constantly listen to what's being said. So let's jump in and see where the conversation is. Mohammed said, Daze, after a triple threat match, will we see someone getting a deserved title shot rather than just handpicking mommy? 8 letters, 2 words, F yeet. After the triple threat, will we see someone else get a deserved title shot? Well, I would hope so. I mean, I think that surely Rhea will be kind of done. I agree with you. Surely we need to move her on to something else. I don't think she wins. The odds have got Naomi firmly as, you know, the major, Naomi would be the major kind of favourite. I think we could maybe move her on to a thing with Asuka at some point. I don't know that'll be next because Asuka's obviously in a team with Kairi. But I think that Asuka is a very, very credible, big name, former champion. I think Naomi has a good long run here. I don't think Naomi's losing this title anytime soon because I don't know about you, but I think with Naomi there's a flicker. There is very much a flicker of something that you could capitalize on. I get the feeling that this proceed with caution, this refresh, the kind of vignettes that she comes out with, the laughing that she's doing, and she's she's just kind of not stole the kickoff show, but she's provided one of the most entertaining parts where she's come out on her little suitcase, right, scooter thing. I sort of feel like there's a flicker there where you could put some more fuel on and have an even bigger fire. At the moment, it's doing well, but I think you can make it even bigger. So I don't see the benefit in her losing this championship at SummerSlam or even losing it anytime soon. So that says to me that you're going to need to find women that are credible, that can obviously take some loss to Naomi. And I think Asuka fits that bill. I think Asuka, as a former champion, decent name, people would be excited for her to get an opportunity. And to be honest, I think Naomi would find a way. I think she would find a way of getting past Asuka. Asuka, Naomi, in the ring, clean. Asuka wins. But, you know, it's probably not going to be clean, is it? And I do wonder if Naomi is going to get any help this weekend. I do find myself wondering if she might get Nia as like some support, or if they'll put some other girl with her, because, well, I don't know. I mean, she's a heel. She could absolutely capitalize. I mean, it could be that Rhea plants Io, Naomi just gets Rhea out the ring and pin 1, 2, 3, capitalizes and actually wins that way. But it could be that someone else comes down and helps Naomi. So yeah, either way, I see Naomi winning, and then I think we move on to some credible challenges. Obviously, they're going to have to be baby faces, so it won't be Becky, even though Becky's on Raw, and she would fit the bill, but it won't be her because she is a heel. So we're not going to do heel against heel. So, yeah, just need to have a look, see what babyface women there are. But to be honest with you, there's also potentially a draft that's coming up soon, because there was reports about a month or so ago that the draft was still going to happen. They were just looking post SummerSlam now. So that's potentially going to change everything. You know, when the conversation is, you know, probably going to get back around to, if Cena retains, who's he going to face? We've just thrown a few names out, right, about maybe AJ Styles being a good name, or a Jey Uso. But to be honest with you, like, there's going to be drafts that's going to kind of shake things up and take us in different directions. So, yeah, that could kick up the dust as well. So it could easily be someone that's over on a different brand that gets moved over and ends up facing Naomi. But I think Naomi does get through the SummerSlam weekend and remain as champion. Daze Christopher has tweeted something about Becky and some new music. Okay, let's have a look at that, shall we? Bang, bang. Let's move this over here and pop that there. Oh, I can't see it. I've actually blocked Elite Club SOB. I just can't cope with the bad takes anymore. Honestly. So if I go over, you know, no offense to them. I'm sure they do great stuff, whatever, but let me go over. It's worth me mentioning this because a lot of people tag me in their tweets. I've blocked them, so I can't even see it. The thing is, what they do is they get information from other places and they retweet it, right? So they'll say, this has come from WrestleVotes, this has come from Fightful, this has come from such and such. And I don't know if you've noticed, but they'll have the information and then they'll put like a personal opinion at the bottom, right? And I just consistently find myself getting very frustrated with the final bit they put at the bottom, because that final bit they put at the bottom, it's normally just something that I very adamantly disagree with. Not all the time, but on a regular enough occasion where I'm like, this is not someone that I would follow. If they were doing sharing opinions, I would not follow them, right? Because I don't share their opinions. Consistently, I don't share the same opinion. So I like the news. I think they do a great job with the news. And if they kept it at just that, I would, no problems. But I just can't cope with the flipping extra bit they put at the bottom, you know? So not when there's so many other people that do the same job, you know, that also basically just share. I mean, there's thousands of people that are doing it. Thousands of people are doing it. Thousands of people are sharing news they've got from Fightful or news they've got from different interviews and things along those lines. So, yeah. And they don't put in, like, bad takes. So I was done with that, to be honest. So about a week ago, I ended up blocking them. So I don't know what that says. and I'm okay with it. So, but it's only when you actually block like, you know, a big account like that, you start to realize like how often you get tagged in them. Like I get tagged in them a fair bit, but honestly, I really weighed it up as well. I really was like, I don't know whether I should or if I shouldn't, because like they might share some news that no one else shares. So they might share something that I need for unseen. And I was like, man, I don't know. Is this just a petty thing to do? But honestly, I've done it and I'm really pleased I did it. Because quite often I'd have to read like these bad takes and I'd be like, I just don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need to read this waffle. It would be like me sharing, like, obviously we do a lot of opinion, but I don't make people come and join us, you know? I don't make people come and hang out and kind of listen to what I'm saying. So I suppose what I'm saying is I don't force my opinions on people. I'm in a weird situation where I get people's opinions being sent to me. And if I look at them consistently and I just think they're absolute rubbish, I just don't need it, do I? So there we go. Worth knowing, and something worth mentioning because they are a very big account and I do get tagged in their stuff a lot, so don't bother because it'll never make it into unseen and I'll never even see it. So save it, save your time. I'd much rather you tag me in one of the other news accounts that don't put like their opinions on and just talk about the news. I'd much rather you do that. And there's loads of those. I mean, you've got things like Wrestle Purists that are good. You know, you've got people like Wrestling World CC. They're good. So there's quite a few. There's quite a few that I'm aware of that still do that. To be honest with you, a lot of news comes from the same places. And... oh, there we go. I mean, Sean Ross Sapp. Don't tag me in Sean Ross Sapp ones. But Becky Lynch will debut a new theme from the Wonder Years band. Fightful Selectors confirmed. I bet you this news has come from Fightful Select. I bet you it's come from Fightful Select. So I bet that Elite Club thing, I bet they're only just taken this news. I bet it says as per Fightful Select. It's just not needed, honestly. Just go to the source. Just go to Fightful. Just go to Fightful or just go to, like, the original source. So, there we go. Becky Lynch getting a new theme song from the band The Wonder Years. Boom. Right. Mohammed said, let Rhea with Jey in a storyline to keep her away from the title shot. Getting shots after shots since WrestleMania 40. Becky to SmackDown after the draft, says Mohammed. Okay. Kenzie says, Daze, I will be meeting Eugene and Ray Leverkusen, which was the MVP at the most recent tryouts. Right, Kenzie, have a great time. Shout out to you. Hannah said, Daze, an excellent wep, digging into Keemstar, Kid Behind the Camera, and Grim. It's only a matter of time before you go to Locale, and that would get extra views as it's big in YouTube. I do think that's interesting. It won't be something that interests people here, but yeah, there's obviously Tommy has actually appeared on Grim's Toy Show, and so we've kind of got that in common, me and Tommy, that we both appreciate what Grim has kind of brought to the figure world, the wrestling figure world. He was a big inspiration to me, Grim, when I first started, and so yeah, I've got a lot of time for Grim, and he's been putting out some videos recently, more talking about his personal life and what's going on with his wife, and they've broken up and it's dramatic, and there's just quite a bit going on. And because Tommy knows Grim, has been on his channel and was also inspired by Grim as well, like, that's why we kind of occasionally touch on that subject. To be honest, not something I'd really touch on here. I don't, you know, I'm happy to talk about Grim if people were to bring it up. It's been mentioned a few times, like, what do you think about Grim's Toy Show? And my answer's always been the same. I've got all the time in the world for Grim's Toy Show because he was an inspiration to me. There's a lot of a lot of wrestling YouTubers now that I don't know. I mean, the thing with doing like the amount of streaming that we do is that I'm just always streaming. I'm always talking to you guys. I'm getting opinions and stuff from you guys. And then if I'm not with you guys, I'm compiling unscenes and I'm kind of getting stuff together like that. So to be honest, I'm not active in that world at all, in like that kind of wrestling YouTube world. I'm just not active in that space. But before I started the channel, I was like a viewer that would watch, like, you know, Wrestling with Regret, and I would watch a bit of What Culture, not loads, just a little bit of What Culture. I always enjoyed like the King Ross stuff, you know. I thought that was good. I don't know if he still does that. I know they're Cultaholic now. And Grim. I used to watch Tommy. I used to watch Grim. I used to watch What Culture. There was no Cultaholic back then. They were over on What Culture. Wrestling with the Regret was around. He was doing great work. So, you know, that's kind of when I think of wrestling YouTube. I remember actually they did, wasn't it Wrestling with Regret did a big meet and greet. So he did this thing that I remember was kind of a big deal in Florida. I think it was Florida or Orlando. And it was for one of the WrestleManias. I'm thinking 33, WrestleMania 33. And it was, they were doing meet and greets. So they had Grimm's Toy Show, they had Wrestle with Regret, they had Adam Blumpier from What Culture. Thingy was going to be there, the guy from The Whole Effing Show. He is a very controversial person. He is, honestly, I mean, very controversial. He is a troll. I mean, he does go out of his way to just like go off on people. And actually, as soon as What Culture found out that he was there was this big falling out. I think it was called Internet Darlings, and there was a whole drama that was going on at the time. It was quite interesting. That's a bit of YouTube wrestling lore that is worth exploring. The whole Internet Darlings thing and what went down. That was being put together by Wrestling with Regret, and it went ahead, but Stephen Larson, I think, were there as well from Going In Raw. I don't know those guys, but they're always struck me as being really great guys, those two. So I can't say that I've watched their content much, but whenever I've seen it, I've always been like, yeah, they seem really cool. I really like those guys. So, yeah, that's, you know, Grim is something that we talk about occasionally over on the Wrestling Escape pod because I've got a lot of time for him. Dormouse, shout out to you. Labori said, Daze, I hope you're doing well. I'm doing good, thank you. I'm excited. I'm going to be going to Smackdown. I'm going to listen to your commentary throughout the show. Have a great stream. Labori, enjoy it, my friends. And yeah, I hope you have a great time. I think it should be a decent show. We haven't actually done the preview, have we? So that means we can maybe have a look at that now. So let's go WWE and call it up, and let's have a look, see what we've got. I know of a couple of things that are going down tonight. I said at the start of the stream, Giulia against Zelina. I think Jimmy against Talatonga has been announced as well. Yeah, here we go. We've got a preview. Let's go over. So this is the preview. Well, that's useful. Is that really what it says? Have they not added it, or is it just not loading correctly? Well, this is fun, isn't it? If we click back... Oh, it says results. Oh, that's strange, isn't it? Normally you click there and it says the word preview, but for some reason right now it says results. Looks like someone's botched. Someone has botched. So, okay, well, look, we've got a bit of a preview here. So, Damian Priest is going to collide with Aleister Black. Jimmy Uso is taking on Talatonga. Giulia takes on Zelina Vega in a Women's United States Championship match. And, of course, we've got John Cena and Cody Rhodes. They're going to be in the same building at the same time. And we are 24 hours away. 24 hours away from the start of SummerSlam. Obviously, there's a big countdown show. The countdown show is like 3 hours. So absolutely flipping huge. It's going to be a lot of nothingness again, though. You know, I mean, like the 2 hours is a lot of nothingness. I don't really understand why they've decided to do a 3-hour one, but they are. I don't know. I'm not down on it. It actually reminds me a little bit, you know, of the old FA Cup. So in the UK, we have a tournament called the FA Cup, and it's where like all the teams in the country are in this big knockout tournament, and it gets to the final, right, in May. And it's a pretty big deal. It's not as big as it used to be. But I remember when I was a kid, the coverage would start at about 12 o'clock midday, and there would be 3 hours of build getting towards the game, and then the game would kick off at like 3 o'clock. And I used to love that. If Man United were playing, obviously, I used to absolutely love it. I'm thinking 94, 95. Used to be brilliant. They used to tell you about like how the seasons had gone. They used to do sit-down interviews. Used to talk about what the history of the cup and what the teams could be, and just loads of stuff. Who's the players to look out for? And it was brilliant. I used to love that. Now you don't get anywhere near that anymore. They don't do anything like that anymore. So in regards to WWE, can't really be down on them doing something along those lines of like a 3-hour kind of, you know, build towards the show. The only downside is that we've obviously seen so many. I mean, with the FA Cup, that's only once a year in May. But with WWE, they have a show on and they do countdown shows every month. So we see these quite often, and we kind of know that there's not really much to them, to be honest. If they were to do it just once a year, like a 3-hour countdown, and they were to have like, you know, exclusive guests on and like make it a massive deal, like that would be so good. So, yeah, I'm not really expecting much out of those. I'm sure we'll just be chatting away whilst it's on. But, yeah, it does mean that things will start even earlier tomorrow. We'll be starting an hour before those countdown shows so that we can just chat away. We'll chat during the countdown shows, but I don't really like... They can be a bit distracting, honestly, because like it's much nicer now to be talking and not have anything that I need to be worrying about, you know. We are absolutely distraction free for the next hour and 50 minutes. So for the next hour and 50 minutes, we can just chat, and that's good. We can get into some topics, but as soon as as soon as the show starts, then of course our attention turns to that. Right, D Rogers, shout out to you, buds, said 5 months already. D Rogers, it goes by so fast, doesn't it? Goes by so quickly. Really appreciate the support, dudes. Right, Zoso said it's weird to think, but if you guys across the pond watch the show at a different time, I can't imagine watching at 1 a.m. instead of 8. It's funny, I can't really imagine watching it any other time apart from 1. I mean, it's always been that way. And honestly, when you're younger, it can actually be really exciting. So the thing is that at that time, there's no, you know, for example, when you're off school, like, so when it used to be school holidays, or, you know, you was off from college or something like that, and you could just go round to mates or whatever, and they had Sky and you could just watch it. I mean, just fantastic. To be able to kind of watch live when, to be honest, a lot of my youth I was not able to watch live. I was just getting lots of videotapes. My uncle would just set the recorder and it would just record the shows. And he used to just like do that. So I would just get like videotapes. I'd watch them, give them in back, and he'd just record over them again. And I did that for years. So to get the opportunity to actually sit down and watch live was really special when I was young. And, you know, it's not often at that age when you're young that you would get to stay up at like 1 o'clock in the morning. So it's, do you know what I mean? Like, you know, everyone else is, it's weird, isn't it? When you know everyone's asleep and you know that you're kind of staying up, and there's not really too many other. I mean, there's blooming loads of people that are still up, of course. There's night shifts going on in the world, and hospitals, and all this kind of stuff. That's where there's people that are awake, but you don't really think about that. So it's got this kind of weird sort of like feel to it. When you're a kid, it's got a bit of a, I shouldn't be really doing this kind of a feel, You're so used to, being asleep by that point that, I don't know. It's one of those where it just adds a little extra to it. To be honest, not just another show. That's the point I'm making. Like, because it's on so early in the morning, you do have to go out of your way to watch it, or you have to go out your way to record it, or it's always been, I don't want to say an inconvenience, but it's always been like you've got to go out your way to watch it. And I think in a way that just makes it special. It's not a show that you can just flick through the channels and just watch, should we watch the wrestling? It's like you got to go out of your way to watch it. It's on in the early hours of the morning. And honestly, all that has done is just made the product more special in my mind. Because, you have to, we've said before, haven't we, about figures. Like, I love going to the shops and trying to find figures. I don't love ordering them and having them arrive, because I think that there is something in going and doing the legwork. I think there's something in looking and sometimes not finding. And then when you do find it, it's like, yes, thank God they've got one. I've tried 3 other shops and they didn't have it. And like, thank God, yes, it looks really good. It makes you appreciate it more, right? You could probably order it in this day and age. It comes in the post. I've had figures come in the post. I give them a look. Yeah, that's cool. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't feel any connection with it because I just ordered it and, well, I'll order the next ones and that's it. But it's somewhat different if you're doing the legwork and actually going to the shops and maybe suffering some setbacks. I sort of feel like that's the same with the show for me. The fact you have to put in that little extra work does sort of make you appreciate it just that little bit more than if it was just 8 o'clock. So, yeah, I can understand that being a bit strange for people that obviously are not this side of the pond. Dormouse said it really does go by fast. Holy shiz. Dormouse, a member for 14 months. Dormouse, shout out to you. We have got let me go to the channel so I can get the full name. The Jitters. The Jitters, I have subscribed to your channel. So, the Jitters, shout out to you, my friend. The Jitters said, would we do Seth cashing in on Punk if Punk wins the title? I feel like he's a thorn in Punk's side, but then have we seen them enough now? Would I do Punk cash in? Would I do Seth cashing in on Punk? I would, if Seth was going to cash in, I wouldn't have Punk win the title. I would have Seth get in the match before Punk wins the title. I think Seth wants to do whatever he can to make sure that Punk is not a world champion again. And so have him cash in before the match actually ends. A la WrestleMania 31. A la Heist of the Century. I think we could absolutely run that again. Have we seen enough of that? Yes. I think that people would be a little frustrated with it, but I think if this is the plan, I think the hope was that fans wouldn't have seen it coming. A whole injury would have been faked, and hopefully the fans would appreciate, like, damn, that is good, actually. That is clever. That they were able to kind of like pull the wool over our eyes, like that is good. So I think the initial idea when they will have sat down and planned this, if this is what's happening, I think they would have been hoping that people would have been impressed with the actual story, with the creative, with the fact they used Saturday night's main event to plant a seed. And that it actually be a bit of, we criticize them for not having any kind of long-term storytelling, but, and I know it's not that long, but they will have had to have done something at Saturday night's main event in order to, set up the cash-in for SummerSlam. And I think that, that would have been That would have been very clever. If that is what they've done, even though it's now been spoiled and word has got out, I will still say that is very, very clever and very well done, because I have changed my mind a few times as to whether this is real or not. It's been a couple of times where I've been like, I think this is a work. But then when the match ended at Saturday night's main event, I was like, oh, but now I don't know. Because the way that match has ended, like, there's certain expectations that you have. There's certain things that they do that are tells. And actually, the way that match ended was not in line with what you would have expected if it was a work. So, you know, it was one of those where you go, okay, no, I'm not too sure here. So, you know, they managed to successfully create enough doubt whereby if word hadn't have leaked that this was a work, and that word might be incorrect, by the way. I'm not saying that it absolutely is. I'm not saying that Seth absolutely is faking this, but word seems to be that he is, right? And that the Paul Heyman and Seth have done this as a plan so that no one sees it coming, right? And I think to a degree they would have succeeded. I think they would have succeeded if I think it was Wrestling Observer that reported that they'd found out it was all pre-planned. So yeah, I would still give them praise for doing this. I still would give them praise and would say, like, they've done a good job there. I don't think people are actually still 100% that this is a work, honestly. I mean, there's something coming up in Unseen, right? Let me go over and I'll show you Unseen. So if I just go in the folders that I've got, this from my bookie, right? So at the moment, does Seth cash in at SummerSlam? This is the latest odds from my bookie. 7 hours ago they posted this. Does Seth cash in at SummerSlam? The bigger the minus number, the more favorite it is, right? So we're looking for the minus number. No, he does not cash in is the favorite. Minus 400. Minus 400. Yes, plus 250. So actually, minus 400 it's a pretty big favourite, to be honest. Minus 400, it's a pretty big favourite. That's a big favourite in UFC terms. So minus 400 that he does not cash in. So actually, the bookies are thinking he won't cash in. So this is where we are in regards to the latest odds on if he cashes in or not, which I didn't even know they had those odds out there. So I thought this was a really, really interesting post. So the point is that even now, with word having leaked, there's still enough doubt out there where I think this has been a really clever, really well executed plan, you know. So we're going to have to wait and see if he actually does or if he doesn't. So I think I get your point about, is it too repetitive? Because, you know, they just can't, like, CM Punk just can't escape Seth. But, well, I don't know. Does it lead to them doing, like, a big kind of Hell in a Cell? You know, the Hell in the Cell match ended Punk's feud with Drew last year. Do we need to do something like that so we can just end this feud with Seth? And actually, the other thing I would say is, who better for CM Punk to get the title from than the person that has been the biggest thorn in his side, which would be Seth Rollins. Like, you can make an argument it was Drew, but what if Seth does cash in, get the championship, ends up losing it to CM Punk at WrestleMania? Maybe we do Hell in a Cell at WrestleMania 42, Seth Rollins, CM Punk, and we actually get, like, you know, the match there, and CM Punk wins the championship at WrestleMania 42. So I think there is a way forwards. I think there is a way where we can make this work and it not be too, like, repetitive or whatever. But I do understand. I feel like we've got to be in the final throes of this thing, you know? I feel like we've got to be at the point where because we did the triple threat match at SummerSlam. And so, at WrestleMania, sorry. And yeah, it's one of those where I'm also in that same boat where I'm not like, I feel like from the very first moment Punk came back, Seth obviously has stormed and had to be like around and had to be held back and has been absolutely livid. And I feel like this, even though they've not actually been in matches much, I still feel like there's been a lot of like Seth Punk kind of conversation where I'm like, I'm really ready to kind of see him move on. It's great actually that he's facing Gunther. I think that feels like quite a fresh matchup. That feels like a different opponent, feels like a good match. It feels like I'm not burnt out on that story. I do feel a little burnt out on this one, but if we're now going to move into like, you know, a final chapter of this thing and actually CM Punk ends up getting the title from Seth, maybe you can see like a real purpose as to why we would do it. And honestly, I don't think Punk would want to win that belt from anyone other than CM Punk. It would, other than Seth. It would be the person he'd probably most want to win it from. If he could take that belt from anyone, I think Seth Rollins is the person he'd love to take it from. So, yeah, I think there is a good chance that it happens. I predicted that Seth will cash in. You know, when it comes to this that we do, there's a lot of uncertainty and there's not much that you can kind of hang your hat on, right? There's obviously a lot of rumor and some of that turns out to be true. Some of that turns out to be false. You just have to kind of use the information that's out there to just try and find the best way forwards. I think Wrestling Observer coming out saying they had heard that this was a work and that this wasn't, this was planned and he was going to cash in and it was going to be a big, you know, gotcha, we fooled you type moment. I can totally see that being what Paul Heyman and Seth Rollins would do. So as a result of me being able to like see that happening in my mind, I mean, it just makes so much sense. That is exactly what they would do. And he is so adamant that CM Punk will not be world champion that whilst he's around. I mean, he's always said, like, over my dead body. And honestly, yeah, I'm really expecting the cash in. I even said the other day, I'll be more shocked if he doesn't cash in than if he does. If Seth comes down, I'll be like, right, yes, it's happening, here we go. I mean, I already know that. I already know there won't be a big reaction because I'm expecting it. I will be more shocked if he does not cash in than if he does. So, but I could be alone on that, or not alone, but in the minority, because the latest betting odds are that Seth does not cash in. Daze Thong Speedo, is that what it is? Let me go to channel. Daze Thong Speedos. That is a nice image as well. It's lovely to see them again. Daze Thong Speedo said, Daze, I miss you. The poor boy stretches me out. Help me. I'm afraid you're on your own. I'm afraid you are on your own. You're not my concern. You've been replaced. I have now gone full on mankini. So I'm afraid that the Speedos, the thongs, it's just a distant memory now. So I wish you all the very best in your future endeavors. Angie, Joshua, shout out to you. Do I follow you guys? I've started doing this now where I like to try and follow people back. Yeah, I do. Good. Daze, I just wanted to let everyone know that the surgery went well. Brilliant. Still a bit sore, but I am looking forward to this weekend and SummerSlam. So, Angie, shout out to you. Angie, Joshua, shout out to you. Appreciate the update and pleased to hear that it went well. So, yes, recover, relax, chill. And as you said, what a weekend for just having to sit back, relax, and just watch a bit of wrestling as we've got SummerSlam, obviously, on deck. And it should be a really good show. Really good show. Edward said, Daze, how are you? I'm good, thanks. I hope all is well. I'm looking forward to night one more than night two. The only match I'm looking forward to on night two is Cody Cena. What are you most looking forward to? I'm looking forward to quite a bit, honestly. I think the card is not bad. I mean, excitement-wise, I'm probably at an 8. I think that we've said before, some matches that I personally would change. I'm not a huge fan of Roman and Jey against Braun and Bronson. The reason for that is because I'm just not a fan of putting singles wrestlers into tag matches. The reason for that is because it just doesn't mean anything. They don't operate in a tag division. So, if Roman loses that match, it doesn't change anything in regards to his standing as a singles wrestler. I don't feel like it helps Braun and Bronson, loads. It's not like they can brag that they got a win over Roman, they got a win over Jey, but in your mind, you're going to know that it wasn't in a singles match. It wasn't just Bron Breakker testing himself against Roman Reigns. If Bron Breakker was to beat Roman in a singles match and it be clean, that's a much different situation, yeah? But in a tag match, there's so many moving parts. I mean, so they lose a tag match. Even Braun and Bronson, I mean, they haven't teamed as a tag team that much. So even if they lose, well, so what? I mean, all that says to me is they're probably not going to be tag champs anytime soon. But it doesn't really change anything. It doesn't really affect anything. So, it's a way of getting all of them into the same match. We've kind of built up a bit of a, sort of Bloodline against Seth's group kind of little mini thing, It'd be good, actually, if Seth was in that match and, say, Jimmy, and we could maybe do a bit more of like a, even more Bloodline versus Seth's group type dynamic. But, that might have improved it a little more in my mind, but of course we've not gone that way. And so, we are where we are, and it'll be fine. It'll be fun. I'm not hating on it, but it's just, could we have done something better? I think we could. I would much rather have done Roman Bron Breakker as a singles match, for example, but whatever, right? Tiffany against Jade. I don't know, man. I mean, there's so many great women that Tiffany Stratton against Jade. First of all, it's like face versus face, which is a little bit weird, but we've done many face versus face matches before. But I don't know, little strange, because they're trying to build up Jade's, but Tiffany's going to be more popular. So what does this match do for Jade's? I don't think the crowd are going to be split 50-50. I think Tiffany's way more popular than Jade is, but Jade is not a heel. So you're kind of putting Jade in a big match at SummerSlam where, as a babyface, she's not going to get much in the way of reaction, which just, from a booking point of view, is really weird. I find that very strange. So, I don't know, we are where we are. Tiffany is obviously going to be the more popular wrestler, but I think we can agree that she had a really good kind of arrival to the main roster where she made an impression. And I just sort of feel like her promos have kind of lost their way. Can't recall any really great promos. The only promo I can recall from her is the one that went disastrously wrong with Charlotte. That's the most infamous promo that she's done, the Norton 3 comment. Match-wise, she's very athletic. She's obviously got a gymnastics background. She's very good in that regard. But as I've said, if you watch her in action and watch her this weekend, there will be moments in her match where she does a drop kick, or she'll do a swanton bomb, or she'll do, an enziguri or something, and she will really lay it in, right? Which is good on the one hand, but I don't think it's safe. I think that she is a bit rough around the edges, and I think that she potentially could end up hurting someone. I've seen her do splashes where she lands on people's faces. She did a swanton at the last PLE where she just absolutely cracked them, the way that she landed on them, it was brutal. I think it was in her match actually against Trish is the one that I'm recalling. I think there was some moments in that match again where she really lays it in. So I sort of feel like with Trish, with Tiffany, she's still learning. This is not me throwing shade at her. This is me saying she's only been wrestling for 3 years. Actually, the amount from the moment she walked in the door at the Performance Center to where she is now, it has been a really, really quick journey. She's really grabbed it and picked it up, and she's constantly improving. I think she's going to be, just getting better and better and better. But I think she's at a point right now where she still can make mistakes. I think she's at a point right now where some of her moves are a little bit rough around the edges, and she could end up hurting someone. And it's like, I think she needs to be in with someone that's got experience, that can slow things down, that can give us some feedback during the match, that, they're going to have good communication. Like, I think she's going to benefit by being in there with someone like that. And that ain't Jade, is it? That ain't Jade's. That's not what... So I don't think anyone's looking at this match thinking it's going to be one of the best matches of the weekend. And actually, this thing could get a little sloppy. So to be honest with you, I'm going to watch that match, and I'm going to be looking to see, does it become sloppy? Does it kind of fall apart? Are there going to be some rough moments? Because I'm expecting them, and it'll be great if there isn't. It'll be great if they can produce the match, put a match together where those two can go out and actually put on a really good match. But I'm not going in expecting that. I'm thinking it's going to be a little bit rough. So, again, if we're talking about SummerSlam cards and what would you book, I would not book Tiffany versus Jade. They have, and so I'm really interested to see how it goes. So, Tiffany Jade, I think there's real interest there because of how that match is going to go. We spoke about the Roman match. I don't think a win makes a huge difference for either side. I think if you was to say who would it help more to get a win, clearly Braun and Bronson, yeah? Them getting a win, because they can brag about it. They can say they beat Roman, they beat Jey, right? And they can brag about that, and that would be a big achievement for their group. So personally, I hope they win, because I think it helps them more. But at the end of the day, it's still a tag match that's not going to make a great difference. So... yeah. And then as well as that, the Jelly Roll match, of course. Randy, Jelly Roll, Logan, and Drew. I could book something much better than that. I'm sure you could as well. We're not going to talk about celebrities. Everyone understands. So, there's a couple of matches there that I'm looking at, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not really into those. Those are the ones that I would cut. And to be honest with you, I think Tiffany's match is night one. I think the Jelly Roll match might be night one. And Roman is night one as well. So night one for me is, of the two, the weaker nights. Night two, I think, is really, really solid. Night two looks like it's got... in my mind, it's all championship matches. It's got... potentially what could be the match of the weekend, which is going to be the TLC match. So, yeah, TLC match has gone to night two. That is going to be a banger, right? Dominik against AJ Styles, I actually think is going to be really fun, because Dominik can hold his end of the bargain. He can sell and bump really well. And AJ Styles is like, we spoke earlier about some of the best pure wrestlers. AJ should have been mentioned, right? Because of his technical abilities. Like, he should have been mentioned. Daniel Bryan should have been mentioned. That match, I think, will be good. I don't know that it's going to steal the show, steal the weekend, but I actually think that it's probably a bit underrated. It's probably going to be better than some people are expecting, and that's going to be great. Solo Jacob, not crazy into it, but they've added the steel cage element, which I really like. So steel cage match, not down on that. It's probably my favorite stipulation. Back in the day when we had the big blue cage, like, a steel cage match really meant something. You didn't see them that often, and when you did see them, there was normally bloods, and it was normally exciting. And I've still got that. I know we've got Hell in a Cell now. I know we've got Elimination Chamber now. I know we've got other match types now, but there's something about a steel cage match that, from a nostalgia point of view, still hits quite hard for me. I do wish it was the blue cage, of course. Like that would kind of hit nostalgia even more. But yeah, even so, I'm excited for the fact we've got a steel cage match. Becky, Lyra, they've always had great matches. I know people are a bit bored of that. I'm okay with one last final showdown. I'm okay with that. Naomi, Rhea, Io. I think people will be excited by that. Rhea, Io was one of the best matches of the one of the best women's matches of all time. A lot would say. We're just adding Naomi because of her obviously cashing in at Evolution, and then of course John Cena, Cody Rhodes, which is the biggest match of the weekend. But not only that, I think it's hard to know who's going to leave as champion. I genuinely think from a predicting point of view, this is honestly one of the hardest cards I can ever remember. I would say easily one of the hardest cards of the past few years to predict. Normally you can predict a show and you get, I don't know, 8 out of 10 or 9 out of 10. A lot of people get 10 out of 10 because you know where we're going. There's rumors as to what's next. There's rumors as to, you know, kind of where different championships are going to be and who the next challengers are going to be. And you can kind of put some pieces together. But in regards to what's next for John or what's next for Cody, there's been no words. We have no idea. We have no idea what is next. There is nothing concrete on what Clash in Paris is going to look like. No idea whatsoever. So the reason why that obviously is a big factor is because not only do we not know who's leaving as the champion, but we also don't know what it means in regards to who's going to be face, who's going to be heel. Are we going to get the double turn? And, you know, you've got all that element as well. We know Cena will turn back face eventually. There's no way that he leaves at the end of the year as a heel. So he's going to turn back face eventually. Is it going to be this weekend? There's honestly no word. The only thing that I've seen, which we've covered in Unseen, is that there is no current plans to turn Cody heel. Whether that's true or not, that came from Body Slam Net. Right? So whether that is true or not, I don't know. But all I can tell you is what's being rumoured, what's out there, what's coming from decent sources. And that is one that has been reported. Outside of that, there's nothing. Yeah. So it's one of those, isn't it? That's like really, I think, really interesting. I think this whole card is really hard to predict. There's some matches, like I think Naomi is pretty straightforward. I feel like I'll be shocked if Naomi doesn't get the win. I feel pretty confident for the Wyatt Six retaining because they didn't long get those titles. I would be surprised if Randy Orton and Jelly Roll don't get the victory. I think they will. But outside of that, I don't really have massive confidence. I think the women's tag match could go either way. I know that Charlotte and Alexa are firm favourites, but I still think you can kick that can down the road a little more. I'm still a big believer that we could go to Paris and they could win the titles there. In my mind, it doesn't have to be that they win at SummerSlam. So, you know, Raquel and Roxanne could find a way of just getting through, surviving by the skin of their teeth. And the reason why that would be important is because I think we're trying to build up Roxanne as a serious Liv Morgan replacement. I think we're trying to really build up that she is someone that can get the job done whilst Liv isn't around. And I don't know how Judgment Day losing would kind of help with that. So part of me thinks, does it not make sense to have Judgment Day retain for Roxanne to be the hero and for us to celebrate Roxanne on Monday and for Raquel to be showering praise on Roxanne and actually being like, do you know what, fair play. Well done. You got the job done for us. And actually, you know, we take some steps forwards with Roxanne, you know, being a serious replacement for Liv. Charlotte and Alexa can feel cheated, you know, and it could be that they get a rematch and we end up putting the belts on them, you know, Clash in Paris or a little further down the road, right? Women's tag titles we've seen change hands on like Raw and SmackDown. These are belts that we don't even need to wait for a PLE to make that change. So I sort of look at that and I'm like, I don't feel as confident for Charlotte and Alexa as the bookies do. Tiffany Jade, I think, could go either way. I think Jade is slight favourite, but there's not much in it. I think that Sammy Carrion could go either way. I think Sammy is slight favourite, but there's not much in it. Gunther Punk's hard to predict because, of course, we don't know if Seth's going to cash in, so that makes that difficult. Cena Cody, there's no word on where we're going, so that makes that difficult. Becky Lyra is an interesting one. I mean, Lyra could go off into some other feud. She doesn't necessarily need the title. Same could be said for Becky, though. She's had a bit of a run. It's not been very long. She could have a longer run. So that could go either way, to be honest. I think Lyra is slight favourite, but again, the odds are not very big. Do you know that we looked at this yesterday? Solo and Jacob have got the exact same odds. Solo and Jacob, the exact same odds. Even the bookies for that match are like, don't know, I'm not sure. Could go either way. So you look at that and you go, Jesus. So it's all down the cards with a few exceptions that this, I think, is one of the harder ones to predict. And yeah, I think, honestly, if you get 10 out of 12 correct, something along those lines, maybe even 9 out of 12, I think you can be really proud of that. I think you can be really proud. If you're going to get 3 out of 12 or 4 out of 12, you know, maybe not so much. But if you're going to get like 9, 10, 11, 12 out, I mean, if you get 12 out of 12, I'll be amazed. I think this will be a real hard one to get 12 out of 12 on. So I would say get your predictions done and just be honest with it as well. I mean, you'll know if you're telling the truth or not. And just be honest as to how, you know, you do with your predictions. Because genuinely, I think this is one where if you can get a good 9, 10, 11 or 12 out of 12 correct, very impressive. Very, very impressive. Because I think a lot of these could go either way. Nico said, Daze, I just finished Unreal and I really enjoyed it. I'm so excited for the weekend. I do think that something big is going to happen to start a Cena face turn. Maybe The Rock could beat up Cody and Cena stops it, says Nico. Honestly, maybe. I mean, again, word on the street is no Cody heel turn at the moment. So your scenario would fit that. No internal conversation about The Rock being there, but I have always put the caveat on that why would they be talking about it internally? If The Rock was going to be there, why would anyone internally mention it? It would be a surprise. So actually, The Rock getting involved, I really don't rule it out. I don't rule it out. I didn't put it in my predictions because I'd just be guessing, right? I'd have nothing to base it on other than if he's free and people saw how upset the fans were for him not being at WrestleMania, he might be like, let's make sure that I'm there for SummerSlam. We screwed them up a little bit at WrestleMania. Let's give them The Rock at SummerSlam. But he can only do that if he's available. He can only do that if his schedule allows, and I have no idea that his schedule is actually going to allow for that to happen. Obviously, we hope it does, because if he comes down and starts beating up on Cody, you know, that'll be really exciting. And, you know, that will be kind of the X factor that's been missing, really. I mean, what made the finish of the story that extra special was The Rock getting involved and the whole final boss and Cody being beaten with that belt in the rain by outside his bus. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, loads of those little elements that were kind of so good in the build to WrestleMania 40 that were missing in the build to WrestleMania 41. If we get some of those at SummerSlam and just after SummerSlam, like, fantastic. I am right with you. I am also going to be keeping the fingers crossed that something like that goes that way. There's not been any words on if Cena's going to turn back face at SummerSlam. There's no words on that, so I don't have like a read on that. I suppose the only thing that I've been thinking is that there's just some other faces that he can face first. You know, like, I'm surprised they've not done the Jey match, to be honest, because Jey is pretty big over single star. You know, he is someone that had a little run with the World Heavyweight Championship. They took it back off him, obviously. I think they kind of... I don't think they feel that he is the right guy to carry that belt. I don't think they feel that he's quite got enough for him to be long-term champ. But they were invested enough to actually give him that moment at WrestleMania. You know, he won the Royal Rumble. The crowd were yeeting. They wanted to see Jey reach the mountaintop. He did it. Box ticked. But unfortunately, you know, he loses it back to Gunther shortly after, right? But even so, like, Jey getting an opportunity to go up against John Cena, with how over Jey is with the live crowds, I am genuinely surprised we've not done that match. I really would have thought we would have found a way of kind of doing a Jey Uso match. Like Saturday night's main event. Do you know what I mean? Like, not a big PLE. I think, didn't he face, like, R-Truth twice, John? Like, we could have lost one of those and we could have done a Jey Uso match instead. We could have done the R-Truth match and we could have done a Jey Uso match instead. I am genuinely surprised we've not done that. So part of me wonders if that's still to come. And as we mentioned, like, AJ Styles was one of John Cena's greatest matches, series of matches, actually. It was more than one. And, you know, I think that if John wants to put on, like, the best match possible in this final run, going up against Cody is obviously not bad. Cody is capable of some good stuff. But AJ, you know, he is one of the best ever to step into a professional wrestling ring. And that's another match I find myself wondering if we're going to kind of run back. So there's still a couple there. But it's one of those where genuinely you just might not be able to get to everybody. You might not be able to do all the matches that you would like to do. And so, yeah, maybe we do turn him back face. And maybe it's time for him to face some of the heels and actually go through some of the heels, like have a match with Drew, for example. Maybe have a match with Seth, if Seth's going to, you know, be back now. And rumor is his final match will be with Gunther, of course. So that one feels like it's definitely locked in. Football Talk said, Daze, who do we think will answer the open challenge tonight against the AAA tag champs? I've not heard on any rumours as to who it could be. I don't think it's going to be anything massive, to be honest with you. I find myself wondering if it might be some people from AAA, what with it being the AAA tag belts. But I don't think they would give TV time on the eve of SummerSlam over to like, you know, AAA talent. So I'm thinking it's just going to be, you know, just one of the tag teams. And it's just going to be like one of the Smackdown tag teams. I'm not anticipating anything major because WWE have not made anything major out of it. In fact, it's not even on the official preview. So, you know, I mean, there's no graphic for it. The challenge, I believe, was sent after last week's show as well. So I don't think it doesn't strike me as a major thing. It could be that they're just doing that to catch us off guard. You know, I mean, could you imagine if it was the Hardy Boys or something like this? Could you imagine if it was a real surprise? And they've just sort of downplayed it so that we don't see it coming. I mean, again, amazing. If that's what they've done, then they would deserve a lot of praise. But it's hard to make a prediction that it's going to be someone like the Hardys, or, you know, it's going to be any kind of like exciting team when, I don't know, the announcement was not very exciting. The fact that it's not been mentioned on the socials, the fact it doesn't feature on the preview makes me think they're not hyping this thing up to be any kind of big deal. So it might just be one of the tag teams that's involved tomorrow that answers it. And we sort of use that match as a way to kind of promote tomorrow. You know, or Sunday. I think they fight Sunday, don't they? So it could be that, like, Street Profits come down, or it could be that Motor City come down and they answer that challenge. We get a banging match, and whilst the match is on, commentary can just talk about the TLC match that's going to go down at SummerSlam, and it just be used as something like that. So, unfortunately, I think the reason why you've not seen much hype around it or talk about it, I don't think, myself included, anyone's expecting it to be anything that crazy. But great question, though, Football Talk, because that had actually slipped my mind. That's how little WWE have spoke about it. So, great question. So, Nico, shout out to you. Football Talk, shout out to you. Let's go down. Hassan, hello. Hassan, do I follow you? Let's have a look. No, but I do know. Hassan said, Daze, are there any expectations that this show will be good or not? Maybe predictable. What do we think we want to see different in 2026? My expectations are that this will be better than Raw. Raw was a very mixed opinion show. I obviously do opinion videos, so I get to see what the community thinks of shows. And I was actually a little surprised that there was so much positivity for Raw, because I really struggled. I really struggled with that show. It was one of the hardest shows for me to watch, in the sense of there was so little on there that I felt engaged with or cared about or felt connected with, that I would just sort of zone out from it, read the chat, answer questions, and then kind of go back and have a look. Nothing was grabbing me. People were tagging in and doing the odd spot little move, and I was like, and then just going back. I mean, it was a lot of nothing tag matches and matches that didn't matter. And it was until we got to the end with the Bronson and Braun beatdown and Roman coming out. I think it's a very, very skippable show, a throwaway show. I mean, I gave it a 5, and I was really like, if it was going to be like that every week, this would be a challenge to kind of do these watch-alongs, honestly. That was so far below any standard that I would hope for, you know. We were actively starting to go into a bad range, in my opinion, right? We were actively the show was becoming bad. I think it comes down to me that you want a show that feels like you've got to watch it. You want a show that feels like it's important to tune in. Every show that WWE put on, you have to, afterwards, you should be able to ask the question, was that worth my time? Because I think we forget, or we don't, maybe we don't put enough value on our time that we should. But like, we spend a lot of our time. I mean, life is precious. Time is precious. You only get one life, right? I believe. I mean, obviously you could get reincarnated, but you're not going to be remembering this life that you had. So, you know, time is very, very precious. Think of the amount of time that you give over to professional wrestling. I mean, it's a big commitment in a week to sit down and watch 2.5 hours of Raw, 2 hours of NXT, 2 hours of SmackDown every single week, right? We watch Evolve as well. And then, of course, you've got what's going on this weekend with SummerSlam. I think that it's really not unfair after a show that's 2 hours plus to sit down and go, was that worth my time? Did what I watched there, was that worth my time? And of course the answer is not always going to be yes. Of course it's not always going to be yes. But I think this year in particular, the answer has on too many occasions been no, honestly. I think the answer too many times in 2025 has been no, and it was definitely a no on Monday. Now, of course, it was a go-home show. And as I said, mixed reaction. There was plenty of people out there that felt the answer was yes. But I can only tell you how I felt. And I really felt like the answer was no. It was not worth my time. I could have spent that 2 hours doing something better, more constructive, right? Than watching the episode of Raw that we had. So what I'm looking for tonight is I'm looking for me to answer that question, and for the answer to be yes, I think it was worth my time. And I am actually a bit optimistic that the answer will be yes, because I think Giulia against Zelina is going to be interesting. I think that match should hopefully be good. I mean, the one benefit of having wrestlers that don't get TV time on a regular basis is that when they do get TV time or they do get opportunity, the hunger is there. And Zelina is not someone that's had loads of opportunity. She did have a run with the title, but she then lost it to Giulia. I don't know when Zelina's next opportunity is going to come along. And so really one of the best things you can do is to go out there and kill it and make sure that creative and WWE and the fans and everyone, they know that you are someone that should be used on a regular basis. This is your opportunity to go out there and shine, yeah? We put stars on shows. Show us you are an undeniable star. And you do that by killing promos, killing matches, killing your segments, entertaining the crowd, connecting with the crowds. And listen, Giulia's got the belt. I don't expect her to lose it. But can Zelina go out there and show, okay, I might not be in the running for a title right now, but I am undeniable. You have got to feature me. And the way you do that is by going out there and killing it. So I'm interested in that match. I don't think that Zelina wins, but I'm still interested to see, is she going to go out there? Is she going to kill it? Is she going to own it? Is she going to grab it? Yeah. So I'm genuinely looking forward to that. You can't be down on Cody Cena, even though I'm expecting it to be a go-home segment where not much is said. You can't be down on those two being face-to-face. It's our main event of SummerSlam. We've got the video, we got the segment tonight where we're going to see them in the ring one last time. And as well, this might be the last time they're ever in the ring together because, like promo-wise, because of the fact that they've already faced at WrestleMania. Now they're going to face at SummerSlam. Are we really going to do it a third time? I don't know. I don't know that we are. So this could be it for Cena, Cody, face-to-face. The next time they face will be in the match. And after that match, that could be it. That could be the last time they face. That could be the last time they interact. They both could go now in different directions. So I think that's kind of interesting. Talatonga is actually in action on this SmackDown. I think that's going to be interesting because Talatonga, they've been building up as a beast, as a problem. He's going to need to look good against Jimmy. I think he will. But there's a reason to watch that match because Talatonga is like the next big thing, if you will, right? I mean, they're trying to build him up as being a problem for Jacob. They're trying to build him up as like Jacob cleans house, but here's Talatonga. This is the new wrecking machine. So if we're going to present him that way, he's going to need to get the win, obviously, against Jimmy. He's going to need to look good. He's going to need to be quite brutal. So my point is that rather than just having nothing tag matches that really do not matter, right? We've actually got some stuff tonight that I think you can get your teeth into. A Cody and Cena segment, a Giulia Zelina title match, Talatonga in action against Jimmy, right? And also we've got Damian against Alistair, which has been building for a good few weeks. And a lot of people thought that was going to make the SummerSlam card, and it hasn't. So we're doing it here instead. So honestly, I am actually a little optimistic coming into this show. I am actually sitting here with positivity thinking, yeah, this should be worth my time. This should be better than Raw, and it should be a nice little setup for SummerSlam. The second part of your question is, what do we want to see different in 2026? I think they need more OMG moments, which I know is easier said than done. But if you think back to like the Attitude Era, they were having to do a lot of OMG moments each week because they were battling against Nitro. So they needed to get your attention. They needed to be the better show. They were going head to head. And if they're going to go big, they've got to go big. And so what you ended up getting was week after week after week, the shows they were putting out were trying to grab attention. They were trying to outdo the show that was on the other network, yeah? You think their show's good, look at what we're doing, right? And the reason why I bring that up is because a lot of people have got affection for the Attitude Era. And I would not go back to that in that regard, because the problem with that approach is you have to rush a lot of things. You have to do a lot of nonsense stuff, right? A lot of real stupid stuff because you've just got a shock. It's not so much about, is this a good thing to do? It's more, is it going to get a reaction? Is it going to shock people? Is it going to be a talking point? And so there is a lot that happens in the Attitude Era that I don't think has aged very well, that I don't think you would do if you wasn't in a war, right? If you wasn't battling against WCW, I don't think you would do a lot of the stuff they did. I think they only did it because they were just so desperately trying to get attention, right? The point I'm making is that that's what it was like in the Attitude Era, and there's a lot of people that love that era as a result because of the talking points, because of the big moments. We find ourselves now the complete opposite to the Attitude Era. Could not be more opposite if we tried. Attitude Era was edgy, we're PG. Attitude Era was non-stop talking points. We pretty much get none, right? Look at the build to WrestleMania, show after show after show. We were waiting for big talking points, for big moments, for things that would make a video package, and we just got very little. I mean, it was promos or matches, and that was about it. There really wasn't much outside of that. I mean, I remember Drew getting smashed into like a car windscreen in London, right? And I remember being like, yes, this is what we've been waiting for. Just something a bit different. Just something that's not just a promo or a match. Like, I remember Tiffany jumping off a Titantron, right? And again, it's like, yes, this is what we want. Just, do you know what I mean? Just something that's not a promo or a match. Give us something that's a little different, that's a talking point, that's, do you know what I mean? Something. I mean, I feel like the biggest talking point, other than Cena turning heel, of course, was Tiffany and Charlotte going off the rails and their segments being derailed. I mean, genuinely going into WrestleMania, people were like really looking forward to that match now because I want to know if it's going to just descend into carnage. We were all excited for that match because we just wanted to know if it was going to go off the tracks. And so it took something going wrong. It took something not going to plan to be one of the biggest talking points because there was no other talking points. Even Cena's exchanges with Cody were very like him coming out berating the fans, Cody coming out sticking up for the fans, and that was it. I mean, there wasn't really anything more creative than that. And so we've gone from an Attitude Era where we've got like beer trucks being driven to the ring and milk trucks being driven to the ring and flipping birthday parties and this is your life and, do you know what I mean? Like boiler room battles in the back and flipping so much stuff. Chaos, yeah? We had PPs being chopped off. God only knows what the big boss man was up to at various different times. People being hung, right? Again, a lot of stuff that we wouldn't do. A lot of stuff that in retrospect has not aged well, but they were still talking points. If you do a rundown of the greatest Raw moments, it is going to be dominated with the Attitude Era. It's going to be dominated like supermarket brawls and all that sort of stuff because they were actively going out of their way to put on amazing moments, and we don't do that now. Triple H's booking is more slow burn, isn't it? Triple H's booking is just nice and steady, nice and comfortable, builds up the story, and, you know, we just kind of chug along. And I do understand, honestly, because I do something similar here, actually. I mean, I don't do any kind of razzmatazz on these streams. We just chat and we talk. And, you know, we do that show after show and hopefully the conversations are engaging, right? But I know that we can deliver this week after week after week. This is I don't want to say comfortable, but it is comfortable in the sense of we talk about wrestling. We keep things nice and simple. No fireworks, you know, it's not like I'm bringing on guests and stuff like that, you know, or doing like big announcements on a regular basis. I think the thing is, if you do something like that once, there's then maybe a pressure to do it again and again and again. And so I think, like, in regards to Triple H, I can sort of understand that he's like, if I do a big talking point, they're going to want another one. And then I'm going to need, you know, people will tune into shows and they'll be like, this is dull because last week they had a talking point, this week they haven't. Or last week they had an OMG moment, this week they haven't. And I do understand that. But I just sort of feel like you've gone too far in the one direction now, where we just don't really get any major talking points. You know, I mean, Cena turning heel is clearly the biggest thing that happened this year. But if you take that out, you know, and maybe take out the forming of Seth's group, I really don't think you're left with loads of stuff. I don't know that we've had enough. I mean, this show, or this year, the shows have been around a 6.5 consistently, you know? And consistently, I've heard from you guys, you saying that it just doesn't feel like it was passable, but it wasn't mind-blowing. You know, it's very safe. It's very comfortable. So what are we looking for next year? We're looking for some more OMG moments, right? Not every show. But just, you know, once every 3 weeks or something like that, just give us something that makes us go, whoa, did not see that coming. Wow. You know, once a month even. Because I think you can make an argument we haven't even had it once a month if you take the PLEs out. Raw and SmackDown have been quite flat in 2025. I mean, Cena's turn was done on Elimination Chamber, for example. So, you know, the Cena heel turn was executed on a PLE. So we didn't even get that on a Raw or a SmackDown. And if you actually go through Raw and SmackDown moments, there's not loads. There really is not loads. So we need to turn that dial up. In this day and age where you are battling for people's attention, where there is so much option as to what people can watch, I think you've got to make your shows the talk of the town, unmissable, exciting, thrilling. It's hard to do that when you're putting on a show that goes over 2 hours, right? It's hard to do. How do you do a regular, thrilling, exciting 2-hour show on a Friday and then have to go again on Monday? Do you know what I mean? Like, the amount of content they churn out, I totally understand that, you know, vast swathes of it are just going to be average, are going to be okay, are going to be watchable. I totally get that. But I do think there's been a lack of big talking points in 2025. I don't think their top-end stories have been good enough. I don't think the Seth group story has been strong. I think it was good when it first formed and we were excited about where it was going. But then after that, it's just drifted. And I think that Cena's heel turn has been mixed reaction. I'm personally not a fan of it. I know some of you are. I personally am not a fan. But, you know, that's been a big story. So I just think we need, next year, more OMG moments, not loads, not Attitude Era. Just turn the dial up a bit, please. And we need better top-end stories where I think Cena's retirement story has been flat. I think the Seth group story has been flat. I think that both could be more exciting. And, you know, it's easy to sit and criticize. Harder thing to actually book the show, of course. But if I'm going to be asked about, okay, as a regular viewer, what's 2025 like? What would you like to see in 2026? My answer is that. My answer is in there. My answer is that I think that creative need to get more creative. And, yeah, without having to waffle on even more and kind of flesh it out even more, you can kind of find an answer within that. So, Hassan, great question. Really good stuff. Right. Verti said, Daze, would we say that it's easier to get a chant or an emote in NXT or main roster? In my opinion, it's harder to get a chant on the main roster, but when it takes off, but NXT, it's quick and it's hard. Yeah, no, it's harder to get it over on the main roster because you're dealing with more people. So I sort of feel like in NXT, it's a smaller audience, and that audience is a very engaged audience. That audience love NXT as a brand. You know, with WWE Raw and SmackDown, you're getting a lot of families that are going along, you know, to go, oh, we're going to our first show. You see it a lot in this is my first WWE event, right? So there's a lot of people that go to those shows that go in for the first time that are really engaged, they're on board, but it's different than NXT because NXT is a small community. I don't know about you, but I see a lot of the same faces in that crowd week after week after week after week after week, right? Those NXT shows are live. And so to see the same people going week after week after week, I heard that the way it happens is you have to go to some Facebook group to apply for tickets. But I believe if you actually go, I don't know if you get first refusal, but like it's easy to get tickets or easier to get tickets if you've already been. So I think it's kind of one of those where this is why we don't see like a lot of change with that crowds. I think there is a group of people that have become friends that go to NXT now. I mean, I don't know if you've seen that guy dresses in a crown and a robe. Have you seen him in the crowds? There's a guy in the crowd that wears a crown and like a cape. And I've seen him kind of start in chants sometimes. There's a kid with ginger hair that I see on a regular basis who goes like all the time. There's a girl that sits in the front row that I've seen, and I've seen her at the Evolve tapings as well. There's a lot of faces that I now recognize in that NXT crowd. And I think they're really engaged. They love NXT. They go every week and they're really engaged with the product. So if one of the talents is trying something new and is trying to get like a new catchphrase over, I think that NXT crowd are right there. I think they're right there. I think they're right on it. I think in regards to the main roster, it's so much bigger. I mean, you're talking about a few hundred people in relation to like 10,000 people. And obviously it's just going to be harder to get that over, isn't it? It's just going to be harder because everyone's going to have opinions. I think the NXT community is going to be a bit more open to just being on board and having some fun. Whereas with the main roster crowd, it's a different crowd every week and it's thousands of people. And some of those people are going for the first time. And some of them are just kids. Parents are there that don't really care. To be honest, there's a lot of people in the Raw and SmackDown crowds that are only there because their kids are into it. So it's a very different beast. And it's worth talking about that because when we talk about the difference with NXT and the main roster, the difference is vast. It is huge. It is an absolute chasm. So the idea that you could be like this massive deal in NXT and then you go to the main roster and you're struggling a bit, like that's not foreign. That's not weird. It should probably be expected, honestly, that you go to the main roster and it takes you a bit of while to get going and to kind of make that connection with the crowds. Because like, look at Carmelo. He was a big deal in NXT and then he's gone to the main roster and it's been hard work for him. And it's like, yeah, it should be, to be honest. I mean, look how long Liv Morgan was on the main roster till she caught fire, There's some exceptions like Tiffany that just because of her gymnastics and, she's obviously an attractive girl, was able to kind of, win over the crowd quite early. So, I mean, there's definitely exceptions, but, I mean, look at how big Johnny Gargano was in NXT. I mean, if you're doing a Mount Rushmore of NXT, I think Johnny goes on that Mount Rushmore. Genuinely, I do. I mean, from a match quality-wise, he had some of NXT's best ever matches, multiple-time champion in NXT for what has got to be one of the longest runs in NXT as well. Doing stuff with his wife, being in that group, The Way, but also being in one of the best tag teams, DIY, being on his own. I mean, like, he just did it all. Singles division, tag division, had a little faction, heel, face, championships, multiple takeover shows. I mean, I think he has to go on a Mount Rushmore of NXT. But look at what he is on the main roster. He's just in DIY with Tommaso. And, like, it's took absolutely ages for anyone to really care about him on the main roster. So, and that's because the difference is so vast. It's so vast. You're constantly in front of a different crowd. You're constantly in a different city. You're constantly traveling. So I'd imagine, with NXT, when you get to the performance center having woken up in your own bed. Like, I would imagine you're feeling a little fresh, right? Or fresher compared to having to travel to these places, check into a hotel, wake up in a hotel room, get ready in a hotel, travel to the arena. Like, that is something that you're going to need to get used to. That is not something that I think is easy to adapt with. And actually, look at Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker was a big deal in NXT. And to be honest, his run before he joined Seth's group was average. I mean, they were trying to build him up as this big badass, but I don't know. I didn't think it was that special, honestly. And so it's hard. It's really hard. The NXT and the Performance Center and all of that stuff is just small, tiny, minuscule compared to what it's like being on the main roster, going to SummerSlam, being part of WrestleMania, traveling from city to city, just traveling. Just that alone, you know, all the media commitments. They don't have anywhere near the same media commitments in NXT. You know, it's so different. Main roster, you go into different countries as well. You know, they've just done Mexico. They were in Mexico, whereas we don't see that with NXT. So many differences, yeah. So I would agree. I think for all those reasons, it's easier to kind of get some over in NXT. But obviously, you're right. If you can get some over on the main roster and it really resonate, much bigger. Of course it is. I think, wasn't it Ted DiBiase that said to Stone Cold's, you know, it's so hard to get over. It can take you a lifetime to get over on the main roster. Like, it's so difficult to like really get over with the crowds, but when you are over, you're over for life. So it's one of those where once you've kind of managed to get over with the crowds, you will have got them. Then you can obviously settle back down again, but you know you will have a fan base. You'll be up and running. You know, that's the hardest bit, is that first bit of like, you know, winning people over. So yeah, good. There's been some good conversations, hasn't there? I think so. I've enjoyed this stream immensely so far. It's Kaz. Shout out to you. Said, so Speed has been cancelled. What, the streamer? I knew he would, to be honest. I knew he would. Fade Away Media said, the slow reverse on the scooter had me crying. It was so good. It was so good. And there is a little clip there of Naomi reversing. I just wish it had made the beeping sounds. Beep, 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 beep. That would have been great. Here is a shot of the stage. So this is where we are. So is that a screen? I don't even know what that is. Look, it looks a bit see-through there. I don't know quite what this is. I'm guessing it's a screen. But I don't know why that bit's like a bit see-through. It's a bit strange. Don't know. I don't know. I don't quite understand what that is. I don't think it's a graphic. I think it's a screen. Perhaps the graphic they're using is not a graphic that fills the whole thing or something. I don't know. But I feel like I can definitely see through that bit of the screen. The screen kind of goes there and down. But I can definitely see through that bit. I don't know, that's a bit weird. A bit strange. Interesting. But there we go. That's SummerSlam. Obviously, we'd heard there'd been delays with the construction. So that's interesting. Let's pop that over there. Right. Joe, shout out to you, said, don't forget, I'm going to be at Night 2 on Sunday. I'm going to send you a video calling you a boomer. I don't have X, so I'm going to have to send it on Facebook. I'm going to let you know so you can play it on stream. Okay. Oh, I don't ever go on Facebook, to be honest. The only times I ever go on Facebook is if I just need to quickly share a link to Unseen. That is it. So I will try and remember. Joe, I will try and remember. more importantly, just have an amazing time. I mean, Sunday is going to be so good. Even if you go in Saturday, it's going to be really, really good. I think the SummerSlam card is really encouraging. I think it's not a bad card at all. I really think they've done a decent job. Could it be better? Yes. I'm sure you could make it better. I think I could make it better, but we could only judge what we're given, and I think they've done, you've got to say, a pretty good job. A pretty good job. Daze Mankini said, thank you for not leaving me. I will always protect you. Well, I hope so, because that's the reason why I've purchased you. So, Daze's Mankini, thank you, my friends. Thank you for all the support you give me. Beauty Angel, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support. Welcome, welcome. Beauty Angel, do I follow you? I don't, but I do now. Done. So, Beauty Angel, shout out to you. It's Kaz talking about Speed being cancelled. Yes, not massively shocked by that news, because I think that show was it was an interesting show. I had high hopes for it, but what it wasn't was it wasn't long enough in my mind. So the matches, I think, are fine. The Speed Championship very rarely, if ever, was shown on Raw or SmackDown. I don't know why we never defended it on PLEs. I don't know why we never gave people a taste of kind of what the Speed match concept was all about. Because I think in this day and age, having matches that are limited to a few minutes makes sense, doesn't it? Everyone's after short form content. That's what TikTok's all about. And Instagram shorts and all that stuff. So in a world where people are after short form content, WWE doing matches that are specifically short, and listen, you got 3 minutes, you either win or you don't. I mean, like, you've got to find a way. I'm really not down on that. I know there were some people that were like, oh, we watch matches that go 20 odd minutes. How am I meant to believe someone can win in 3? My answer to that is, well, both parties are having to find a way of winning in 3. So both parties are having to take more risk than they normally would. So as a result, there's going to be more opportunity for you to put your opponent away quicker than in a 10-minute, 15-minute match, where there's probably a lot more caution because the time is not a factor. But obviously the time is the major factor in speeds. So I actually was really engaged with Speed at the start. And then we saw that first match, and that was it. And it was literally like it was 2 minutes and it was done. And we did a stream on it, and I was like, I couldn't believe it, because I thought it was going to be like 10 minutes long, 20 minutes long show, and it would have a few matches, and we'd do some interviews, and, you know, we'd make it a show. And honestly, if they'd have done that, I would have streamed it every week. We would have done watch-alongs every week. If they'd given it its own show, own promos, storylines, like Evolve. Like, we do Evolve. So Evolve on Wednesday is the lowest you can go in WWE. Evolve, they're battling to try and make it to NXT, right? And we do that. So, you know, I would happily have done a Speed show if they'd have made it a show. But instead, it was just a match a week, like 2-3 minutes, and that was it. They did do tournaments where they tried to crown number one contenders and crown new champs and things along those lines. But for me, it was just, I couldn't stream it because it was too short, and no one was talking about it. No one was saying, oh my God, did you see that Speed match earlier? I mean, I'm sure there were bangers, but I was never getting tagged in them. They were never getting mentioned. I just think that they became inconsequential. They just became pointless. Like, no one was engaged. And some people were watching them. Of course, they were getting views. But to the wider WWE community, irrelevant. Not needed, not important, not something that people were engaged with. So I think they shot themselves in their own foot, honestly. I think that on TikTok, you could have put the matches up individually. On Instagram, you could have put the matches up individually. But somewhere, be that Twitter or YouTube, somewhere, Facebook, you needed a bigger show. A show that was half an hour long, that had, say, 3 matches in with interview segments, and then what you do, you silly boomers, is you take one match, put it on TikTok, take the other match, put it on TikTok, but you put them up individually. But somewhere you have the full show. I would have streamed that full show. Even if it was half an hour, I'd have done an hour stream, right? Or a 2-hour stream. And we would have found a way and we would have covered it. But instead, it just became inconsequential, and it never featured on the main roster. And we never had speed. We could have had speed matches at flipping Saturday night's main event. Speed matches could feature on kickoff shows. Imagine that. Imagine in the 3-hour countdown show that we flipping have to sit through, that they actually give us a speed match, right? And we use that as a way of promoting speeds. There's so much you could have done. So much you could have done. But I just don't get it. It's like someone had, to be honest, I think someone had an idea, went to X and was like, listen, we can give you this exclusive content, yeah? And they managed to get money for it, and they did it, and now that's ended, and now it's done. Now, whether they're going to look at it and go, actually, there's something here we could just keep going with, and we don't need to be exclusive to Twitter, right? And maybe we can do like what some stuff we've just said. Great. I hope they do. But to be honest, I think this was nothing more than a cash grab. Honestly, I don't think it was about trying to create some great new form of wrestling, short form of wrestling. I don't think it was about trying to create a great brand, or, do you know what I mean, trying to find ways of growing it or anything like that. I think it was nothing more than, how can we get some money out of X? Would they be interested in having the exclusive rights to this short form sort of thing, you know? And that was it. That was it. That was all it ever was. And so if that deal has now come to an end, yeah, it could be the end of Speed. Cameron said, do we think that Del Rio might return to WWE? Well, apparently there's a lot of people internally that are interested in him. I think for me, this is a little bit of a surprise. I think that with all the bad blood that's kind of around, with all the ill will that's around, I don't know who's going to bat for him. I don't know who it is that's internally trying to bring him back. I don't get the impression it's going to be Triple H. And I certainly don't think it's going to be Nick Khan. Maybe there's some producers that enjoyed working with him, like maybe a Michael P.S. Hayes or, you know, someone along those lines. But I have no idea who all these people are internally that are interested in him coming in. Obviously, there's a lot of stuff that's gone on in his personal life. I don't think the pros outweigh the cons. I don't really see why you would bring him in. He's got experience. He might help with the Mexican market, but he brings a lot of baggage. And honestly, I just don't. I think the negatives outweigh the pros. I personally would not bring him in. If they do, I won't necessarily like cry about it. It's just one of those that I'll be a bit surprised at, because I'm not expecting them to bring him in. So yeah, I something resonates with me, which was what Conan said. Conan said, look, he's been accused and there's been a lot of allegations, and, you know, there's a lot of stuff that's kind of gone down in his personal life, lots of things that have been like said, but, you know, he's not been found guilty of anything, and, you know, he's not in prison, and, you know, he's a free man who's trying to make a living. And he's like, in Mexico, we don't, you know, we try to let people live their lives. Like, if a court of law has not found them guilty of something, then we are quite willing to work with them. So, you know, I mean, in Mexico, Tessa was getting work in Mexico. They weren't worried about the bad PR. Del Rio was getting work. They weren't worried about the bad PR. And that does, you know, strike a chord with me about the fact they don't care about that stuff. And it's just, you know, if they think they're of benefit, they will use them. It's not the same, though, in America, or I would say in the UK, where, you know, there is, like, if there is allegations and there is baggage that someone has, that, you know, social media and the fan reaction, like it's a factor. You got to factor it in. I mean, I watched Tessa in TNA the other day at Slammiversary. That crowds were not having it. You could hear a pin drop during her match, and then there were chants of Tessa's racist, right? And this is after she's been in for months. That says to me that crowd has not moved on. There's some that have accepted her back, but the majority, from what I heard, have not. And I think the same may be true with like Del Rio. I think when Del Rio comes in, you know, the amount of baggage that he's got, I think, you know, we saw how fans reacted to Hogan. I saw how fans reacted to Tessa. I just don't, you know, if that is the mentality in Mexico that we don't care, that's fine. I mean, that's great. And if that works for Mexico, it works for Mexico. But I don't think it's going to work in America. I don't think it would work in the UK if we had a promotion over here like that as well. So, yeah, do I see him returning? I'm going to lean no. I'm going to lean towards no. I think there's too much heat around that I would be surprised that they would kind of bring in that bad PR. To be honest, I don't know why you don't just use him in AAA. You know? If there's people in WWE that like him and, you know, want to work with him, whatever, why not just keep him in AAA? I mean, we don't need to see him in WWE. He doesn't need to feature on any cross-promotion shows. So why don't you just keep, he was working there anyway, why don't you just keep him there? I don't really understand the need to bring him back to WWE. Not when we've got Dragon Lee and Penta and Phoenix and Andrade. You know, we've already got like a lot of Mexican representation. Like, I just don't know why we would even need Del Rio. And to be honest, he's never been the best, most exciting wrestler anyway. I mean, even if there weren't baggage, I suppose you could say he's a bit of a name and there might be a bit of nostalgia, but honestly, I not someone that I've ever really got excited by. I've never loved his character was, you know, okay, but I've never loved it. His wrestling is okay, but there's others that I much prefer. Promos are okay. I mean, like, there's nothing about Del Rio that I'm like desperate to get back, you know? So not for me, but it could happen. I've seen the reports where they've said there's plenty of people that were into him. Joe said, I'll super chat you to get your attention. Oh, well, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. If someone... You should get, like, the ability to super chat what with being a member, so maybe you could get my attention that way. I am thinking that my attention might need to be got somehow, actually. But I don't want you super chatting. So I'll just have to try and remember. It's nothing personal, honestly. It's only because I don't go on there. I just don't go on Facebook. So it's kind of out of sight, out of mind. Where I'm thinking I could leave a note and just put it on my screen, but I don't read those notes. Do you know what I mean? The point is, I need it to be somewhere where I actually will see it. I've already got a couple of notes on my screen. I got one for like some Days in the Bank thing that we did. I've not took it down because it's still there, but I never look at it. So like I could write it there, but I wouldn't see it. So it's one of those where I'll try and remember. But yeah, if you can put it in the chat, hopefully I'll just see the comment and then I'll go yes, and then I can get it sorted. But as I said, more important than that, just have a great time. Just have a great time. If ever people go to the shows, I always say, like, just go, have a great time. Don't worry about us. Leave us behind. This is not Saving Private Ryan. Like, just have a great time. The amount it costs to actually go to these flipping shows, jeez. Get your money's worth. That's what I say. So, Joe, I hope you really enjoy it, bud, and I hope you end up seeing something very, very special. As we said, I think that Cena-Cody match could be something special because I think they're going to know that the reaction to the first one was not good enough. Right, next up we have got Camden. Camden, I've subscribed to you, my friend. Camden said, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if in 2032, WWE added a Samoan Royal Rumble and an El Grande Americano Rumble with all these Grande Americanos and Samoans popping up in the WWE ecosystem out of the blue. Camden, shout out to you, my friends. Yes, that was a joke that Punk made the other day about a Samoan Rumble. And I mean, there is a lot. You know, there is a lot. And I think the problem you've got is that once we actually get past this sort of Bloodline story, and we're kind of past it, it's just sort of living on with Solo, really. But once you get past that, like, you're going to have a lot of people that you're going to need to kind of accommodate. I mean, the Usos were in anyway, and Roman was in anyway. Solo obviously joined NXT, and he was, you know, the Usos' brother. That's fine. You can do some stuff there. I think Tama Tonga, Tonga Loa, Tala Tonga, those are ones that are... I don't know how you're going to use them if Solo's group breaks up, right? Tala Tonga might be okay because of his size. I suppose you could have Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa, the Gorillas of Destiny. You could put them back as Gorillas of Destiny, maybe put them into the tag division. Perhaps they could boost the tag division. JC does not seem like a very good addition at all, does he? The way they've presented Jeff Cobb, I mean, honestly, it doesn't even feel like Jeff Cobb's in WWE. I mean, Jeff Cobb was a big player in New Japan, like, credible, and like a bit of a kind of Taz wrecking machine. But, I mean, just absolutely, that has not translated so far in WWE. So that one, I don't know if that feels like it's been a good addition. Tala Tonga, as I said, I think will be okay. Jacob has been incredible. So I would say it's not so much the Fatus, it's not so much the Samoans. It's probably more Tala Tonga, Tonga Loa, Tama Tonga. They're the ones that are like, once this group splits, once Solo and them split, like, and Jeff Cobb, where are we going to go? What are we going to do? Like, how do you use them? I think you can find a way, but yeah, you know, as we're like bringing more and more in, obviously it's only going to get more and more of a problem. I mean, Lance Anoa'i is down in NXT. He is another one we're going to have to accommodate. Although he hasn't debuted yet, and I have heard reports a long time ago now that he was struggling with picking it up. Probably no truth to that. Probably no truth. It's one of those where it could be a fake report, but because it's hard to believe that he can't pick it up because, I mean, he's an Anoa'i. It's in their blood, you know, and he's been involved in wrestling for quite a while. So I kind of find it hard to believe, to be honest, but that was something that did the rounds. Obviously, everyone's waiting for Zilla to come in, and Zilla had some words for Rikishi. Did you see that? So apparently Rikishi said this was a massive opportunity for Zilla being at Slammiversary, and I really didn't understand why he painted his face. I would have thought that he would have wanted to have presented himself as he normally is, rather than doing like a bit of a Jeff Hardy tribute, because he's like, I know that he idolizes Jeff, and I know that that's maybe like a nod to Jeff, and I know Jeff was really close to his dad being Umaga. So he's like, I sort of get it, but like this was his opportunity to shine, and I don't know that he like massively took it or, you know, really got across what he's all about. And Zilla fired back going like, you've got my number. If you've got criticisms, why did you not hit me up? Why have you blasted me in public just for clout? So Zilla actually having a few words for Rikishi about some comments Rikishi had made on his podcast. That message was then deleted. So I thought that was really interesting because, I mean, the bloodline and the family and all of that, it's always presented as being so close. You know, I mean, when Jey won the Rumble, who was there to greet him? Of course, his brother, and Jacob as well was there backstage, you know, wearing a Yeet shirt to show support. And you always like see the kids around. And whenever we do like anything to do with the bloodline, it's always about how close they are. They would die for each other and all this kind of stuff, yeah? So it's just really interesting to see one member of the family blasting another member of the family, seemingly for real, online. I just thought it was really interesting. And of course all families fight. I'm not stupid, right? But that's not something that ever plays out in public. That's not something that we ever bear witness to. That's not some, yes, okay, I know people are going to say, well, the bloodline, blah, blah, blah. That's a storyline, right? That's a storyline. I'm talking in real life. We don't see them like these big fall-ins out. So I thought that was quite interesting. Deleted now. I don't know if someone's had a bit of a word with Zilla or whatever, but to be honest, it's another... it's a hard one to read, that, actually, because Zilla's name gets mentioned all the time, and the point that I've always made is that there is concerns with his attitude, right? Because he ended up getting kicked out of reality wrestling. There's people that said he never turned up to the shows they'd booked him on, and all this kind of stuff, right? This is a good few years ago now. And so I've said, like, until he gets that stuff sorted, I don't think there's room for him in WWE. WWE don't want to mess around with someone that's got that kind of attitude, right? This is like, you're all in, right? Or we ain't interested. And I think with Zilla, like, there's just some maturing that needs to be done, right? Some people have said, oh, that's not fair. You're judging him off just some reports. And it's like, well, that's true, right? Yeah, I think whatever I say here, you have to take with a pinch of salt, because I'm not there. I'm just judging off things I read from different reports and interviews and things like that, right? But I've seen enough noise to think, okay, there's clearly an issue there and something that needs to get resolved. So that was a few years ago. Now he's back with reality wrestling, and Booker's working with him, and he's getting opportunities at Slammiversary. And now we're in a situation where it feels more likely that he could find his way coming into WWE. Actually, things have been feeling quite good on that front. And I made the comment the other day, it seems like he's done some maturing, seems like we're in a better place. Haven't heard any bad stuff or negative stuff about Zilla in a long, long time. So, yeah, when it comes to conversations about him coming into WWE, I'm more open to those conversations now, because it feels like the barriers that were there before have maybe gone now. He can always be taught how to wrestle, and he can always be taught how to do promos. So I don't think that's a problem. I think the problem is, have you got the right attitude? Because that can't be taught. Like, you've either got it or you ain't got it, and come and hit us up when you've got it. I don't know if you've seen what the wrestlers have been saying at the tryouts, but it's all about, you know, leave everything in the ring, you know, make sure that you're being respectful, make sure that you're always willing to do whatever you're being asked. Like, it's the stuff you would expect. But this is what Rhea was saying. This is what Chelsea was saying. This is what John Cena was saying, right? And I don't know that Zilla has ticked those boxes in the recent past. And this is the first time in a while now where something's just gone down where you go, That's interesting to me, because Zilla had an opportunity and an option there to not send that tweet. Zilla is kind of blaming Rikishi for something that Zilla has then done as well. Do you understand? So he's saying to Rikishi, you could have called me. We could have spoke about this in private. You didn't need to blast me on a podcast. Well, the same is true of Zilla. You did not need to send that tweet and have a go at Rikishi in public when you have his number as well. Two wrongs do not make a right. And you had the opportunity to just hit him up in public, in private, and go, listen, Oos, I didn't appreciate the comment you put out there, and get it sorted. You did not need to reply publicly and say the things that you've said in a now deleted tweet, which suggests to me that you now know you did something wrong. So Zilla is going to be an enigma for me, I think, until he just arrives in WWE. Until he arrives and we just get going and I start to see more about how he is when he's within WWE, I think there's just always going to be this air of uncertainty I'm going to have around him because he was doing so well and then he's gone and done that. And I don't even disagree with his initial point, honestly. I don't even disagree. I agree that actually Rikishi could have hit him up personally and said that to him rather than say it on the podcast. The other thing, though, that I would say is that Rikishi does a podcast where he talks about wrestling, and this was a point that he wanted to make. And why should he treat his family different to someone that's not in his family? He would make that comment about someone that was not in the family. So why should he treat Zilla different just because he's in the family? So I think Rikishi could come back with that as an argument. But, you know, equally, I do understand where Zilla's coming from when he says, come on, man, you could have hit me up personally. You didn't need to do that. I agree with that as well, right? But the one thing I would say is that Zilla then went and did the exact thing he was upset at Rikishi for doing. So it's one of those. It's not a big thing. It's not a big drama. But whilst we're on the subject of Fatus and Samoans, it's a story that's happened that I don't think is going to make it in unseen. And so it's worth just kind of chucking around here. I don't think that it is like a big issue. I don't think that it is like, oh my God, this guy just doesn't get it type situation. I just think that it's nothing more than a bit one of those where you go, I think he could have handled that better. I think Rikishi probably could have done better. I think Zilla could have done better. And I don't think it's anything more than that. But I just think that it's, you know, it just shows me that he's a bit hot-headed. You know, he's kind of done something that he's then deleted after. That says to me that he's very reactionary. Something happens, he responds, and then thinks about it and goes, yeah, no, actually, I'll delete that. Unless someone told him to delete it, right? And so that maybe is just a glimpse at a bit of a problem that Zilla has. Too reactionary, too hot-headed, needs to take a moment to just think things through before reacting and just actually, you know, let the situation calm down first before actually, like, you know, responding. So I still think there's some issue there. I still think there's some little... How big the problem is, I don't know. But honestly, if I'm WWE, I'm probably not impressed with that tweet. Probably not impressed. And then people are surprised he's not on the main roster. People are like shocked that we haven't brought him in yet. And it's like, well, I don't know, man. I'm seeing some reasons. I'm seeing some reasons as to why if I was WWE, do you know what? I got a whole NXT full of amazing talent that's fighting to get to the main roster. I'll just use one of them. You know what I mean? I've got all of that. I don't need to make exceptions or take chances. So... yeah, I think the Zilla conversation's an interesting one, but I really don't want to paint an incorrect picture or make him out to be some awful person. I don't think he is. I just think that there's clearly something there that just needs to be worked on. That's all. That's all it is. Jose said there's too many PLEs. They take away the mystique of WrestleMania, Royal Rumble, and SummerSlam. There's been a lot this year. That is true. That is true. Where are we time-wise? 11 minutes. Jose, thank you. Alan said, wow, I didn't know about this feature. Yeah, so I don't really get how it works, but is it like one a month or I don't know. But there is like a free sort of super chat for members that means that you get to have your message. I mean, I can't show you. I did show people actually on the... oh, no, I think I can. I just got to do a bit of work. And I am allergic to that. Bang, bang. Bang. There. This is the chat that I see. I was showing the members this the other day, right? So that's the live chat. But I don't ever use it like that. I have a separate one that I put on screen like this, right? So I do that, and then I can change it, and I can go live chat, or I can go to the super chats. So these are all the super chats. And with the super chats, when I've read them, I always put a heart next to them so I know where I've got to. So you can see I've done those, but I haven't done these two yet. So that's my system, right? That's how I know if I've got to them or not. But all these ones I've read, right? And I've got the hearts next to. But if you all remember, these things, right, are like members' super chats. And they show in this list. This is the reason why I'm showing you. They show in this list. They actually appear here as well. So there you can see it's Kaz did one talking about Speed being cancelled. Alan has done one going, I didn't know about this feature. So there might be some other members that don't know they have that ability. But you can put a comment and I will see it because it will go into this bit here. So there we go. So it's just worth mentioning that because honestly, like when you think about how kind people are, like Dormouse and King Yeti and Phoenix and all these people that have put in all these gifted memberships, like I really want to make sure, I feel like it's my responsibility to make sure that you people know that there are like benefits that come with getting one of those gifted memberships. We do 3 member streams a week and we had a really good week this week. Really fun. We were doing like, we did a big stream on Wednesday that was something a bit different. We did our normal Tuesday stream where it's like, I just turn up and I'm like, let's go. What do you want to talk about? And we could talk music. We can talk wrestling. We could talk football. We could talk what's going on in the news. Like, I ain't give a flip. Just bring whatever you want to bring and we'll talk about it on Tuesday. So we do that every Tuesday. We change whatever the stream is on Wednesday. And I've got an idea for this Wednesday as well that I am interested in. So, but I haven't finalised that yet. I want to get through SummerSlam. And then Thursday, we tend to do a game. And we had a big faction game and it was really good and it was really fun. And yeah, I really enjoyed that stream. So another big week on the members side. And so we've been doing some really, really good stuff. And I still need to I didn't even get a chance to do that. I still need to do the flipping Hall of Fame for July. So that's going to be coming up. So if you are a member, you'll get to nominate someone for the Hall of Fame. So actually, this is going to be a good week. Because there's going to be a lot of stuff, not only the streams, but you'll also get to nominate for the Hall of Fame. So lots going on, man. So much going on. Right. Joe said, I'm making a video. It is part of the fun. You guys are my people. It's too bad that we just can't all be there together. I have a good job, so super chats, no biggie. Well, Joe, I really appreciate it, my friends. And all the support and everything. I mean, honestly, it's so appreciated. And I really mean that of everyone that joins us because, I mean, I know that this is like a very competitive kind of market in the sense of there's loads of watch-alongs and there's going to be loads of watch-alongs this weekend. I mean, there's theatres that are showing it. It's at the Cosm. You can go to the Regent theatres. Loads of other like Twitch channels and Twitter accounts and Twitter streams and TikTok streams and other YouTube streams. And do you know what I mean? It's not lost on me that, you know, the community we have, the importance of that. And, you know, like, yeah, it's one of those where all I can do is just try my best to put on like the best kind of content possible, which is why I always try to give as deep answers as I possibly can, referencing different reports. I mean, I'm fortunate in the sense of I read a lot of the reports for Unseen. So it's not like I just turn on and like the stream and we just talk about the show and nothing else. I always try to provide, you know, where's the conversation, what's being said in the wider wrestling world, you know? So, yeah, I really appreciate it. So I will definitely include that video. And even if I forget to include it on one of the streams over the weekend, I'll make sure it gets included early next week. So we'll find a way. We'll get it in there. I'm certain of that. So yeah, Joe, you have a great time, my friends. Angel said, Daze, shout out to you from Philadelphia. Oh my God. The city of brotherly love. I love you. I used to love Brother Love. They did a Mattel figure, which I never got. I need to see if I can get it. That's Bruce, obviously Bruce Pritchard. So, Philadelphia, shout out to you, my friend. Wrestling fan F8J said, Daze, what do we think about Seth's injury? I think it's real. I think it's real. I could be wrong, but again, just talking about reports, Wrestling Observer, Dave Meltzer, they are claiming that it is, real. I think it is a work. I think it is a situation where it was a story that they've created, and I think that he's gonna cash in. As I said earlier, I'll be more surprised if he doesn't cash in than if he does. So when I was saying it was real in my mind, I was thinking, I think it's a real story. I think they've really constructed this. I think they've really put some work in and actually made it like an angle. So I think I'm expecting him to cash in. So we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, we looked at the odds earlier and it seems like more people are thinking that it's not going to happen. But I don't know. Let's find out. Find out tomorrow. Aaron, shout out to you, buds. Hope you're well. How long we got? 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Aaron said, I'm a big Punk fan, but him calling Gunther kid and saying, what have you done, just made me say, you're just saying words. Gunther, 80% a champion in WWE. So you're a big Punk fan, but you didn't like what he just said to Gunther. Gunther, 80% champion WWE. Yeah. Do you know, when it comes to Gunther, I mean, look, Punk's just saying, I actually thought Punk's promo was good in the sense of him talking about, I haven't even thought about Sunday. This is everything. And he was talking about how he's got money and he's set for life. He's got generational wealth. But nothing is more important to him than going after that championship. And that's, he doesn't need to be here. He doesn't have to be doing this, but he wants to be doing this. Like that belt, he's addicted. I think he used the word addicted. So I actually thought there was elements of that was really, really good. And I kind of had the vibe that he was riffing a bit and he was kind of going off, not scripted. Like, I think you can give CM Punk a microphone and he will just go. And so, if he's said a couple of things there that you don't agree with, I can forgive it. I think he's trying to hype up the match. I think he's trying to hype himself up. I think he's trying to, knock his opponent down. And if he said some stuff that's not landed, okay, it's all right. I'm not bothered, personally. But, no, I think you are correct. I mean, like, saying that Gunther has not achieved anything when he's been a champion 80% of the time that he's been in the company is, do you know what I mean? A misfire, isn't it, I would say. A misfire. So it is what it is, but I think that in regards to him going out there and just cutting a promo, I think he's just doing whatever he could to big himself up, knock Gunther down and, try and build the match. I think that Punk is obviously a big name. I think this is going to be a really great match. I'm really pleased to hear that it's closing night one, or at least I believe it is. And yeah, going to have to wait and see as to how that plays out. But I do worry a little for Gunther because I think we kind of keep ruining his aura at the big shows. If you think about WrestleMania and the fact he lost to Sammy, and then the fact that he lost to Jey, and then, after WrestleMania, he gets the belt back, and now he's going to lose again at SummerSlam. Do you know what I mean? This is a guy that really does not lose that many matches. This is a guy that has been champion 80% of the time that he's been in the company, yet at the big shows, they keep murking him. They keep, this is where he keeps losing. I mean, maybe they could make a thing out of it. Perhaps they could make it so that Gunther, you've got a problem. You've got an amazing record in WWE, but under the brightest lights, you can't get it done. And maybe they could make a story out of that. And that could be kind of interesting. I do feel sorry for him. I mean, people were chanting, you tapped out because of what happened at WrestleMania, which I will never understand. I wish WWE Unreal had told us that. I would love to have seen that creative meeting where they're like, how about we have Jey win? And not only that, he also taps Gunther out. I want to know who said that so I know who I'm slapping when I see them just out in the wild, right? If I see them, if ever I go over to America and I'm in a Walmart and I see that person that suggested that, I need to know that when I slap them, I am slapping the right person. Because I don't understand why you had to ruin his aura to that extent. It was one thing to have him lose. It was something completely different to have him tap. So that frustrates me, honestly, about the fact that they've done that to him. And I mean, it'd be one thing if it was at a Saturday night's main event. You flipping did it at WrestleMania. You did it in the opening match of WrestleMania. I mean... Ugh. And he's probably going to lose at SummerSlam. This guy, man. This guy. We try so hard to build up his aura, and then we do such a great job of throwing it away. So, Aaron, shout out to you. Hello, Sydney. Shout out to you, my friends. Tracy Cox, 8027. Shout out to you, buds. And George Antonio Rubio, shout out to you as well. I think everyone's finding this feature getting. You can put words. There is a way of writing a message. So shout out to all of you guys. But George said, "Time to get hyped, my friends." Oh, hello. Jimmy John's just kind of hanging around backstage that he just picked up. That's a weird place to have some Jimmy John's, wasn't it? Jimmy John's just sort of like on the side. It's a bit weird, isn't it? There was like this brick wall and it just had a load of Jimmy John's on, and Jimmy just grabbed one and went, "Oh, I'll have that." Why wasn't it in catering? Why didn't they put it in catering? Do they just drop random bits of food around the backstage area? There's Damien. Damien backstage. Going to be taking on Aleister Black tonight. Hassan, shout out to you, my friends. And Tracy, firing in a membership. Really kind. Really appreciate that. Oh, hello. Are we starting off with John? It looks like we're starting with John. Wow. Okay. Okay, big reaction for John. Loud John Cena sucks chants. We're starting off hot. We're kicking off this SummerSlam weekend with John Cena. Cena is... in the entranceway, making his way down to the ring. There's boos. Do you know, it's really interesting because this is obviously going to be a very smart crowd. Yeah, you could hear loud John Cena sucks chants. There's a dude in the front row that's got a yellow smiley shirt on. We got green shirt guy and we've got yellow shirt guy. Let's go. So, yeah, loud John Cena sucks chants. There's certainly support still for him. I can see Let's Go Cena sign. But when he first came out, very, very loud Cena sucks chants. And what's really interesting is the go-home show for WrestleMania was very pro-Cena, very anti-Cody. Not really sensing that here. Here we go. What are the chants? What are the chants? It's boos, mate. I'm hearing more boos than cheers. There is a Let's Go Cena, Cena sucks chant. Yeah, I can hear Let's Go Cena. Okay, it's now settled down into more 50-50. Like, Let's Go Cena, Cena sucks seem to be about the same. Oh, it's muddy. It's muddy. Cena sucks was really loud when he came out. The boos were really loud when the music ended. But now it's just like a swirl of sound. Interesting. I don't get the impression this crowd is going to be as anti-Cody as the WrestleMania crowds. I think that crowd just wanted to see 17 achieved, and they got it. So he's got the record now. The other thing as well is the crowd probably wants Cena to get back to being a face. They probably don't want him to be a heel for much. Yeah, more boos? Wow. But there are Cena chants. I'm trying to not paint an inaccurate picture. I'm trying to be honest with what I'm hearing. I feel like right now it's a muddy. It's a swirl of sound. But you know what it is? It's a reaction. It's an opinion. Everyone has an opinion on this. Oh, Cody's coming out, mate. No words from Cena. As soon as he was about to talk, Cody Rhodes comes out. And this reaction's going to be interesting. Is this going to be a more positive reaction? Because Cody did not get a great reaction from the WrestleMania crowds. There's obviously footage of him on Unreal saying, I feel like this is going to be an away game for me, and that's okay. He knew that the crowd wanted to see 17 achieved. Yeah, listen, this crowd is singing along to this song. This is way more positive for Cody. Listen to that. Whoa. Huge! Huge! I'm telling you, man, this is hitting different. David said AJ Lee is going to help Gunther beat Punk. AJ could be Gunther's manager, mate. If we were going to do, like, the wildest takes video, like, give me the most extreme, crazy takes ever, that would have to feature, and I would love it. Imagine she comes skipping down. I mean, that would be an awkward car ride home, wouldn't it? That would be a crazy car ride home. The only problem with that is, you know, they live together and it's going to be really hard to... Oh, mate, so big. Huge. What a great way to start SmackDown. I'm so glad we haven't waited to the end. Do you know what I mean? Like, I want to start this thing off right. Like, get me, grab me, yeah? Get me invested from the start. Don't give me some at mid so that I'm sitting here, like, just chatting with you guys, like, having a look. Yeah, whatever. No, give me something that I care about, and I care about this. I'm on board. You've got me. Abuse me, WWE. Abuse me. You've got me right now. Take me. Take me, WWE. Take me. Do with me whatever you want, WWE. I'm invested. I'm on boards. I'm right there. Cody Rhodes, John Cena, middle of the ring, face to face. And the crowd are hot as well, you know. Crowd are make it. Cody Rhodes, Cody Rhodes, Cody Rhodes. Yes, 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 yes. John Cena goes up to Cody and he's like, no. Cody Rhodes, I told you I was exhausted. And that a match would be too difficult. You didn't listen. You assaulted me. You forged my signature. You forced me into one of the most dangerous matches. Let's get the little violin out for John, shall we? Little violin. I've only got one thing left to say. What's that? Thank you. John Cena thanks Cody Rhodes. That was just what I needed. Yes. Yes. And the crowd applaud that. What's this? Wow. This is going to be a swerve. Cena talking about trying to pretend to be something that he's not. I want to leave here with this. I want to take this home. It's not because I want to ruin wrestling. This is like a fake John Cena face turn. I want to take this home with me so after I'm gone, you don't forget about me. Trust us. WWE won't let us forget about you, John. Honestly, don't worry about it, mate. There ain't no way we're forgetting about you. What is this? You did want to... You forced me to face it? This is fake. I ain't buying it. I ain't buying it. This ain't how you turn him face. I love the fact that we're telling a story, though. Mark it in your calendar, August 1st, the date that John Cena came back to the WWE. Big cheer by the crowd, but the crowd are confused. I'm confused. He's faking it. Massive Cena chants. This is crazy. I don't know who leaves with this, but I know who wins. This is fake. This is fake. We get to see Cody Rhodes face off against the greatest of all time at my best. It's brilliant work by Cena. This is like one of his best promos since he came back. You want some? Come get some. Cody Rhodes smiles. Oh, on Sunday, the only platinum rapper showing up to whip your ass is me. This is what we've wanted all year. This is what we've wanted. Ah, but surely this is fake. Surely he's taking this away from us. Surely there's going to be a low blow at some point. Massive Cena chance. Massive Cena chance. Brilliant promo. Fantastic promo. I mean, what does Cody say back to that? You know what I mean? Like, what the hell does he say? Two. We're looking over in the corner. Can we have two microphones? No? 2 beers. Beers! What can they always do? There are always beers there. Welcome back, John Cena. Cody Rhodes says, welcome back, John Cena, and he gives John a beer. This low blow's coming, mate. This low blow's coming. Cody Rhodes has got his guard down right now. He's got a beer in his hand. John's got the other beer. John sticks his hand out. They drink the beer. The real John Cena that Cody wanted. Oh my God, Cody's getting out the ring now. What the hell did just happen? Do you really trust this? No, I don't trust this. I don't trust this. I was expecting a low blow. I thought as they were drinking the beers, there would be a low blow. But no, I don't trust this. Yeah, wait, Barrett just said I was waiting for John to drop the hammer and cheap shot Cody Rhodes. Oh, mate, I got so much to say about this. I've got so much to say. John Cena holds up the championship. Now, do we see John again tonight? John goes over to the fans. Crazy, innit? That he's like me. You know, kind of turning my back on everyone. Doing it just for some cheap pop in the ratings. Just for some cheap moment. Oh my God, this is where, right, people hate commercial breaks, but how much do I want a commercial break right now? So I can read the chat and share some thoughts. The headline thought is, I do not believe that. I don't know when they're going to reveal that he hasn't really turned face, but no, I'm not buying it. The reason why I'm not buying it is because why would you turn him? Do you know what? You've also gone and turned him at the absolute worst moment. The absolute worst moment you could turn him face. You have absolutely just done that. If this was a face turn, I think you have. I will be floored, because that honestly will be next level stupidity, right? Because do you know how at the start of this thing I was saying, isn't it fantastic that the crowd are behind Cody? Cody's our baby face. The crowd are right behind him. We didn't have that at WrestleMania. And actually, you know, it was a bit disappointing, to be honest, that the crowd were with the heel and that they weren't with Cody. Cody is the future. Cena's done at the end of the year. Cody's the person that we're going to, you know, keep running with, keep working with. So, you know, it's kind of disappointing that the crowds turned their backs on Cody and, you know, were with John. And actually, I was really encouraged to see that had corrected itself to some degree at the start of this show. And actually, we saw great reaction for Cody. And I was like, well, this is brilliant. This is what I want to see, right? This is the reaction that we should be getting. Babyface being cheered, heel being booed. You've now thrown that away. You have absolutely thrown that away. Now what you've gone and done is have John go, oh, actually, no, I realise I made a mistake. I should be a face. And the crowd have gone, oh, he's back. Yeah! Cena, 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 Cena. If I'm Cody Rhodes, I'm going to be like, what? What? You put me in a match at WrestleMania against some legend who's a heel, but no one wants to boo him because it's his last WrestleMania and he's trying to win 17. Now, finally, I get the rematch, right? And finally, I'm coming out and the crowd are wooing and everyone's celebrating. And then John turns around and goes, actually, I'm actually a face. And the crowd are like, oh, we love John again. Yeah! If I'm Cody, I'm like, what the flip? But Cody got given the microphone, right? And what's he going to say? How's he meant to cut a promo on that? How is he meant to cut a promo on John Cena when John Cena turns around and says, oh, I'm face now? All he could do was go, welcome back. Welcome back, John. I'm not sure what else I can say, really. I did have a promo plan, but, well, welcome back, you know. So what? Tomorrow's Sunday is now face versus face. Face versus face. So half the crowd, if not more, are going to be with Cena again. Oh my God! Why do WWE hate Cody Rhodes so much? Why do they hate him? Is this punishment for AEW? Is it punishment for AEW? This is why surely it's not real. Surely it's not real. You don't turn someone face 2 days before a massive match when they're taking on a face. Why would you make this match face versus face? Why would you throw away the Cody reactions? It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Why don't you do it after the match? Why don't you do it on Raw on Monday? When the match is over, right? Why don't you do it then? Why doesn't Cena come to the realization after the match, immediately after the match, like, oh my God, what a war. That was amazing. I've just managed to keep my title. Cody, I've been a fool, you know. Maybe Cody loses the match, but Cena realizes the mistake he made and we do it after the match. Why have you thrown away the Cody Rhodes reactions? Why have you done that? Why have they done that? Do you know what? If Cody turns heel, now you can probably understand why. Because he's getting flipping screwed. He's getting screwed. Finally, he was getting good reactions. And now Cena's the flipping hero again. This is why, like, it felt like surely this is a fake out. Surely this is a fake out. Surely this is a fake. I was with Wade Barrett. You're waiting for the low blow, and then it doesn't happen. I mean, look, let's see where it goes. As of right now, I just don't get the logic. I don't understand the thinking. I don't understand the logic. I don't get why you would do this to Cody. I don't know why you would do this now. I mean, the only thing I can think is that he is faking and he's going to reveal it, and this was just a way of ruining Cody's reaction, and he's done it on purpose. He's done it on purpose to get the fans back on his side. Because we're going to go into SummerSlam with this crowd firmly behind Cena now, babyface Cena. He's going to come out with the music and the graphics and, you know, he's going to be like, with the fans again. The fans are going to, oh my God. I'm so shocked by that. I am so shocked by that. Who had that on their bingo cards? Who expected John Cena to come out and say those things? It is so random. It is so random, and the timing is so random. It's got to be fake. It's got to be that he's lying. It's got to be a swerve. Unless you plant the seeds for Cody getting frustrated and Cody turning heel. Unless they're planting that seeds. Mate, everyone's going to have opinions on that. Everyone's going to have opinions on that. We need to see how the rest of the night plays out, of course. Is this a plan? Is this a strategy? Jared said, we've got Black Shirt Guy on the stream. Yeah, I'm Black Shirt Guy, you're right. Jelly Roll was just attacked by Logan, but literally who cares? The whole conversation's going to be about Cena, what he's up to, is it a swerve? Let's do a poll, actually. I've got a couple of super chats to get to first, but let's do a poll and see just where you lot are. Is the Cena face turn a swerve? Let's just see what you lot are thinking. Is it a swerve? I mean, look, I love it in the regards of it's a monster talking point. It was unexpected, and I love it in that regards. I hate it in the regard of you've just killed Cody. You've once again killed Cody Rhodes. You know, so not only did you have him have a really mid-title run that should have been way more exciting, right? Then not only did you make him go up against John Cena at WrestleMania when we could have gone a different direction. It could have been Gunther, right? We could have done babyface John against Gunther. We could have found a different way forwards. But instead, you buried Cody at WrestleMania. He was getting horrible reactions. The fans wanted to see Cena get 17. Horrible, right? So the reign was horrible. WrestleMania was horrible. Right? In many, many ways, it was horrible. And now we finally got to a point where it feels like the fans, well, certainly the live fans were with him, and now seemingly you've thrown that away. So, in that regard, I hate it. In the fact that we've got something to get our teeth into, in the fact that I feel like I've just seen an important segment, because I don't know where it's going. And we've started off like Smackdown hot. Love it. I love it in that regard, hate it in the other regards. Want to get to your comments, and I am going to get to your comments. Obviously, vote in the poll, and I will get to your comments. Got to do these super chats first. Joe said this could set up Cena against The Rock. Could set up Cena Rock. We would need a massive show for that, though. I mean, we're not going to do Cena Rock in Paris, are we? Survivor Series, maybe? Maybe Survivor Series? But again... my question would be, fine to turn Cena back face. We were going to have to do it at some point. But if this is a real turn right now, if this is a real turn, why have you done it now? Why now? Why does it have to be now? Why does it have to be now? Why does it have to be right on the eve of the SummerSlam match? Why could we at least have not had him do it after the match or even during the match? You know, I mean, you could have made it very obvious that John had turned back face during the match. You know, if John has a look at that belt and is going to smash Cody with the belt, but decides, no, I don't want to win that way, and like chucks the belt away or chucks a chair away, or no, I'm not going to go that way. You could really build that moment up, and you could have communicated it during the SummerSlam match that he is, you know, not going to be heel anymore. Why now? Why does it need to be now? It makes me feel like it's connecting to Summit at SummerSlam. It's connecting to Summit at SummerSlam. Summit must go down at SummerSlam where Cena's got to go in as a face. He's got to go in as a face. Otherwise, why on the eve, 24 hours, 48 hours before, why would you do it now? Mad Dog said, this isn't real. I smell BS, said Mad Dog. Johnny said, I missed the start. Anything notable? Yeah, there was, honestly. Jimmy Uso was backstage and he walked past like this Jimmy John's and it was just on this like brick wall. I mean, I wouldn't have trusted it because God only knows where it came from. But he actually selected a sub and looked really pleased with himself. And I don't get that, to be honest, because I wouldn't really trust food away from catering, but he did. So I would say that's the biggest thing that you've missed so far. Colt said, Cody asked to wrestle the real Cena many times. Yes, he did, but this, I mean, it doesn't make sense in regards to this is going to change the crowd reaction. And actually, John was a heel and, you know, Cody wanted to wrestle the real Cena, but that doesn't mean that he gets to. Plus also, you know, what is the real Cena as well? What is the real Cena? Because Cena has kind of made out that he's been resenting us and all this kind of stuff. So this turn is really interesting because they were trying to convince us that the real Cena was the heel Cena. Oh, bit of a botch there on the pin. Bit of a botch on the pin. I mean, you know, I believe Cody was asking to face the real Cena, wanted to face the real Cena at WrestleMania as well. We ended up with the Cena we had at WrestleMania, so it's one of those where this is just, it's just weird. I find this very, very strange. Jared said, to be honest, it's a street fight for a reason. Cena said, my team left me. I think that was the biggest hint that the final boss returns tonight or that match. Cena acts furious to see The Rock, both staring at Rock. Cena smirks at Rock, beat down on Cody. So what you're thinking is that The Rock comes down at SummerSlam, Cena and The Rock tease there's a problem. Maybe Cody thinks with The Rock coming down that, you know, it's him and Cena against The Rock, but then it turns out that it's a swerve. God, I still hate it. I still hate it. Even if that is the story, I still hate it. Because you've completely thrown away Cody's reactions. You've completely thrown away Cody going into that show as like the hero that's going to save wrestling. You've thrown that away now. And if you've thrown it away just because the swerve tomorrow is going to be that The Rock comes down and that Cody's going to think, oh, it's me and John against The Rock. And then it turns out it was all a trick. It was all a trap. And actually then he ends up getting beaten up. You've kind of thrown away his support for a swerve, a little swerve that at the end of the match, if that is the direction it goes. Zelina's up. 1, 2. Oh, kick out there by Giulia. Jared, appreciate it. It's a very thought-provoking comment. I agree. I'm still with people that I don't buy it. I'm still with people that I don't believe what I've seen is the truth. I still feel like there's a swerve. I still feel like there's going to be a low blow or there's going to be a betrayal. It's too random to do it right on the eve of SummerSlam. Zelina battling away, grabbing Giulia. Giulia goes down. So Jared, shout out to you, buds. Really appreciate the support. Double knees there by Zelina. King Yeti said, what do we have here, Daze? A hater. Daze, a hater. How you doing? How you doing? King Yeti, shout out to you, buds. Drop kick there by Giulia. So, right, we've had over 400 votes right now. 64% of you think it's a swerve. 36% of you think that it is legit. So at the moment, the majority thinking that this is a swerve. Not a massive majority. Decent little size, but, you know, it's not like 90-10. It's like 65-35. So that's where we are. Lee said, I think the swerve is The Rock comes out with Seth. That's going to infuriate Cody so much he goes and turns heel, says Leanne. WWE lives for the kind of reaction that they got out of you, said Jason. Well, yeah, again, you know, to reiterate, I love and I hate what I've just seen in equal measure. I love it because they've given us a talking point and I can't wait to get stuck into it as a conversation. But so in that regard, brilliant. We were just talking about how we want talking points, OMG moments. This year has not had enough of them. They've just gone and served one. Love it in that regards. Big fan. Sign me up, right? Hate it because I think you've just thrown away all the support that Cody was going to enjoy. All the support that you would ideally like to see Cody get. And I think, like, what could Cody say in his promo? What could he say? All he could say was welcome back. All he could say was, this is the John I was hoping to see. But Cena's star power greatly outweighs Cody. So if you've got face Cena and face Cody, Cena gets the majority of the support, doesn't he? Cena now, I fully expect him to go, look at that. Look at that. Big suplex off the top there by Giulia. It's so hard to have this conversation when Giulia and Zelina are having a really great match right now. Giulia working on the arm there of Zelina, picking her up on the shoulder, spinning around, driving her down. Going for the cover, 2. Oh, kick out by Zelina. Kick out by Zelina. Giulia can't believe what she's seeing. Look at that. Brilliant work there by Giulia. Zelina driven down, planted. So good. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. And as we said, you know, this is what this match needed to be. We were talking beforehand about how Zelina doesn't get loads of opportunity. She tends to sit on the sidelines. They gave her a run with that title. And I was saying about how she needs to come in and she needs... Oh, roll through Giulia. 1, 2. Kick out there by Giulia. She needs to make a statement, and that's what this match is. Brilliant, brilliant SmackDown so far tonight. It's huge so far tonight. Starting off with something that really grabbed our attention. It's obviously resulted in loads of opinion. And we've moved on to a real banging match here between Giulia and Zelina. Zelina is up looking for a moonsault. Oh, she kind of crashed on Giulia's face. I think Giulia was meant to move out the way. She didn't get out the way in time. And actually, she picks up Zelina. She looks to drive her down, and she does. Giulia, 1, 2, 3. Really great match. Really great match. So there we are with the results of the poll. The majority of you are leaning towards this being a swerve. Let's get match scores for what was a really good match. Shame that there was it was just a touch off, tiny bit off. With that, like, moonsault. Yeah, I think Giulia really was meant to move out the way of that. One, 2, 3. Banger, said Goziak. So there's Kiana in the ring holding up Giulia's arm. Giulia retains. Very, very impressive. And look, she's even standing on the face of Zelina. She had her foot on the face. We're backstage with Talatonga, Tonga Loa, JC and Solo. Lovely, lovely energy to this show. I mean, it's just such an easy watch. I mean, obviously that segment at the start was so captivating, but that match we just had, really no wasted time there, was there? Now we go backstage and we got Solo. Mad Dog said, we old fans have been let down too much. That's true. That's true. Okay, we've got... Tonight, Tala takes on my little big brother. Tonight's about sending a message. Get in where you fit in. Yada I mean. Yeah. It's Solo. Yada I mean. Kathy said, I don't know what he means after Solo had left, and you could hear in the distance him go, yes, you do. Yes, you do. You do know what I mean. Thank you. Yes, you do. Right, here's the AAA match. This is going to be Los Garza. This is going to be that open challenge. Mate, honestly, I was not expecting much from this, but after the way this show has been, God only knows what we're going to get. We might have managed to bring the Road Warriors back to life. It might be flipping Demolition. I have no idea. This show is bonkers. Plum Girl said, what could the end goal be based on that promo? What would be ideal? Okay, well, what would be ideal for me is that we kind of don't... I think what would be ideal is where we are right now, that we either turn Cody, or we show that Cena was lying, like maybe backstage we do a little summit with him and Cody, and it, you know, maybe like they shake hands, and Cody's like, it's good to have you back, John. May the best man win this weekend. And as he walks off, Cena just like beats him up, something like that, right? So it was all a trap. It was all just to throw Cody off his guard. That would be one direction. That saves the Cody reactions at SummerSlam, right? Which is my big frustration. The other direction is that we go down the road, we're going down. Cody gets frustrated at the fact he's been the good guy. Cena's done all this bad stuff and the fans are not on his side. And that actually, you know, it leads to Cody turning heel. Because you've set up a story now where I could understand why Cody would snap. I can understand why Cody would be frustrated. If you look at this from Cody's point of view, it's really frustrating. I mean, he wanted to face against John, right? And test himself against John. And he's got that now. But this is a John Cena that has turned on the eve of their match, 48 hours, right? He was getting pretty loud boos as he walked into the arena. And as I was saying, I was trying to give an accurate representation. I think it was muddy, right? I think there was a lot of anti-Cena sentiment. And then when it settled down, it was kind of muddy. It was not the reaction we saw at WrestleMania Go Home or WrestleMania 41. That was a very pro John Cena crowd. That is not what we had here. We did not have a pro John Cena crowd. We had a mixed crowd at best for John Cena. And so, yeah, again, I keep coming back around to it. I'm really frustrated that they've now thrown that away and that I now fully expect this to be a very pro John Cena crowd at SummerSlam. You can understand why that would upset Cody. You can understand how these fans, you know, have kind of now betrayed Cody, if you will, right? They've turned their backs on Cody because they were with Cody until John just turned back face. And I bet that Cena gets like the bigger reactions now. So that's the that's the frustrating thing for me, is that we're now in a situation where we've just really not helped Cody Rhodes out at all, and he could react to that by turning heel. So I think you've given him an opportunity to do that. The one that was mentioned earlier about how it could be a trap, how Cena has not actually turned face, and that gets revealed during the match. Not crazy about that, because you are going to throw away the Cody reactions at the entrance and during the match. You're going to throw those away just for it to turn out that the fans should never really have got back behind Cena anyway. You see my point? Like, the fans will now be behind Cena, and then it'll be revealed later in the match you shouldn't have been, because he's actually still heel. But that doesn't help Cody in any way, does it? Cody can't get his entrance back. Cody can't get WrestleMania back. He can't get his entrance here back. He can't get that support that has now gone away, like, in those moments back. So, timing-wise, I just really do not get this. I feel like you do it now because you have to do it now. You've got to do it now. You've got to do it now. There has to be a reason why you do it now, and it's got to be because you've got something planned for either later tonight or at SummerSlam. We either see Cody again tonight, and we see Cena again tonight, and there is a betrayal, there is a turn, there is a low blow or something from Cena, or we are going to do something at SummerSlam that needed Cena to be face. I saw a comment where someone was like, I'm not going to comment yet because I'm going to see how this plays. And honestly, I think that's the wise reaction. I think the wise reaction is, I'm not going to say anything. Let's see how this plays out, right? I don't have that luxury because we're live streaming. People are going to want to know, what are we thinking, yeah? I can't really sit here and go, well, let's just wait and see. Right? And just not say anything. So I have to give kind of instant reaction, and my instant reaction is, I hate what that's just done for Cody Rhodes. That's my instant reaction. Do I love the fact we've got a major talking point? Absolutely. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Desperate for, Raw was a challenge for me. I was really not impressed with Raw. I thought it was a very, very flat show. I thought it was a very forgettable show, a very skippable show, and WWE have just responded by giving us a big, big talking point, so I certainly love it in that regard. So I do agree with that comment. I do agree with the sentiment of let's wait and see where this goes, because this could be really good once the whole story has played. But live reaction is, I don't love what that's done for Cody Rhodes and the support that he was just starting to enjoy. Mercy, shout out to you, said, this is Cena showing Cody how fickle and easy to win the fans are. He's done it on purpose to take the fans away from Cody before SummerSlam. Do you know what? It could be. It could be that. And it could be that he points that out. And you might have hit the nail on the head, that he's just showing that these fans will boo you 1 second and then cheer you another, and that they are just fickle. And it could be that it is a statement that he is making like that. The only thing is, will those fans feel a bit stupid if it is that? Will those fans take... Will there be a less... I mean, you are still sacrificing the Cody entrance, aren't you? You are gonna... There's going to be loud Cena chants now. They must know this, and they must know what they're doing. If they've done this... If he's done this to prove a point, if he's done this to kind of show that the fans are fickle, if he's done it for that reason, well, I think it will work. But it also... Oh, Mr. Iguana! Wow, Mr. Iguana is on SmackDown, so they have brought in some AAA talent. The Green Machine, Mr. Iguana, is here. This guy was absolutely the talk of the wrestling world. It's Psycho Clown and it's Mr. Iguana, AAA World Trios champs and World Tag Champ. He's crawled his way all the way down to the ring. Honestly, I was not expecting them to have AAA talent because... we're building to SummerSlam. So it feels like a bit of a strange time to be promoting AAA. Seems a little bit of a strange time to use SmackDown TV time to bring on some AAA talent, but I love it. Mate, this show is bonkers. What the hell has gone on? Have we got a new writing team? What the hell has gone on? Where's this creative team been all year? How has 2025 not been this good? What am I watching? What am I actually watching? This doesn't even feel like it's WWE. Well, actually, I mean, it's in a way, it's AAA, isn't it? This is insane. This is actually insane. So we've got Mr. Iguana, we've got Psycho Clown. They're going to be battling away for the AAA World Tag Team Championships. And, mate, this show is cooking. This show is flipping cooking. So here we go. Los Garza then in action. We've had 50 minutes of this week's SmackDown so far. I don't know how the second hour is going to match this hour, to be honest. I mean, we've still got, Talatonga against Jimmy. We've still got Damian against Aleister Black. Okay, Super Kick coming in. Perhaps they're just trying to show casual fans AAA. Perhaps they're thinking, hello, oh my God, dude, I didn't know he did that. Mate, that's sick. Why didn't The Fiend ever do that? He just ripped off part of his mask that was white to reveal red. Could you imagine The Fiend? Imagine The Fiend if The Fiend had his normal mask and he ripped it off and it was like flesh underneath. How cool that would have been. Pulling it down and mate, that was sick by Psycho Clown. The commentary team didn't really pop to that. They didn't really react to it at all. I thought it was awesome. If I was Uncle Howdy, I would steal that. Imagine Howdy having the ability to rip off his mask as well, so it changes like mid-match. I'd totally steal that. Right, back in the corner, Kick coming in. Right, let's try and get... I'm still so behind with these super chats. Marvelin said, Daze, do we think Aleister is going to get pushed? Yeah, I think he will get pushed. I think he will. Mr. Iguana. I mean, he's getting onto the TV tonight. He's taking on Damian Priest. I think it's just hard, isn't it, to kind of get in the conversation. It's the battle that Carrion's been fighting as well. Lovely work by Los Garza. But yeah, I mean, like, certainly a mid-card title I see for him. I don't know about a World Heavyweight Championship, but good talent, great entrance. Towel was thrown over at Mr. Iguana. Is it a towel? What is it? Yaileska is the name of the puppet. As soon as he gets tagged in, this is going to be a big, exciting moment. Jared said, I can't speak for anyone. It's kind of ruined SmackDown. I'm not interested in anything else, as all the talking points are like the Cena face turn promo. Yeah, I can understand that. It was really hard to, like, stop talking about it for a second and turn our attention to that Giulia Zelina match. I mean, I feel a bit sorry for them as well, to be honest. I sort of feel like we probably could have had like maybe Damian and Aleister in that spot. And actually, you know, if you was looking at the rundown and you saw Cody Cena was opening the show, you probably would be like, oh man, not crazy about having to try and follow that with a match. And then when you saw what they did in the segment, you'd be like, oh my God. So, but yeah, brilliant start to the show with like a big talking point. I am so into this. We've had a big segment at the start. Look at this by Mr. Iguana. Oh my God, so good. Mr. Iguana against the ropes. Off. Oh, collides into Berto. Berto goes down. Yeah, really good. Really good. So there is Mr. Iguana with Yaileska and shot coming in there by... Oh, it goes up on that rope, bouncing middle rope. Oh, no, Mr. Iguana loses his footing. Goes again. Oh, takes over Angel. Mr. Iguana Rana is what we got. He's really good, isn't he? Like, into a crucifix pin. He's still got Yaileska in his mouth. I mean, it is different, isn't it? It's we don't really have anything like this. It's going to grab attention. It's not going to be for everyone. There's going to be plenty of people that are like, what the hell is this, you know? The kids are going to love it. Kids loved it anyway when we had the Worlds Collide thing. Yes, Mr. Iguana. He gets thrown into Psycho Clown. Kick coming in. Mr. Iguana goes down. I mean, the social media reaction to him was so big. Elbows coming in. It'll be really interesting to see what the reaction is following this, you know. Bang! Big kick there by Berto. Going for the cover. Oh, no joy. Tag being made. In comes Angel. Berto goes to the outside. Psycho Clown down. I was really expecting, what with this being the SummerSlam go-home show, I was so expecting this to be that we just threw a tag team in and we just used this as a way of promoting the tag match on Sunday. You know, you bring Motor City down. Motor City against Los Garza would be a good match, right? They'd have a good match. During it, you can just talk about, oh, big TLC match on Sunday, don't forget. It's going to be incredible, the action, blah, 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 blah. No way did I think they would bring in AAA talent. 1, 2. But this is so much better because it doesn't feel like a go-home. Giulia Zelina is not a go-home segment. That's like a championship match that cooked. That could have been on the SummerSlam card, right? As a championship match. We've obviously got Becky Lyra, so we could have done the Women's United States mid-card match. That could have made it. Now we've got the AAA tag titles being defended. I just thought they would put in Motor City or they'd put in Fraxium and we'd just get a banger. And then they could promote the match this way. No way did I think we would do this. No way. I don't think anyone thought we were going to do this. There we go. It is a win by Los Garza. They pick up the victory. Muggsy firing in a membership as well. Shout out to you, buds. Okay, let's jot down these scores. Mate, I can't wait for the flipping review video that we're going to do. Okay, we're backstage with Logan. Let me end this poll. Zelina versus Giulia. Okay, Logan's got nothing to say to Kathy. Everything we've got to say, we're going to say in front of the world tonight. Okay, great 64 is what we're looking at with Zelina and Giulia. All time. Great. Okay, Damian Priest, Aleister Black. We've got a graphic on screen for that. Let's get the poll up. Are we going to a commercial break? Oh my God, how much have I needed that? Jeez. Listen, I don't mind commercial breaks. It allows me to just go. And do you know what? Sometimes you need to do that. Right, Liam said, could always do a segment where Cody doesn't see Cena with a phone call or something saying, yeah, he bought it, see you Sunday, but the audience see it and that it was a plan, said Liam. True. Should have thrown in a cheat win to make them look better, said Rhonda Sanchez. Football Talk said, I told you there would be a surprise. PNW Soul Jess, welcome. PNW Soul said, can't believe that they keep him around, William. What, you can't believe we keep William around? I think a lot of people are surprised at that. Yes. A lot of people are surprised at that. But I think when you've got someone as sexually perverted as William, it's better to have him in the tent than out of the tent. And actually, now I've said that out loud, it doesn't make any sense because I wouldn't want to be in a tent with a sexual pervert. So actually, in retrospect, it's probably better he was out the tent. So thank you for opening my eyes there to what has clearly been an admin error. Ben said, Daze, after those Cody comments about not staying in a place he feels disrespected when saying he left AEW, is he right? He had a special entrance and a TV show, though. well, there's clearly been stuff that's gone on behind the scenes that we're not privy to. So there's clearly things that have happened. There's clearly comments that have been made, or there's situations that have occurred that have not played out in front of the camera. So, yeah, look, that's a company that he helped create. That's a company he played a massive part in, getting off the ground. Clearly, Tony Khan played the biggest part. But there's clearly some stuff that's gone down and comments that have been made and confrontations that have occurred. And they have not come to light yet. And I don't know that they ever will do. I think Cody said one day it's going to, come out. Secrets normally do in wrestling. Someone will do a podcast and, it'll be spoke about. But, there's a lot of unknowns as to what's happened there. So, listen, all I can tell you is that if he felt disrespected by whatever went down, then, clearly something pretty major went down. Edward said, Daze, do you think... Let's say that Cena is face. Do we think he'll win as a face? My mom just said that if he is a face now, that means that he might lose. I don't know, but if he is a face, it'd be nice to see him stay as champion. I think if John is face and Cody is face and they genuinely have a match at this stage in their careers, I think Cody wins. So I think if John is face and Cena is face, John is face and Cody is face, and it's a fair fight, I think Cody wins that match. I mean, Cena had matches with Austin Theory that when he was face and he lost. I mean, John Cena is well past his prime. And, the only reason that he's got that belt and has kept that belt is because of shenanigans. Travis Scott came down, R-Truth got involved. There's been plenty of, outside interference and plenty of drama that's meant that he's got number 17 and he's kept number 17. So if he is face, that would say to me that he's not going to cheat. He's not going to have outside interference. If Cody is going to be face and he's not going to cheat and he's not going to have outside interference, Cody Rhodes wins. Cody Rhodes wins in my book. So I think that, though, I'm still struggling with buying that this is the face turn. It's so... I mean, listen, it's unexpected. It's out the blue. You could make the argument that makes it better. I still think it's bonkers to do it this side of SummerSlam and to potentially really ruin the reaction that Cody was going to enjoy. For that reason, I think it's crazy. But yeah, it's surprising. It's shocking. It's a monster talking point. I borderline want to do a separate video on it right now to just kind of get some of these thoughts out into a video out onto the channel. But I'm so not convinced that this is real that I am borderline wondering if in the next hour we do see something else. I agree with the comment that was made earlier that this show could end with some sort of little moment where Cena's on the phone going, I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, he bought it. See you tomorrow. And then it might be a way of the fans going, oh my God, he's not really face. And oh my God, who's he on the phone to? Are we going to see The Rock? I still feel like something like that could happen. I agree. So that's why I'm holding off, because I could do a video now that literally in 55 minutes is irrelevant. So that's why I'm waiting and I'm just sort of biding my time, really. So when it comes to this thing, I think it's interesting and there's so many different directions that it can go. And is it real? Is it fake? It's added another wrinkle to the situation. It's good in that regards, because now all of a sudden you just don't know what's true, what's not true. How ironic that in the week that they drop WWE Unreal and they actually show off behind the scenes and people are worried about how it's just going to ruin wrestling because we're going to know about everything, they've gone and given you something now which we just have absolutely no idea if he's face or heel or... We don't know what to believe. In the week WWE Unreal drops, they also give us one of the most confusing segments that was unexpected. And now we don't know what's real and what's not. I don't even know if this is WWE, because they ain't been putting on shows this good all year. So I don't even know if I'm watching WWE. That's how confused I am. Jeez Louise, this show is cooking. We've gone an hour and 5 minutes, and honestly, I think I would put this in contention for being match of the year, like one of the top shows of the year so far. I really would. Like, we've had 3 major segments, and all 3 have delivered some. The first segment, massive talking point. However you feel about it, good, bad, whatever, it's irrelevant. Massive talking point. Second one, Giulia, Zelina, brilliant match. Really enjoyed it. You lot said it was great. 64. And then the third one, we get flipping Mr. Iguana, who was the talk of the wrestling world not long ago. And, you know, total surprise to see some AAA talent rocking up on SmackDown. Really surprised. And that's took us all the way through to, you know, well into our number 2. Listen, kids, I am amongst the first in line when it comes to telling you that a show is mid. I am one of the first. You know, I've got the megaphone. I'm saying it on streams. I'm saying it in reviews. I take no prisoners when it comes to being honest. And I'm just being honest that I am loving this show tonight. I am so engaged with the show. I am so enjoying what we are getting. Here's Alistair. Matt Pete said, why was I timed out? Don't know, but I didn't do it. It wasn't me. I can't even get into the chat at the moment. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. Here we go. I don't know the words. Things you never done. And we will never be equal. I know that bit. I know that bit as well. It's a great entrance, isn't it? You've got to push this guy just for his entrance alone. Brandon Butler said Seth and the Bronze versus Cody and Cena. Seth and the Bronze versus Cody and Cena. Well, if he is face, and it is just going to be face versus face, and he's going to lose the title and he's going to be pleased about it. Well, yeah, we do go down a very different path, don't we? I don't know how people are going to feel, though, because I think a lot of people are like really holding out hope for the double turn. And the double turn doesn't feel possible now, does it? How are you going to do a double turn when Cena just turned? So that feels like it's off the table. Vikings Wolf said, quick question. What happened to Ron Killings? He's just kind of disappeared after being showed a lot. Honestly, I think his story with Cena came to an end. He then got involved in this story as a way of kind of setting this up. And then, you know, they've not... honestly, they don't have anything for him. That's the honest answer. The guy was released for real, right? His contract expired. They didn't renew it. They let him go. They didn't keep him. They didn't retain him. And that was it. And then I think it was the locker room and the fan reaction that made them bring him back. But the problem is they've got no idea what to do with him. There's no ideas. There's no long-term plan. Because as of like a couple of months ago, he was done. He was out. He was not in the plans. So they've kept him. They've done another little summit with Cena. They kind of had him get involved in the early stages of this feud. But I'd imagine right now they're trying to figure out what the hell they're going to do with him now that they've signed him to a long-term deal and they've seemingly moved away from him being the comedy guy that people loved. Now you got to try and figure out something to do with him. Honestly, I would put him in a faction. I would put him in a faction because I think that if he's not going to do the comedy stuff, I think you need to present him a different way, maybe as like actually as a bit of experience. Someone that's been around for all these years, has been there, seen it, done it. Someone that's going to need a bit of backup because, you know, he's getting on in age. So someone that needs regular TV time because he's got a new deal, so you need to use him. Someone that needs to be, with a group of people.
So he's got backup and he can come down to ringside when they're having matches. Plus also, you know, at his age, he's not going to wrestle on a regular basis. So this would be a good way of getting him regular TV time without him wrestling. Think about Carlito. Carlito was shown a lot in Judgment Day, but he didn't wrestle a lot. So actually, I would put him in a faction. Maybe he finds his way into Judgment Day now, you know. But you could maybe go a different way and put some young talents with him that really have idolized and respected his work, and, you know, they want to learn from him or something like that. Because the alternative is that he's just going to be a bit part player, I think. He's just going to be but that worked when he did comedy stuff, because you could bring him in, have him do some comedy stuff, didn't need to wrestle, and people loved him. But if he's not going to do the comedy stuff, what do you do with him? Right now, we've got Alistair round the back there of Damien. Daze Mankini said, guys, he loves it. I've got the stains to prove it. Oh, no, the stains in the Mankini as well. Oh, God, I only recently got that as well. I've got to start wiping, honestly. I've got to start wiping. James said, Daze, did you see the EO and Drew SpongeBob clips? ID champs have been crowned. I saw the EO one. I've not seen the Drew one yet, to be honest, but I've seen the EO one. Opala said, I don't understand why John turned face the way he did. It is bad. It's different. It's not generic, same old BS. It's something new. Honestly, face versus face on a PLE, I don't see the issue. Okay. Who Review said, I'm wondering if Cena is a face or heel. Well, we did a poll. 65% are still thinking this is a swerve. They're still thinking that this is, you know, this is one of those situations where we get a reveal at some point later in the show, or a betrayal during the match. Is it a way of really, you know, is it a way of getting Cody to maybe not be as aggressive? Maybe if Cena does this now, he can prove the fans are fickle, right? Or he can maybe lower the intensity of Cody. You know, Cody's not going into SummerSlam saying, I'm going to rip your head off. You know, he's having a beer with John. It's a very different mindset now for Cody. Cody is going to be excited about testing himself against the John Cena he remembers. But is that John Cena going to show himself throughout the whole match? I tell you the thing that I'm a bit worried about, and that is that they've done this because they don't have like a better swerve planned. The swerve is going to be that John actually never turned face. And we've done this now so that we can go back on it at SummerSlam. There might not be a better swerve planned. There might not be a better angle planned. They might have to have just done this now so that we go back on it at SummerSlam. And it might be that we've only done it for that reason. Which, again, I think would be a massive shame, because you're throwing away Cody's reaction for his entrance just to undo something that you only did on Friday. Do you get my point? You've turned him face, right? And then you're just going to undo that on Sunday, and that's going to be your swerve. You've done a swerve on Friday just so you can undo it on Sunday. And that's your idea, that's your plan, because you don't have anything else planned. So there is that as well. I mean, honestly, there are a lot of directions this can go. It's good in regards to that could happen, this could happen, that could happen, which is why I said I agree with that comment of let's see where it goes and then judge it really afterwards. I can tell you, as I'm sat here right now, I don't love the effect it's going to have on Cody. I don't love the impact it's going to have there. I don't love that. But actually judging the whole thing, you know, as a whole, you know, I'm also subscribing to the let's see what happens. Let's see where we are Monday. That just doesn't make a very good watch along, does it? So I'm kind of live talking my reaction. Duck underneath there by Damien. We are back after being at commercial break. Jared said Cena is next to appear on Raw on Monday. Not sure if there's anything in that. Does he deliberately lose Sunday and then Seth cashes in? Don't know why he would do that. Why would he deliberately lose? Not sure that's a good play. I'm not sure that's a good play. Why would we have him deliberately lose just so Seth could cash in? Certainly when he's been talking about ruining wrestling as well, you know? Here's Damien trying to get the crowd on sides. Brendan said the way they could do a double swerve is have Cena come out with The Rock and Cody sell his soul to The Rock before, and Cody kicks Cena in the balls. Cena and Rock have one last match. But that wouldn't be a double turn, would it? Because Cena's turned face now. So what you're saying is that at the start of the match, he would have to come out as heel again to be with The Rock, so and then turn face again. So, I mean, I really can't see that. I can't see it being a case that he has turned face now to go back to being heel so that he can then go back to being face, all within the space of, you know, by the end of Sunday night. I think the only way that you would do that is if the face turn we just saw was not real. And actually at the end of this, he says to The Rock at the end of this show, he's bought it. He's bought it. Right? And so he never actually turned face. What you saw earlier was fake. Then maybe you could go down that road, right? Which is an option. That I would say is on the table. Yeah, that is on the table. But I think for him to actually have turned face, to then decide to go back to being heel, to then it's getting too messy then, isn't it? I mean, to be honest, it's messy anyway, but Alistair gets knocked into the commentary table. I don't know about you, I just really don't feel like I've seen the full hand yet. I really feel like they've shown us a couple of cards, but I've not seen the full hand yet. This doesn't make sense yet. There's too many questions remaining, whereby I don't feel like I've seen everything. I don't feel like I've seen everything they've got to. Oh my God! Alistair Black just hurled a chair at Damien, and that is enough to get him DQ'd straight out the gate. Wow. So he that's on the outside as well. Sometimes you see like people. Yeah, he's just hurled a chair at Damien. Okay, let's end this poll because I don't want people getting confused. Damien versus Alistair. Chair shot there by Alistair. Chair shot by Alistair. Okay, match scores 40, 42, 14, and 3. Driving that chair into Damien. DK said, Daze, take a walk with Elias and I on this. I think it will be a triple threat at SummerSlam. We all think that Seth is faking. This is why I smell a cash-in with a Seth victory, robbing both Cena and Cody. So you think that this sets the table for Seth to cash in? But why could Seth not cash in anyway? Why could you not have done Cena Cody, Cena being a heel, and still have Seth cash in? He's still screwing them both over. Why does Cena need to be face to achieve that? You brought this on yourself, says Alistair. Damien over against the ropes. Boom! Black Mass. Alistair Black said to Damien, you brought this on yourself. Do you know what? This match was so-so, but this beatdown afterwards has been really fun. Do you know what? There is a real effort here to make this a really good show. I am seeing real effort in this show. I believe every segment has been looked at and they are really trying to find a way for every segment to give you something. This is exactly what has been missing in 2025. This show is a show that is well worth your time. It's engaging. It's hard to have conversations because you can't stop watching what's happening. I want to get stuck into the Cena conversation. I want to see where people's heads are at, but I can't stop looking at the show. So Damien is down after getting beaten up there by Alistair. You brought this on yourself. There's a sign in the crowd that says, we want Mello. Right, get your thoughts in regards to what you thought about that last match. What did you think about that last match? Mate, whoever booked this SmackDown, I'm actually going to write this now. On Twitter, whoever booked this SmackDown. Hang on, let me reword that. I hope whoever booked this SmackDown also booked SummerSlam. Whoever booked this SmackDown, I hope they book SummerSlam. Not a perfect show. I don't want to get too giddy. Match quality, I think, could have been better in the past 2 matches. So, let's not make out this is 10 out of 10. But compared to what we've been getting in 2025. Here's Tiffany and Jade. Jade said she's going to finish what she started. Oh, look, they've gone and grabbed themselves some Jimmy Johns as well. Maybe from the same place. Maybe from the same place that Jimmy did. She's loving it, man. So this family are like, they've had a seat upgrade and they're just posing with Jimmy Johns. And the woman was like taking a drink out of the thing and everything. She was like really bigging it up. Loving my Jimmy Johns. Right, here's Talatonga. Talatonga coming out with Solo. Okay, Jared said, no idea why he would deliberately lose. I've just got so many ideas and questions that are wanting answers all at once. No, I get it. Honestly, I get it. I really understand that. None of us thought that this was going to happen. I thought it would be a good segment because Cody can talk, Cena can talk, and they faced already once before, and I thought it'd be a good segment, but no way did I think that flipping Cena was going to face turn. I mean, it's a huge moment. And it's really frustrating because everyone's going to have an opinion about it. And I would flipping love to get like a video out about it. But I'm just really still not convinced that we don't get any further update on it. Honestly, this show could end with a cliffhanger. And actually, do you know, we don't get that from shows too much. Cliffhangers. That would be good if we could start doing those on a bit more of a regular basis. A cliffhanger at the end of the show. And honestly, could we have a cliffhanger that leads us into SummerSlam tonight? Could we have a little thing with Cena right at the end, or a little thing with Cody right at the end? Like, I think we could. I'm not saying we're going to, but I'm saying, yeah, we could. We could. I really don't feel like I have seen the full hand of cards. I feel like I've seen a couple of cards. I feel like I'm playing poker. Someone's put a couple of cards down and they've still got other cards in their hands, and I feel like I still need to see these other cards. So you've got questions, I've got questions, everyone's got questions. Why have they done this now? Where are we going? What does it mean? What does it mean for the match? What does it mean for the aftermath? What does it mean we're getting The Rock? Does it mean that Cody's going to turn? Like, everyone's going to have these questions. No one's going to have the answers because we have really gone down a road that we weren't anticipating. I can tell you that Cody was going in as favourite. I can tell you that. Only slight favourite, but he was going in as favourite. Arborus said, I've just watched opening. Cody joins Rock on Sunday night. So Arborus thinks it's going to go that way. Arborus thinks Cody joins The Rock. Right, let's get back to the live chat. We're at commercial break. We've got 35 minutes left to go. Daze, I agree. Oh, hello. Chat just froze. There we go. Daze, Edward, where did you go? I was just reading. There we go. Daze, I agree with what you're saying. There will be shenanigans in the Cena-Cody match. If Cena is face, then I think The Rock comes down and is going to play a part. Also, I could see Cody turning on Cena and joining up with The Rock. PJ said, why is a steel cage there? Is there a steel cage? What, at SmackDown? Well, we know that Solo and Jacob are going to be having a cage match, so if there is one at SmackDown, I'd imagine it's to promote that. Football Talk said, Daze, if Cena's turn was real, do we not think that Cody's heel turn is now more likely to happen at SummerSlam? If Cena's turn was real, is Cody's heel turn more likely? Yes. Yes. I think it is more likely. But this turn would have to be real. And even if this turn is real, I don't think it's guaranteed that Cody turns. I don't think this makes it like a certainty. But yes, I think it increases the chances by 10%, 15%, something like that, right? But I don't now sit here and go, oh my God, yeah, this is going to be Cody turning now. Yeah. It's interesting. It's really interesting. It's good for what they're telling, but if Cody was already when he lost the first time turning heel, it would make more sense then, said Beast Modes. Opala said, Daze, I got a question. If you had control of the Wyatts, how would you book them on a weekly basis? I would book them very similar to Bray and the Funhouse. I would have a place for them to cut promos. I think that the thing about the Wyatts is that they are different to anything else we have. They are coming from a world that was created by Bray, a world that we don't know about. You know, the thing with a lot of the other wrestlers, they just operate within, you know, they're normal people with families and dreams and hopes and ambitions and all that kind of stuff, right? But actually, in regards to the Wyatt Six, they're all characters and based on characters that were kind of different parts of Bray and Bray's life. You know, those puppets were in the Funhouse. Obviously, there's kind of questions about, is the Funhouse a real place? Was it a mental place? You know, for example, John Cena came walking out at WrestleMania 36 and then magically was inside the Funhouse. You know, there's still big questions around what was the Firefly Funhouse. A lot of people will tell you it was all in Bray's mind, or it was in some other alternative universe. Like, the Wyatt Six, there's just a lot of mystery. There's a lot of questions. They are obviously based on Bray's creative, and for us to not use that or dig into that or explore that or expand that, I just think you're missing what makes the Wyatt Six so special. So if I was booking, I would really have them going after people that have wronged them in the past or people that are doing wrong now. I would have them being a force for goods. I don't really understand why they continue Bray's legacy and their heels. So, you know, I thought it made more sense last year when they were a good team that should be supportive. Like, surely you want the crowd to be with them. The crowd putting up the Fireflies and, you know, supporting the group. If they're going to go after baby faces, like, that support might start to wane. That support might not be as strong, you know? So for me, I would have like a place where they can do promos, much like the Funhouse. I would dig into their characters. I would dig into that story. I'd probably tease the arrival of some mystery characters. I'd tease different personas. I'd be putting out the QR codes, not on a weekly basis, not to the point where it's overkill, but I'd be digging into that. I'd have them go after different people. They would kind of promo together, but they'd have their own separate spaces as well. You know, I'd have no problem with Nikki setting her sights on someone in the women's division and going off on a side quest. And I'd have no problem with the tag guys going after something in the tag division. I'd have no problem with Howdy going after something. But I feel like Howdy should have a greater purpose. I feel like this group should have a greater purpose. I feel like they should be really doing stuff that you have to pay attention to. And at the moment, they're just another team. And I think that's disappointing. But equally, it's good to get them on TV, isn't it? It's better than being on TV than sat in catering. So it's good to have them on TV. But I think it is a bit of a shame, honestly, that they're just another team now. So I hope that we can find a way of getting to that eventually. I don't think it's done. I don't think it's over. I'm not done with this group. I'm still fully on board. But yeah, that's where I would hope that we would end up getting to. Big Jim against the ropes. I believe there'll be a double turn, said Matt. I think Cody will turn heel and John will complete his face turn. I think he's done it. If he is face, then he's done his turn, hasn't he? I mean, his face, he just got massive cheers. He was just greeting the fans. I don't think you can make an argument for a double turn if he goes in as face. You can say that Cody could turn heel, but right now it feels to me like the double turn's out the window. Because you've already done one element of it. It can't be a double turn if one of them's just turned. Tala on the outsides. But Rich said, I'd have no problem with everyone in the Wyatt Six being future endeavoured. So Rich is not a fan. Wyatt Six do nothing for me, said Brony. It's kind of insane how much I don't care about them, considering how excited I was about their debut last year. Yes, but that is... that's a situation, I believe, that can be saved. I don't believe it's done and that's it, it's over. Let them go. I think if you was even remotely interested in Bray, Funhouse, Fiend, Wyatt Six, Nightbirds, it can still be saved. We can still get back to that. Just because we're doing a little summit where we're just treating them like a normal group, you know, I got excited when we saw that living room or whatever it was, and it felt like, okay, is this going to be their fun house? And then it turned out to be the stupid, you know, Universal Halloween Horror Night thing. Which, as I said in Unseen, we shouldn't really be down on that because that is brilliant. But it's just, we're not getting the stuff we would like to get. We were hoping it was going to be like Funhouse, and we wanted it to be that because that would be bigger for the group and it would affect the TV product. It's turned out to be the Universal Halloween Horror Nights thing, which is still great that they've done that for them. That's still great. It sounds brilliant as well. I mean, like, Rob Fee's like, you're not going to believe how this is going to blow your mind. Like, he's loving it. So I think it's going to be something really cool, but it's just not going to affect TV, is it? It's not going to affect their presentation. It's not going to change what we get on the shows. And people were kind of hoping it was going to be something more like that. To me, there's an appetite for that. To me, there's still people that are like, I want it to be like this. This is what I want it to be. And at the moment, it's just not there, but we can get there. We can take it there. This thing, I truly believe, can be saved. And listen, I think there's still plenty of people that are still on board with what they're doing right now. Even if they are just a normal team, it's still connected with Bray. They still love the entrance. They still love the masks and the presentation. So even if it is a bit flat, even if it is like maybe not quite what we were hoping for, I think there's still people that are on board with it. Right now, we've got Tala in control. This match, a little bit slow. But it is Tala's kind of... Is it his singles debut on the show? I know that he had a dart match with one of the Pretty Deadly guys. 27 minutes to go. Headbutt there by Tala. Big Jim goes down, and it's a showcase. This is his debut, because I just saw that absolutely rubbish flipping badge on his boot that Tops are going to put onto a flipping card. Big elbow there by Talatonga. Big chop coming in there by Tala. You can see it on his boot. 56, 34, 5, and 3. So you lot said that last match was good 97. The tag match before that was good 97. The first match was great 64. LS Dub. LS Wrestle. Oh, welcome. LS Wrestle said turning Cody heel at this current moment is dumb because he's the purest top guy, white meat babyface WWE has had since the 80s. And I mean that in the best way. Now is not the time to turn him heel. I agree. I know a lot of people disagree, so I feel like we're in the minority. So LS Wrestle. Shout out to you. Welcome to the community. Looks like someone's made LS Wrestler mods. I don't remember doing that. LS Wrestler, I've took the mod thing away from you just because I don't remember giving it you. So I think there's a glitch. So I've took that away. Sorry for the confusion. But yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm actually in agreement with you. I personally wouldn't turn Cody. I've said that a few times. I think there's lots of other creative things you can do to excite his character. I just don't think you need the heel turn. Kick coming into the midsection. So yeah, sorry about that confusion. But sorry about that confusion. Right now we've got Chop coming in there by Tala. I miss LS Dub, said Brony. Yeah, I do as well, actually. Good guy. Good guy. Daze, that kid from the crowd in Belgium is raging right now. Do you know what? There was an interview with him after, and he was saying that he knows that Cena was only pretending and he still loves him. So actually, I don't know that he'll be that bothered. Here we go. Tala trying to get Jimmy down. Crowd are a little bit quiet for this one. Another kick coming in there by Big Jim. Going against the ropes. Clothesline to the outside goes Talatonga. Oppola said, what happened to LS Dub? Did he get blocked? I heard that he was involved in some really shocking sex thing. I don't want to say... Well, look, I'll say one word. I'll say one word, and I'm not going to say anything else. Okay? I'm going to say one word, and I won't say anything else. You're going to have to put the pieces together yourself when it comes to LS Dub, right? I'm just going to tell you what I heard. Nice slam down there by Tala. It's only one word. 1, 2, 3. Tala wins. Epstein. It's just what I heard. It's just what I heard, right? It's just what I heard. Right, here's Solo. Oh, here we go. Now we've got JC and we've got Tamatonga. They're coming down, beating up on Big Jim. Put the cage down, said Solo. Put the cage down. There's the cage. This is why they wanted it. This is to promote the cage match. The Hib said he was on Jericho's lists. He was on a list, all right. Connor said, why doesn't Jacob come out? I think he might do now. He's just waiting for the cage to be lowered. He saw that cage and he's like, I know what they're going to do. And it'll be a lot more dramatic if I come down and rip the door off or climb it. Here we go, going for the Samoan spike, and here comes Jacob! Why is the cage not all the way down? Ah, mate, I love it when he comes out with that headgear. It's camo headgear, but I don't know why. Is the cage stuck? Or have they just done that so he can get in? Are they going to bring the cage? Now they're locking him in there with all them people. How does this make sense? How does this make sense now? Now Jacob's locked in there with a beaten up Jimmy. Why are they all desperate to get... Look at the numbers. Why are they all getting out? What the hell's going on? It was 4-on-1. It was 4-on-1, and Solo's like, oh, I better get out of here. Talatonga's like, oh, I'm coming out with you. Blimey, now I ain't staying in here with this guy. It's true, they set a trap and then they ran away. What the hell's going on? Oh, I take it back. I take it back. Who wrote this rubbish? Oh, we're back now. We're back. WWE, we're back. I think what happened, right, is I was watching some other wrestling promotion for the first hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes, and now WWE are back. Right now, we've got Jacob. Daze breaking football news. Son wants to leave Spurs for a new challenge. Oh, there's Jacob. Jacob's shirt is free. WWE needs to put them in shop, says Nico. The Samoan werewolf on the loose. Big moonsault there by Jacob. Let's go. Justice for LS Dub, said Shaquem. I agree. To be honest with you, though, I don't know that he's guilty. All I heard was that one word. I don't know if he's guilty. I'm sure he will get justice, but got to go through some pretty moody legal proceedings first. I heard that apparently LS Dub is shown on a video, and so they had to cut a couple of minutes out of the video because they didn't want him to be seen. I don't know. I don't really follow the news, but apparently there's some video with a couple of minutes missing, and apparently LS Dub is seen in those couple of minutes. I don't want to come up with conspiracies. I don't want to... Why is that woman? There's a woman behind Wade that, for a minute, it felt like she was looking straight into my soul. Wade was talking there, and right behind the commentators, you had this woman that was leaning on the barricades like that. And just for a minute, she just had that pose. And I looked, and I caught her eye, and for a second, she really spoke to me. She really spoke to me for a second. We connected. The way that she was behind the barricade then like that. I just really connected with her. And she said to me, stop being a perv. Stop staring at me. And I was like, sorry. Right, they're just running down the SummerSlam cards. Neil said, can we get an actual cage match? We are at SummerSlam. Nico said, we need that shirt from Jacob. PNW Soul Jess said, I still want Dean Ambrose back, but he's off biting ears or something weird like that. Is he? JLR14 said, I left for a few minutes and LS Dub is not a mod. He's just not around. Don't know where he's gone, but as we said, there's a few rumours. I'm not going to repeat them. Daze, the woman is like The Rock. She wants your soul. She can have it, honestly. I felt things I've not felt for a while there as she was looking straight into my soul. We connected. I think we're getting married. I'm not sure. So, love that for us. Curtis said, Cena is booked to win. Cody is going to lose because of having to film Street Fighter and not being available. Yes, but how long is he away for? Because Liv Morgan had to do a film. She was missing for like 2-3 weeks. That was it. Why are some of these moving and some of them aren't? Just depends if we like them or not. If we like them, they're moving. If we don't, we keep them still. So, yeah, we are just running down the match card for SummerSlam. And don't forget, kids, we will be live tomorrow and Sunday as we live react to everything that goes down. God only knows what's going to go down, to be honest. I can't wait to find out and get this show a little bit in the rear view mirror. Because this show is one of the hardest to predict, and they keep twisting and turning. We don't know if Seth is actually injured. I don't know if John has actually turned face. I don't know what Cardi B's doing. Word on the street is she's only there Saturday, so what's she doing Sunday? Where's she on Sunday? Yeah, that's the big question. If she's only there Saturday, what's her plans for Sunday? Is she seeing family? I don't know. So there's lots of questions around SummerSlam. Leanne said, I'm off to buy a snazzy wedding outfit. Yes, you're all invited. Guys, I'm going to live stream it. I'm going to live stream it and I'll sit here and talk about it, but there will be a bit where I have to just go over and say I do. Shouldn't take too long, but it's going to be so emotional. Cena is going to jump on Cody before the show ends, says Johnny. I knew the cage had to do with them. Didn't take rocket science to figure that one, said Nico. Corey said 4 letters, 1 word. Yeets. Mayor Pete Z said smash that like button. Shout out to you, my friends. Nico's still going on about that Jacob shirt. Desperate for that Jacob shirt. Okay, where are we going now? We're backstage. There's Alexa. There's Charlotte. The chemistry has evolved. Is that your version of a compliment? Take it or leave it. Oh my God. No, can't you read the shirt? It says we're not friends. Yeah. She doesn't like the F words. That's all right. I've seen better segments with them. Is this going to close the show? Is this what we're closing the show with? Jelly Roll and Logan? God, I feel like we lost our way with like this last half an hour. Perhaps we should take the show down to an hour and a half. The argument when it was 3 hours was, oh, I think they could cut some of this out and it'd be better. Let's go down to 2. I've loved this show, but I do find myself going, maybe we should take it to an hour and a half, maybe. I mean, I personally don't need this last segment. And I think seeing Solo and Tala running out of a cage when they had the numbers advantage was a little bit, do you know what I mean? Oh, well. Right. It's going to end with Logan and Drew segment. The ending shall be a dumpster fire, says PNW Soul Jess. PNW Soul Jess, can you please let me know what does the PNW stand for, please? In my mind, it might be like PlayStation Network. PNW. Professional Nude Wrestling. Is it that? PNW. Professional Nude Wrestling. Oh my God. Is that what it is? Is that what it is? Professional Nude Wrestling. William? Calm yourself. You know he'll be in like, what? Someone call me. Perv, he is. You're right, Trini. You are right. PNW said yes. Mayor Pete, precisely. Did Mayor Pete say that? Confirmed. Oh my God. Wow. PM dub. Guys, I am a fully signed up PN dub stan. Yeah? Forget. Oh my God, could you imagine those watch alongs? Oh my God. So good. So good. Wrestle with Andy said, it's a tribute to PN News. Yeah, look. PN Dub saying Chris, 100%. 100%. It's confirmed. Right, Metal Mama said, I can't find the damn remote. Oh, they don't have one for YouTube. You just have to click off. And I'd imagine there's a lot of people that are trying to find a way of doing that during these streams. Hawks fan said PN might be pervs nationwide. Could be that as well. There's some excellent suggestions. Wrestle Knight said, if this segment bangs like the rest of SmackDown, my faith in Triple H will be fully restored. Well, hang on, Wrestle Knight. Let's see what happens with that carry-on contract in August first. Okay, guys, can I just point to this on screen? Look, PNW Soul, Jess is pointing to an arrow up. Can you see this arrow up? So let's read this. Blake Dub said, I've seen that there is a real nude wrestling promotion. And then here, look, PNW Soul Jess is like, check this out. So is that, to me, is confirmation that what we've said is correct. Yeah? I've seen there is a real nude wrestling promotion, and that is being confirmed. And she's even getting William to pay attention to that comment. This is huge. That's a huge development. Because to be honest with you, at first I was just joking. I was just having some banter. But now it's actually been confirmed. It's like so good. So good. God, what a SummerSlam weekend. Okay, we've got shots of MetLife Stadium. I've heard rumours that that's where PNW are hoping to hold one of their future events. And they're hoping to get 80,000 naked people watching as well. Okay, here's Logan. I'm still humble. Let's go. Let's go. Do you know what? This show has been so entertaining, I'm even willing to give this segment a chance. It's just a load of people here, so I'm just going to put the word people. Still humble. Oh. Is there any commentary? No. Oh, no. I don't have any commentary, so there must not be commentated. This is a strange last segment, said World of Wrestling. Well, I suppose they're just going to use this to build up a final match for SummerSlam. And they started with the Cena Cody one. So they're just going to end with this one. I do agree, though. It is a bit strange. Oh. I would read James's comment, but I would have to change so many words. There's certainly one word I'd have to change. The Meadowlands will be the biggest Hammerstein Ballroom in New Jersey. Drew deserves better, said 107 Carnage. Jess said that the nearest shows are like 4 to 6 hours away and they're only once a year. Oh. PN Dub, can you let us know when the next one is? Because I'm doing a watch along, definitely. I am definitely doing a watch along for that. Oh, hang on, is there loads of guys? I might not do a watch along, actually. Imagine if it's just all guys on the cards. No, scrap that. Scrap. I want to see the card first. Matt Pete Z said, Boomer, here's $5 towards the Logan Paul LJN figure. Matt Pete, I can guarantee it's not going towards that figure. We're trying to defend this from outsiders. Sean said, do we think TNA will invade WWE at SummerSlam? I don't think so, because they tend to work at like the NXT level. So I'm certainly wouldn't be expecting that. So I'm going to say no. But there might be, you know, they could do a little summit during the AJ Styles match. Could do a little summit there. But I certainly don't think they'd be invading all the matches and making a big carnage. But maybe there's a little chance to do something in the AJ Styles match. I had to get at least one stray shot in first. Oh, no, absolutely. No, I'm with you. I respect it. I respect it. Daze, let's see what shoes Roman has got. I've heard he's going to have to wrestle in sliders. This is so annoying. I know it's meant to be annoying, but this is so annoying. Logan Paul telling us about outsiders. I mean, it's ironic and it's meant to be ironic, but it's also really annoying. You will never, ever belong here. Daze is so invested, he's reading the chat, says Porky Pig. That's true. I'm also thinking who I would like on the PWN card or the PNW card. Definitely Linda. Definitely Linda. Sean, shout out to you firing in some Wrestling Days memberships. Choco Latte 404, shout out to you. Crypto Fanatic, what crypto do we need to be aware of, please? Crypto Fanatic, what do we need to invest in? AJ, shout out to you. Wayne Garland, shout out to you. Guys, oh my God, a car has arrived. No. Jelly Roll's here. Oh my God. Jelly Roll. Jelly. Guys, I'm a jelly head. Do you know what I mean? Why moan about it? Let's just... Randy's here! RKO! RKO! Everybody! I hear voices in my head. They talk to me. I go to bed. I like to sleep. Here we go. They're making their way through the side of the stage. Here's Nick Aldis. He's like, don't do this. Don't do this. It's only 24 hours till SummerSlam. We can't ruin the match. Everyone's looking forward to it. Is Nick Aldis going to get security? Here we go. Logan, Drew, big brawl. They're brawling. Yeah, here's security. Oh. Boo. Let them fight. Let them fight. Let them fight. Let them fight. That's a real shame. Because if they were to fight now, someone might get injured and the match might be cancelled. Ah. Randy nails Logan. Logan goes to the outsides. It's going to be Summer Swerve, said Nico. Summer Swerve instead of SummerSlam. I like that. Summer Swerve. I wonder if I sent that message too early. I feel like I sent that message about, I hope whoever booked this show booked SummerSlam. I sent that at 20 past 2. I don't feel as passionate about it come like 40 minutes later. Still enjoyed it though. Still a really good SmackDown. For a go-home show, it's flipping biblical. We need more Drew and Logan segments. That was gold when they showed up. The cinematic way that Jelly got out that car, said Wrestle Rants. So good. I cried. I actually cried. Look, here's Randy and Jelly. They're firing each other up. Look, the security guards are like, no, please. RKO! RKO! Run, mate! Run! Get out the ring! Get out the ring! Don't take a genius to work out what your future's going to look like if you don't get out the ring. Get out the ring! Run! Run! Oh, I thought Jelly Roll was going to do an RKO, but instead we're doing a choke slam. Dude, we did RKOs, which are awesome, and then Jelly Roll comes in with his boomer chokeslam. Amazing move! Amazing move! Average. Why didn't we do chokeslam first and then do, like, RKO to finish? Because RKO is way more exciting. Why didn't Jelly Roll do an RKO? If you're putting in all this work, and your God's gift to wrestling, why didn't we had RKO? Why didn't he do an RKO? Are we going to get anything? Any final bit? Any little backstage bit? Nope. That's annoying because I could have done my video ages ago. Mate, I could have done my John Cena video flipping 2 hours ago. But I thought, I'll wait. Just in case. I'll wait. Oh, well, that's what waiting gets you. Yeah? That's what waiting gets you. Gotta tell you, man, I'm just looking at a quick reaction online and people are not buying the turn from this reaction. Hey, that was a good line, actually. The only platinum rapper that's showing up at SummerSlam is me. That shot's fired, isn't it? A little bit to Travis Scott. The greatest to ever do it is back. I need to go and record this video because this is the big talking point, and so I need to do this video. But I'm actually going to do it now, live, because I'm going to record it, upload it, and then I'm going to get some of your thoughts, final thoughts. So if you want to stick around and share your thoughts, stick around and share your thoughts. If you want to run away, you can run away. We're going to do Unseen. We're going to do a review video. But rather than me end this stream and go off and record this, I might as well just do it here, and then I can be back with you for a little bit. A few final moments. Just got this John Cena thing here, and I've just put a few in here. I don't know how this is going to go. I've got so many thoughts in my head. Getting the tone of this, I think, is going to be quite difficult because I'm down on it because of what it means for Cody, but I'm not down on it because it was a great segment, and so trying to get that across is going to be a little challenging, but let's see how it goes, shall we? Let's see how it goes. Right. Massive news coming out of SmackDown, and this really did take the wrestling world by surprise. The show opened with John Cena and Cody Rhodes, and honestly, I wasn't even expecting that. Normally, they make you wait till the end of the show. Obviously, it's great for ratings. So starting off with John, I thought was brilliant because it was just immediately, it grabbed you, brought you into the show. And actually, the reaction for John was really interesting. I ended up putting up a reaction clip where I was talking about how John was not getting overwhelmingly positive reactions. There was actually a lot of boos. And even when he got in the ring, there was, "Let's go Cena, Cena sucks" chants. But I would say even at that point, it was muddy at best. If you remember the go-home show for WrestleMania and WrestleMania itself, very, very loud pro-Cena chants. They did not care that Cena returned heel. They wanted to see number 17. They wanted Cena to win his final WrestleMania match. They were bored of Cody and Cody's title run. And so, yeah, it was a very pro-Cena crowd, right? I was actually full of praise when Cena came out, and this crowd were not unanimously behind Cena. You can go back, you can check it out for yourself. It is muddy at best. But I would say there was a lot more support for Cody, actually. Cody got a great reaction when he came out, singing along with his song. There was the Cody Rhodes chant when they were both in the ring. Everything was actually looking like I think WWE would have wanted it to have looked. The fans were with Cody a bit more than Cena. It felt different to WrestleMania. Why am I talking about this so much? Why am I so focused on that crowd reaction? Because what we did then is throw it all away. We completely threw it all away. John Cena basically turned back face. John Cena said that he had been sold a lie and that he had to portray himself as someone that he wasn't, just for a cheap pop and a cheap moment earlier in the year. He spoke about how his team had abandoned him. And the picture that John Cena painted is that what he has just been doing for the past several months since Elimination Chamber is basically just living a lie, basically pretending to be something that he is not, and actually being really honest in saying it was done for a moment on a show, which I don't know how kayfabe people are going to feel about that, right? Because that feels a little bit inside baseball, doesn't it? Basically saying, yeah, I agreed to do it because we wanted to get a moment at Elimination Chamber. And then he was talking about how his team had abandoned him, even going so far as to say the only platinum selling rapper that's going to be at SummerSlam is going to be me. Not me as in me, but me as in John Cena, right? There is no Travis Scott involved this time around, right? So I was just saying during the watch long, this is a really difficult video for me to record because my initial reaction to this face turn is that it didn't feel right, in the sense of I don't believe it. I don't buy it. It feels like a very strange time to be doing it. And even the explanation feels weird of, oh, everything I've just done was fake. Everything I've just done we did because we wanted to get a reaction at Elimination Chamber, and I didn't mean everything I just said. Like, that explanation is very weird to me. The timing of this is very weird to me. Yes, it was completely out the blue. So from a shocking point of view, it's, shocked and it's made a statement, but it's very weird to do it so close to SummerSlam, because what you've done is you've completely thrown away Cody's support. This crowd were right behind John at the end of his promo. I mean, John cut one of the best promos that he's cut this year. Just like, I'm back with you. John Cena is back. And everyone was like, yeah. Everyone was so excited. And all those Cody Rhodes chants, they went away. And now everyone seemingly is back on board with John Cena. If I'm Cody Rhodes, I am so frustrated. I mean, Cody got the microphone, and what could he say? He had to go over, ask for a couple of beers, and basically say, welcome back, John. And that's all Cody could do. I mean, this moment completely derailed Cody. It changed fan reaction. I expect now Cena to get fantastic support at SummerSlam, when I'm not sure he was going to, judging by the reaction from this crowd. And honestly, there's been a few theories about that this is a fake face turn, and it's been done to kind of show how fickle the fans are, and it's been done to kind of ruin the support for Cody, and that Cena's going to point that out after he retains. So, there'll be some cheating in the match. He'll low blow, he'll cheat Cody, someone will get involved. Maybe Travis Scott comes down. I mean, if Travis Scott comes down at SummerSlam and it reveals that Cody has just been lied to, he's just been deceived, he's just been cheated, and that Cena really is not face now, I mean, that's going to be a moment, isn't it? I do wonder if they have done this now so that they can go back on it at SummerSlam. I do wonder if they have turned him face so that at SummerSlam it can be revealed that he has not actually turned face. And I wonder if that's the swerve that they've got planted. Some people think we're going to get The Rock. Some people think we're going to get the double turn. I don't see how you can do a double turn now, because John Cena's going to go in as face and Cody Rhodes is going in as face. Cody could turn heel. Cody could be frustrated by the fans. Cody could be frustrated at the current situation, because if I was Cody, I'd be frustrated. The fans were finally cheering my name, and that has now been taken away by John Cena. I would be frustrated if I was Cody. I didn't have the fan support at WrestleMania. Just as I was about to get the fan support at SummerSlam, it's now been taken away. So my initial reaction to this segment was one of frustration for how this presents Cody and what this means for Cody, because he just managed to get to a good place and they've took it all away. And I find that really frustrating, because Cena could have lost this title at SummerSlam to Cody, and then we could have had a real dramatic moment where Cena has to make a choice of, am I going to shake Cody's hand? Am I going to give him a hug? And we could have really built it up where the crowd are like, go on, John, go on. We know there's a good guy in there. And then they embrace and everyone cheers. And we could have turned John Cena face at SummerSlam. We did not need to do it just before SummerSlam, which is going to drastically affect the crowd reaction to Cody. But we have, and we must have done it for a reason. There must be a reason. There must be a reason as to why they want Cena going in as a face. Got to tell you though, people aren't buying it. We did a poll on our watch along. 65% are saying that this is not true. It is a swerve. Here, Zashi saying this is John Cena, March 1st to August 2nd. Forget everything you saw, yeah. All that stuff that happened, I didn't mean that. Forget that. Right, Men in Black moment. Tony the Wrestling Nerd said, full John Cena and Cody Rhodes segment. I refuse to believe that Cena just turned face just like that. This has got 177,000 views. It's a monster talking point. The problem I have is that it's a massive talking point, and I love the fact we got a big talking point on SmackDown. It really has kind of added an extra level and an extra layer to that match at SummerSlam. It gave us like a really great open to SmackDown. So, you know, there's some good stuff that's come out of this, but oh my God, am I frustrated at what this means for Cody and his reaction. You know, I feel like we're too focused on John and not focused enough on Cody. John is leaving at the end of the year. He will be gone. Cody will still be here. If anything, we should be using John to build up some of the other talent. We should be using John so that when John goes, we've got like talent that he has helped build. You know, we screwed Cody over at WrestleMania with him kind of having to go up against John Cena in his final wrestling match, trying to win 17. Of course, no one was going to boo John in that situation. And then just as it seems like we've fixed the situation and we've got the crowd in a much better place, they've gone and thrown it away again. So, honestly, the reaction for both of these guys at SummerSlam is going to be very, very interesting. Some people wondered, myself included, if we were actually going to go back to John and if John was going to turn on Cody later in the show, or if he was going to be on the phone to The Rock. Are we going to get The Rock? I mean, honestly, I'm conflicted in the sense of I like the extra layer that it's added to the match. I love the fact we've got this really passionate talking point that's been provided. But there is stuff here that I don't like about it. There are things here, and certainly I think it's more the timing. It's the timing of this that I don't like about it, right? Because of what it does to Cody. Terry T-Bone said the only platinum rapper showing up is me. It was a great line. John Cena hugged his wife after going back to being the good guy. So some people might not have noticed. He jumps out the ring, he goes over, and there we go. He hugs and kisses someone very quickly. That was John's wife. Welcome back, John Cena. That's how you welcome back the GOAT. And this is all Cody could do. He just had to go over, can I get a couple of beers, right? We don't see anyone else drinking, by the way. I don't know why the beers are there. Perhaps after the show's ended, they all enjoy a good beer, but he was like, can I get a couple of beers? And he just went, welcome back. I mean, not only have you changed the fan reaction, but you've just given Cena an amazing promo on the Go Home show, and Cody could do nothing in response. What could Cody say? He couldn't go off on John after John has just come to his senses. So not only have you killed Cody's fan reaction at SummerSlam, but you also killed him in this segment as well. The only thing he could do was just have a beer with John. Listen, let's see what goes down. One comment I want to raise up that was made in our watch along, which was, I'm not going to judge this until we've seen it fully play out. And I'm going to end and I'm going to have that as the headline, because, you know, when you do YouTube and you do watch alongs and you provide content, I don't have the luxury of just staying quiet. I don't have the luxury of just going, let's see what happens, right? Because people want to know, what's your reaction? What do you think? Yeah, that's part of the game. That's part of the fun, right? I don't have the luxury of just sitting here going, don't know. Let's see where this goes. I have to provide more than that. So this is how I'm feeling about it. Conflicted. I think there's good things, there's bad things. But the headline, if I could retreat to some sort of position, I would retreat to the position of, let's see how this plays. Let's see what goes down on Sunday. Let's see where we are on Monday, and judge it accordingly. So there we go. Massive bombshell going off in the wrestling world. Yeah, let's see what goes down at SummerSlam. Boom. Right. Apologies that took so long. That was way longer than I was expecting it to be, but I was quite happy, I think, that we got the context across. I'm going to upload that now, and whilst that's uploading, I can chat away with you guys. Cleveland Brown said, I bet Cody is going to kick Cena in the balls. So you think this leads to the Cody heel turn? We did touch on that. I think that does now increase. And I think you've given Cody a reason to kind of feel like why he should turn out of frustration. You know, as Cena comes back, he acts like a douche, then turns back face, and everyone just forgives him. Like, yeah, I think there is John Cena face turn. Did John Cena really just turn face? WWE news reaction. I don't really know what the right word is. Let's just go with that whilst I read these. Right, Randy and Belly Roll guy need to lose that match, and then Randy could cost Cody the match and turn heel again, says yeah, I think the Randy getting involved, I think there's a possibility with that, definitely. Daze, I'm going to Prom Fest tomorrow. Prom Fest? What the hell's that? There's going to be wrestlers from local promotions. I got a picture last year. It's so good. You should come one day. To what? Prom Fest? I don't even know what it is. Is that where like people show off dresses for prom? Hassan said, I think Cena is playing games with Cody. It could be him pulling the heelish thing at SummerSlam. He'll probably have someone help him. Can I just say something that I always think when I'm talking and doing a video like that? I think it if ever I do it during Unseen. I think it if ever I'm recording the reviews. I think it whenever I do a video like that. I never can remember. And I probably, if I like a comment, I really should write the people's names down. But I wish I could credit the people that said these comments. You know, that comment earlier about let's wait and see. I love that comment. That's a great comment. But I don't have it written down. I cannot recall with all the comments that I've read who has said what. So apologies if I have just kind of mentioned your comment and not been able to give the credit for it, because hopefully like I was able to give the credit at the time. But yeah, I do always think that whenever I reference something that was said in the watch-alongs, be it on a review, be it on a video like that, be it wherever, I always think, oh God, I wish I'd written them names down. So I think there's some really good comments that get shared in our watch-alongs. Triple T confessed that you are in a relationship and he is going to buy you that new Bull Nakano figure. Oh, yeah, he was doing that thing tonight, wasn't he? Oh, yeah, I forgot about Figure Friday. I hope that went well for them. Joe said, don't believe the hype. Cena is a gangster.
There we go. I'm just putting some in the description. I don't even know what to put that in. I haven't even got a thumbnail or anything. Don't matter though. Sometimes I think I worry a bit too much about thumbnails and things like that. Like sometimes just get the video out and just let people watch it. And, you know, it's more important the stuff you talk about than packaging it. But, yeah, that's on its way.
Right, Daze, what happened to Cena versus Sing talent? Like people that were saying names like Finn Balor, Sami Zayn. I guess they moved on from that, said Spartan. Well, I think, you know, I made that point just in that video about how I wish we were using Cena more to put talent over. I get the story right now, and I wonder if we move to a phase like that now. I wonder if we move into a babyface Cena phase where he can take on some people and lose. I mean, he can't really lose now that he's got the belt because he would lose the belt. So him winning the title at WrestleMania, him having the belt is a little bit of an issue. I mean, now he's talking as well about not taking that belt to ruin wrestling. Now he just wants to take it. Do you know what? John Cena is so OTT as a person. Yeah, whenever he's like acting, it's OTT, isn't it? Right? His reactions, they're OTT. There's something OTT and borderline insincere about him saying, I don't want to take this belt to ruin wrestling. I want to take this belt so that you guys don't forget me. Anyone else think that that's just the biggest load of nonsense you've ever heard? The idea that he wants to take the belt so he's not forgotten. How does that even work? How? Because we just replaced the belt. So how does him having the belt mean we don't forget? It doesn't. I can't even get that to make sense. I can't even get that to make sense because we will replace that belt, and then we'll move on, and we won't think about John. Then, unless they change the design, and then someone goes, oh, what happened to the old design? And we go, oh, yeah, Cena took that, so we didn't forget him. But who's going to forget John Cena anyway? He's one of the biggest wrestlers in the... The thing is, that's such a nonsense thing to say that normally you would sit here and go, well, that's a load of rubbish. That just screams that this is a load of nonsense, right? And that he's not actually turned face, because that's a load of rubbish. But John Cena is actually a bit OTT with some of his actions and his words. And do you know what I mean? Like, they could just have got the tone wrong on that one. It could be that he's telling the truth, but it could just be that the tone was off. There's a lot about that segment that just didn't land. There's a lot about that segment that just I didn't believe, and that's an example of one. I also didn't believe him... the inside baseball thing. Oh, we only did it to get a moment at Elimination Chamber, to get a reaction. You know? Are you really going to tell the fans on your show that you just did it because you wanted to have it? And how does that make the heel turn moment look now historically? Because if John Cena comes out and go, yeah, we only did it because we wanted a reaction, do the fans now look back on that heel turn with as much fondness? Or actually, does it make you look back and go, well, that was a bit cheap? That was a bit cheap. So again, is that the right way to frame the heel turn? Is that the right way to frame it? There's a lot about this that doesn't sit well with me, and there's a lot about this that makes me think that this is just a load of rubbish and that he hasn't actually turned back face. But again, I have to keep retreating back to that place of, well, let's see where this goes. Okay, Professional Nude Wrestling said this farewell tour hasn't really done much. He's off doing movies. They could try and do more while they have the chance. He's going to be gone sooner than later. Ben said, what if they heard your comments about the Cena story being flat and they decided to give you the talking point, to give you something, but it's clearly upset or angered you? Well, I just think that booking is difficult, honestly. And I think that, you know, you can do lots of things that for various different reasons are not going to be quite right. They're not going to satisfy. So, you know, they might have looked at this and gone, you know what, this heel turn is just not working. Like, let's get him back to being a face. But my counter to that is, well, you've done it at the worst moment where you've now killed Cody. And why would you not have done it after he dropped the belt? Why would you not have done it whereby we have heel versus face is always preferable over heel versus heel or face versus face, right? And the reason for that is because you really want the crowd united behind one person. In an ideal world, you want the crowd fully behind someone, really rooting for someone, and you want the heel to be hated. That's what heels are. They're hated. And the baby faces are loved. Wrestling is very simple at its core. We all root for someone to, you know, get behind someone. We hope they get the win, and we all hate the heel, right? I know that people say that it's changed and that's in the past, and that's a load of nonsense. It's not changed. Pretty much everyone's still a heel or a face, right? And we are still trying to get those reactions from the audience. This is what wrestling is at its core. And so you was going into a match where we had the heel and the face dynamic, and on the eve of the match, you threw it away. Now, if it is going to be a clever ploy where Cena is going to point out that fans are fickle, then, okay, you've had to do it because you want to point that out. If he's done it because he wanted to take the support from Cody, and the thing I'm frustrated about is the reason why he has done it, okay, I get why you did it. It still doesn't help Cody. It still doesn't help Cody because all you're going to do is you're going to make the fans realize that they are fickle or they have been played, right? And the fans are going to look back and go, oh man, I can't believe I fell for that. You know, I can't believe I thought that he had actually turned face and he's made me look stupid because I so quickly went back to forgiving him and I so quickly went back to supporting him and I just abandoned Cody. And if that is the play, then all right, maybe you're going to have some fans that are going to think about that. But it still doesn't help Cody. Cody still has to go into SummerSlam with, you know, mixed reaction at best. I mean, all you've done now is you've just lit a fire under John Cena. I mean, John Cena now just cut a fantastic promo. John Cena's back and he's our friend and, you know, this is his last SummerSlam and he's only got a few dates left and I don't know, man. I just think they're not stupid. They're not stupid, right? They're not stupid. They must have known that turning him face now is going to affect the reaction he gets, right? They know that. You know that. I know that. We all know that. A heel John Cena is going to get a little bit of backlash, yeah? There's going to be fans that won't abandon him, but there's going to be fans that are still going to ride with him. But a babyface John Cena, in his final SummerSlam match, in his final run, as it's counting down, that's gonna command a lot more support, isn't it? That's going to command a lot more support. They've got to know this, and they've done it for a reason. I just don't know the reason. I don't know the reason. Is it because we want to upset Cody with what's going on, and Cody's frustration's going to boil over, and that's going to result in Cody turning heel? Is that what we're doing? Is that because it could be? Honestly, it's on the table right now. I can only tell you that there was no plans to turn Cody heel, but that doesn't mean that ain't changed. That doesn't mean that report was not inaccurate, right? It could be that report was actually a load of rubbish, and here we are, we're now about to turn Cody heel. Could be. Could be that Travis Scott comes down, Rock comes down, and it's all revealed that Cena actually did not turn face on Friday. Could be that. Could be that. I just don't know. I don't know which way it's going to go. I don't know which way this is going to go. But what I do know is that earlier the majority were not buying it, and nothing has changed since. Nothing has changed. So I can't imagine that poll has changed. And the reaction, just quickly looking online, I saw a lot more people going, nah, I don't buy this. I don't believe this. I saw a lot more of that in my feed as I was just grabbing a few tweets. I saw a lot more of that in my feed than I did actually people going, I can't believe it, he's back, this is amazing. In fact, I don't think I saw a single one of with reacting that way. I don't think I saw a single person like, I can't believe he's back, this is amazing. I'm sure they're out there, but my feed was more, I don't buy it, I don't believe it. But again, you know, let's see what Fightful can find out. Let's see what, you know, there'll be people that are digging into this, of course. There'll be people looking into this, trying to figure out what is going on. Let's get over to the chat. The fans would not forget him, whether he left with the belt or not. It's got to be a swerve. I think the whole SmackDown, I had the whole SmackDown to think about it, and I think it is a swerve, says Nico. Wrestler Andy said, you have to admit that Jelly Roll would make a great Mattel retro. He would make a great Mattel retro. I don't think that's enough for me to want to see him join WWE as a wrestler. But I will admit that, yes. Nico said it is going to be Summer Swerve this year. I like Summer Swerve. It's a good shout. The Almighty. Let's go. Nico, have I followed you? Let's go to Nico's channel and just drop a subscribe. Done. Boom. Let's go to Almighty Supreme. Subscribe. Done. Right, Almighty Supreme said, I truly believe WWE was so fed up with Dwayne and Travis's disloyalty that they've just dropped the plans related to them. Shots were taken in that promo. Do you know what? I so want to talk about this. I mean, I've said everything I've got to say, right? I feel like that video that's just gone on the channel, I can't add any more to that. That's 11 minutes of me going, yeah, this is how I feel. This is why I'm frustrated at first. And I'm, you know, I'm not down on it. I mean, I am looking forward to that match. And I'm hoping that Cody still gets a great reaction, right? Because I think with Cody, there's a lot of people that want him to turn heel, but he is someone that shifts a lot of merch. He's a really good baby face. I look at Cody and I just don't think he's a bad person. He's a dad. He cries. He's so emotional. He cries at the drop of a hat. You know, I just think Cody as a heel, he can do it, but it's just hard to buy because I think he's a good, honest family man. And I just don't buy the heel thing in Cody. I think some people can be heels and faces. I think Cody can do it. I know people will point to Bullet Club, right? I think that was a very different time. And I think we've learned a lot more about Cody as a person since that time. And I think that WWE have not really, you know, done much to sort of hide the fact that Cody is just this really good, down-to-earth, lovely person that I just think is a lovely guy. And I think that him being on TV as a heel it's going to be a hard sell for me. It's going to be really hard to convince me that this is someone I should hate and this is someone I should boo and this is someone I shouldn't be, like, you know, rooting for when I know he's got a little baby girl, he's with Brandy. I see him doing his podcast. He sticks around for hours after shows to meet the fans. Kids love him. He gives out his weight belt. I just think him being a heel is a hard sell. I think it's a really hard sell. So why do people want him to be heel? Well, it's because his character's a bit flat. It's because they're a bit bored of his character. It's a bit too nice for some people. They want a bit of attitude in there. And my answer to that is, well, you can do that. You can take this character. You can give it a bit of an edge. You can put him in better creative. You know, you can do stuff with him that will make him a bit more engaging to an older audience. You know, even Cody admits, I think I'm kind of a character more for the kids. I think I work really well for the younger audience, maybe not so much for the adults. And I think, honestly, if you're an older, like older viewer, I could understand you looking at Cody going, this doesn't really do it for me. But I really don't know that the heel turn is the right way, and we might be on the verge of that. If we are, I think it's a brave move, because I think, as LS Wrestle said earlier, we don't really have too many people like that. We've got Jey Uso, but I don't know that Jey Uso can really carry the weight that Cody has carried. Jey Uso does gas out when he does his entrance. Jey Uso is someone that has struggled with his match quality. Jey Uso is someone that I think is over with the young fans, but I don't think he can carry the weight that Cody can carry. And I don't know that if you turn him heel, and Cena goes away, Roman works a reduced schedule. Where's your babyface? You got CM Punk. I mean, I don't know. We're going to do a bit more with AJ Styles. I mean, AJ Styles has got one foot out the door. AJ Styles cut a promo not long ago talking about how he knows he's towards the end. He just wants that one last final run. So, I mean, I don't see AJ really being able to... Maybe Sammy. Perhaps we try and step Sammy. But I'm a big Sammy fan. And even I don't think Sammy can do what Cody can do. Sammy is great. He is likable. He can have great matches. But I don't think he can carry the weight of being WWE champion. I want Sammy to be world heavyweight champion, but I don't think he can close night 2 of WrestleMania and all this stuff. And I'm a Sammy fan, right? Sammy is the underdog. I just don't see that. I don't see that. So I sort of look at that and I'm like, man, if they are seriously on the verge of turning Cody heel, I don't know that it's the right move. I don't know that it's the right play. And I would voice that exactly in the creator. I would say it that way. I'd be like, I know why the fans are done with Cody. It's because he's dull. It's because he's boring. It's because he appeals to the kids and the adults don't really get much out of it. And it's like, we need to fix those things. And I think we can without even turning him heel. So, I don't know, is it planting the seed for a heel turn? If it is, well, look, I'm going to watch and I'm going to see how it goes. But I said I wouldn't have turned John heel, and I ain't seen nothing in that heel run that made me change my mind. And if he has now turned back face and the heel run is done, and he's standing there going, yeah, we just did it at the start of the year to get some attention, and I didn't mean everything that I just said. I think I just said it in that video. Does that make people look back on that heel turn a little different now? Does that heel turn feel as special anymore? Because I wouldn't have done it. And it was a big shocking moment at the time because I wouldn't have done it and I didn't see it coming. It didn't mean that I agreed with it. It didn't mean that I loved it. It didn't mean when I was shocked and I was like, oh my God. It didn't mean that I was like, this is the greatest thing ever. It just meant, oh my God, I can't believe they've done it. How's this gonna go? And the answer is, in my opinion, badly. I don't think it's been very good. So I have the same reservations about Cody turning heel. I would not do that either for the reasons that I just laid out. But again, I don't know, do I? It's one of those where if we do it, I'll give it a chance and we'll have a look. And if I'm wrong, I'll happily go, yeah, no, listen, this was way better than I thought. This has really clicked. I struggled to see where the big baby face was going to come from, and fair play, they've gone with Jacob or something, you know. So yeah, oh my God, so many talking points. I really want to put a thing out, not asking what did you think about SmackDown. I'm more interested in asking what do you think about John Cena turning face again? Is it real? Is it not real? What do you think it means for Cody? Will we get The Rock? Will we get a Cody turn? I think I want to talk about that more than SmackDown, honestly. I'm hoping the turn is real, said Sanan, as I'm going to go to SmackDown in Dublin and Clash at the end, and it would be amazing to see Cena as a babyface. I'm also hoping that you're keeping well. Sanan, shout out to you, buds. Daze, I think this could line up Cena Rock for the final match, said Wrestle with Andy. It could. It really could. Daze, remember this comment. Seth cashes in and he wins the WWE Championship this weekend in the Cena-Cody match, said Irish Sam. Hannah said, I've not been feeling too well, but I appreciate you streaming this long. It's a way to make us feel good. Hannah, shout out to you. I'm glad you enjoyed hanging out and sharing thoughts. Taker 1990 said, Daze, after the match on Sunday, Cody with the title reveals to us that he sold his soul to The Rock since the Chamber could be a massive swerve, and the Cena heel turn was a swerve. Thoughts? I don't know how that would work, to be honest with you, because if Cody had actually sold his soul to The Rock, I mean, he hasn't done anything since Elimination Chamber that has benefited him. You know, if he did sell his soul to The Rock, then that didn't help him retain the title at WrestleMania. So what has he benefited? He had to actually legitimately win King of the Ring to get this opportunity. So he sold his soul. He's gained no benefit in doing it. And actually, the end result is he ended up losing his title. So if Cody did sell his soul, I don't see any benefit in what he got out of doing it. If Cena joining up with The Rock was just a load of there was nothing to that. I mean, the whole thing just makes you go, what was this? Can someone just explain this story? Can someone just explain this story to me as to what's happened? What is the story? The Rock asked Cody to sell his soul. Cody said no. Cena seemingly did. Then we didn't get The Rock at WrestleMania. Cena didn't benefit by joining up with The Rock because he had already just won Elimination Chamber anyway. So he didn't get... It's not like The Rock was like, you can get the WrestleMania main event match to John. So what did Cena get out of this union with The Rock? Seemingly now he's saying nothing. So what was the point? What was the point? Right, and so what was the point? And so then we have just done a load of nonsense. And now we get to SummerSlam where Cena turns back face and he's like, yeah, everything you just saw was nonsense. And now is Cody going to turn? And what, he'll say, no, I was with The Rock all the time. But how did that benefit you? How did that benefit you? Oh. Oh. Do you know what? I think they're making this up as they go along. I do. I'm just going to say it out loud. I think that this might not be a well thought out, well planned out story. I'm thinking they might just be making this up as they go along. That's kind of where I am. Blake said, Daze, have a drink. Have a drink. I might need one. It is madness, said Wrestling Fan. Connor said, well, maybe Cena's lying. Well, listen, do you know what? I've said a lot of words. But my headline is still my headline, which is let's wait and see what actually is happening, right? And hopefully we'll get that answer by the end of SummerSlam. And there is every chance that I sit here after SummerSlam and go, wow, that was incredible. They did that perfect. You know, I was really worried on Friday, but actually I get why they did it. And they nailed it. And I don't know what would happen in order for me to say that. But whatever it is, you know, honestly, maybe Cody turning heel might get me to say that. Even though I'm not a big fan of that. And I wouldn't go that way. I can understand now why Cody would be upset. Because the fans, once again, I believe, have been taken from him. And, you know, Cody, who has just done the right thing all throughout, has been the good guy, has had the fans took away from him again by John. And maybe the frustration of that means that Cody turns. And so that would explain why you had to turn John now. It would explain why we have sacrificed the fan reaction for Cody. And it would actually explain quite a few things. Like, it would fit. So, you know, the only thing I would say is if we do go that way is, right, I get why we did what we did on Friday. The thing I was concerned about has actually now been used as part of the story. So that makes sense. I'm still not crazy about Cody turning heel. It's not something I would have done, but let's see. I'm a lot more into a Cody heel turn than a John heel turn. Because to be honest with you, a John heel turn felt like, let's just do it because if we don't, we'll never know. Whereas at least with a Cody heel turn, it doesn't feel that way. A Cody heel turn, we've still got loads of stories to tell, loads of character to explore. It's not his last year, right? It's not now or never. So, you know, it feels a bit different. So I would give it a chance. Of course I would. But yeah, I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see what they're going to do. I don't know what they're going to do. And I do like that extra wrinkle. I do like that. I do like the fact that, like, now my head's just spinning, and I'm sure yours is spinning, and it's kind of like, oh God, I don't know who I can trust. I don't know who's going to get involved. I don't know if Cody's going to reveal himself to be heel, or if Cena's going to reveal himself to be heel, or if The Rock gets involved, or if Travis gets involved, or if Randy gets involved, or if Seth gets involved. I swear to God, if anyone on that stream, like over the weekend, goes, what do you think's going to happen in Cena Cody? I might just burst into tears. Because it's like, I don't know. I don't know who's face. I don't know who's heel. I don't know who's getting involved. I don't know who's leaving as champion. I don't know. I feel like they've broken me. I don't know. I don't even know who I'm rooting for anymore. I don't know. I might. It's AEW on. I might watch AEW instead. Oh God, it doesn't hurt your brain as much, you know. There we go. Right. I'm going to run away. I think I'm going to do the video based on Cena instead. And we are starting early tomorrow. So the kickoff show's 3 hours tomorrow, yeah? Countdown show's 3 hours. We'll start at least an hour before. And I won't be late like I was late to this one, which apologies for that. I went for a little nap before because I got woken up. The dog was barking. So I woke up early and I was like, that's all right. I'll have a nap. And then I slept through. So I was about 20 minutes late, but we still managed to make it for the kickoff show. There wasn't really much on the kickoff show, actually. So, yeah, the big question now is what do we get at SummerSlam 2025? And we will find that out tomorrow. We won't find out, sadly, the Cody Cena stuff, but we will find out tomorrow what we're going to get for the first part. And then all eyes on Sunday. Right. Sanan said, what were your thoughts on the names that did the tryouts? Well, I don't know many of them, honestly. I mean, I know Lyra's partner was there. I know that there was a 7-foot tall guy that was there, but I don't know many of the names. In fact, I've not seen a list of the names that were there, but I don't follow like indie wrestling very closely. So there might be the odd one I recognize from Progress or, you know, Beyond or something like that. It might be the odd one that I noticed, but I'm not going to know many of them, to be honest. So, yeah, I'm sure, you know, WWE know what they're doing. They'll pick the best ones. There'll be a class that kind of comes out of it. And, you know, we'll see them popping up in LFG, popping up in Evolve, popping up in NXT. And, yeah, good. I'm looking forward to seeing who they get. Hopefully some really good talent. Okay, awesome. Thanks for watching. I'm going to work on some of these videos and bits. Appreciate the support. I will see you tomorrow. Those streams are set up right now, so feel free to leave a like on them. But yes, I will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.